Hello everyone. I hope that you are all well. I hope that you all had the time to have your coffee and you're well seated and everything is all right for everyone. So I believe that we can actually tell you that yes, indeed, we did it. We are right now starting the very last day of this particular edition of the Biennale of the Digital Art. And so, what actually can I tell you? It's not over yet, but I can tell you that this edition is very similar to what we have imagined. At the end of Marseille Provence 2013, European Capital of Culture. It was actually the 10th anniversary that we were celebrating, and it was a turning point for us. And for this very important celebration of the territorial marketing, we have been talking about the Biennale of the Imaginary in Paris, and we actually have joined our efforts because we decided that together we will be able to create something for the digital art and for the cultural policies of our territory. And I can actually tell you that I believe that this starts to get to its fruition. Right, Mathieu? Yes, indeed. It actually starts getting more and more concrete with the support of all the collective authorities that are supporting us from the very beginning, which is why we would like to thank our institutional partners here. And we would like to thank the city of Aix-en-Provence and the Direction of Culture that is welcoming us this morning and also today throughout the day. And also, as Céline was already saying, this is a territorial project for the city of Marseille. We would like to thank the city of Marseille for their support because they are supporting us at the level of the culture, but also of the economy. Aix-Marseille Provence Métropole, the Departmental Council of Bouches-du-Rhône, the Southern Region, and PACA. Yes, well, this is actually the moment to thank all the institutions, which is why, Sarah, I would like to ask you to take the mic and to give your thanks. Yes, all right, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, actually, I believe that this discourse had to be said by Stephanie Raucourt, but unfortunately she's in Paris and she wasn't able to join us today. She is very sorry that she is not with us today, but I'm here instead of her as responsible of hybrid arts. And we are actually, our mandate is to present all the artistic talents in France. And, well, unfortunately, Stephanie would have been much more fluent in her speech, but indeed, on her behalf, I would like to thank all the institutions at the level of the Federation of the City of Brussels, who helped us a lot, but also the collaboration of the institutions from Belgium, who helped us a lot, the General Delegation Wallonie for France that started and pronounced their speeches at the very beginning of the Biennale. We also would like to thank Anne Brest, who is the representative of the Marseille institution with us today. We also would like to thank all the co-producers like Imal and the festival that has produced a lot of different installations that were presented at the Biennale. And also, I would like to thank Biennale Chronique for this production, for this organization. I also would like to thank all the venues, partner venues, and the institutes that are working together with us in order to make this all possible. Thank you very much, Sarah. Yes, indeed, Stephanie, we're missing her a lot. Lisa? We are very happy to have you with us for this opening, the opening of this professional meetings that are basically finishing this Biennale of this edition. And I believe that you also would like to give some thanks. Yes, indeed. Hello. Yes, for us, we're also very, very happy, and we're very happy that Belgium is right now put under the highlights here in France. For us, this is a big honor. And after Taiwan and Quebec, we're basically a small neighboring country. So yes, indeed, the linguistic and geographical proximity facilitates a lot of things and creates a lot of bridges between different artistic stages. But we were able to see and to notice that there is a lot of gap and a lot of need to know even better the respective stage, the respective artistic work. And we actually understand that we have this trend of moving much more to the German-speaking countries. And we are also very, very happy that Flanders, Brussels, and the French-speaking part of the country is collaborating. So this is a very beautiful collaboration on behalf of the Belgium, and which is why I would like to thank in particular all the artists from Belgium that are present here at this Biennale. I also would like to thank the Ministry of Culture and the Flemish government, and I also would like to thank the organizers. Well, I think it's very important. I also would like to thank for the mandate that has been given to us and this possibility that was given to us to come here and to participate in these professional meetings with a lot of professionals and artists from Belgium. We actually created an open call for participation, and a lot of applicants submitted their applications in order to participate here, and these people are right now here sitting at the audience. What else can I tell you? Well, it's actually a little bit saddening that this is the end of this Biennale, but just to go back to our history, we came in September, whether it was 2019 or 2020, I don't remember, 2020. Oh yeah, so, well, it was actually a while ago, and you came to Belgium as well, and you were able to meet a lot of artists, and you were able to also visit a lot of venues in Belgium, and we also had a press conference for the launch, for the opening, and this was a very important moment for us. So we were actually expecting this professional meetings, these professional encounters that we're always expecting and looking forward to, and hopefully we will continue with this tradition. Yes, indeed. We will not be saying goodbye, definitely, to each and everyone, because we will be back meeting each other once again with Chronique, and it's important for us to maintain very strong links with all the partners from the previous editions as well, because we have these conventions of partnerships. And for us, these conventions are signed in order to make sure that all of the exchanges last in time. Yes, indeed, and Taiwan is present this year. You can see this example. They have a delegation, and they are representing some performances this evening, but also they have a professional delegation, and they have this immersive experience, immersive performance that they will be doing in Marseille this evening. This is something that is absolutely a must for us. We have to maintain all the connections, all the links that we have created with people, with artists. And it's also very important for our international anchoring. Mathieu, the international part is very important for us, but I also believe that from the territorial point of view, this Biennale was a big success, right? Yes, indeed, this was a success. And yes, indeed, we're going back a little bit to the opening of the Biennale of the Imaginary, Digital Imaginary, which started on November 10th. We were able to welcome approximately 7,000 people in all the expos, all the venues at Friche de Belle de Mai, and we also had approximately 55,000 people who are participating in these two absolutely important evenings that we have organized in the Expo Center of Aix-en-Provence. And we actually had all of our hopes quite high, but the results were even better than what we have hoped for, because we had an incredible attendance and the expos worked very well. We have welcomed approximately 40,000 people in all of our venues for the expos, and this is the success that we're sharing with all of our partners. And this is the collaboration that was very inspiring and very dynamic, as well as very generous. So this is the success that we are sharing with our partners, as you have already said, Céline, with the producers of Chronique, but also the co-producers of Biennale that are getting more and more with every single edition that we are having. And this is the success that is due to our artists. We have 67 artists, local, international, or national, and I would like to thank them all for their talent and for sharing their talent and their creations and their thoughts about the reflection and about this topic that we have selected for this particular Biennale. And this is quite an old topic that has already been present in the art and in the history, and right now it's very current. Carl and me is very much following all of this, and I believe that there is a lot of people who are working at night who also believe that this topic is very, very current, very timely for all of them. And we have many different artworks, Capitalisme, that was Capitalism 24/7, that is an artwork that has been present here and that is actually showing that this concept that is active during the day as well as during the night. And we understand that the sleepless night is kind of part of our nature right now. So the artists that are part of this expo are making us get into this reflection. And the digital arts that are thinking about the techniques as about means that can be used by the artists, not only classical artists, but just in the culture with a very important political and societal impact, because the technology actually becomes here a medium and an object as well as a problem, as a material support and as a source of imagination. And we actually have these 2 days that are dedicated to the NFT and to the Web 3.0, and we will be talking about this supplementary technique and all the issues and challenges that arise together with it. Thank you, Mathieu. Sarah Lisa has already said a couple of words. She has already mentioned the artists that are present here, the Flemish artists that are present at this Biennale of the Digital Imaginary. So probably you wanted to add something? Yes, indeed. Thank you. I have already thanked the artists of the Federation of the Brussels, Achronique, and just to talk about them, Félix Luquet-Sanchez, Myriam Journet, Vincent Hebrard, Romain Tanguy, Marc Boucher, and Joanne de Mercier. They have been here at the very opening of this Biennale at the Friche de Belle de Mai in Marseille. We also had Amélie Beunier at the Museum of Tapisserie in Aix, Sophie Bernard in Pavillon Vendôme here in Aix, Kirinyal at Stéphanie Roland and Emmanuel van der Roera at the Foundation Bazarili, and Samara Mikaoki in live during the opening at the Friche de Belle de Mai. So we actually had a lot of different artworks as well as a lot of creations that have been presented here. We also wanted to underline the importance of art, and especially of the digital art, throughout the very troubled times and crisis as well. And we also wanted to underline the capacity that the artists have by their alternative profiles to explore the potential of different technologies in other ways that are very obvious. And this capacity actually allowed us to see a lot of interesting examples that have been presented during the Biennale, and also to question a lot of things. So we actually also talked about the future, but also it's important to talk about the present times. And we understand that all the technology cannot be peripheral, so we can wonder what can be done here. The potential is here, but also the legitimacy is here. So it's important for us to understand what is the goal for all the things that we are doing, and how exactly can we achieve this goal, because we understand that there is this hypothesis of a very big and irreversible permutation and replacement of a human by a machine, something that is basically created to make humans immortal. But at the same time, we have the scenarios of exploitation of our planet, which are the disaster scenarios. And also it's important with this respect to balance the knowledge and the power. And we have been able to see that the course of things, the progress of things, is something that can be stopped at a certain point. So it's important for us to look at the world of today and tomorrow, and we understand that the artists for the world of tomorrow can be really an important point of progress and avant-garde. Lisa, you have already talked about the artists, but also about the Flemish stage and representation, artistic representation. We also understand that it's very important for us to discover the artists, Flemish artists, even better. So we have a lot of different Flemish artists that are already present at this Biennale. Yes, indeed. This is why I would like to thank all the Belgium and Flemish artists that are participating in this Biennale. I also would like to say that there are some artists that I was able to discover thanks to Chronique and thanks to Mathieu in particular. And Brussels is a very international city, so we actually have a lot of different artists, and we have to take our time to discover some of them. Christophe Berdon is presenting Bogus, the Big Bogus, at the Friche de Belle de Mai, Loris Verstapt, with Fleuz, which is the production by Chronique, the creation of Chronique of this year. Marie-Hélène Deckman, who is presenting a film and a photo installation of Sin Discharge and Depth of Discharge. But we also understand that Marie-Hélène is present right now with us. Pardit Elfif, that is presenting image of from the roof at Friche de Belle de Mai, au Courgeban, that has presented at the end of the opening ceremony its movie Universal Tongue, right here in Aix. Pierre Coric has his installation SOE continue, and we will be looking at it this evening. Pierre is also present with us, and also in Mirabeau and Spitz Mike, who are presenting Nightfall at this Biennale. So this is also a creation. And I also wanted to use this chance to say a couple of words about the digital art in Belgium. And if Sarah, you allow me, I would like to focus a little bit on the Flemish territory because it's a little bit more French-speaking territory. So I would like to say that the digital art is quite young and dynamic, and starting from the year 2000, the digital art was actually recognized by the Ministry of Culture as a category of art. And starting from 2006, in the Decree of the Arts, the artists have also found their own space, their own place to get some support for the creation, for the production, for the development. They have also found some financement and so on, knowing that the French-speaking side, the Brussels Federation, starting from 2006, started also to give some finances, some help, financial help to these artists. So it's actually a very young segment. And we actually didn't wait to get some financement to exist because we already existed in the 70s, 80s, and so on and so forth. A lot of artists have already found their own place in the sector in the 80s in Flandre. And we already had Lucien Fabre and many others who also allowed to a lot of other artists to work with other topics, with other things. And it's a little bit like they're trying to find a refugee beyond the stage and to do something experimental that will be going beyond the traditional stage. I was talking about Chris Ordong, but we also have Laurence Mastaf, Kroof, at the beginning Eric Joris, and Ishtar, his collaborator, who is present here. So all the arts at the stage and this transdisciplinary character is very important for the digital art in Flandre. And I believe that its strength is also very important. This is one of its qualities. And obviously, we also have institutions that are pioneers, like Argos, that has been found in 1989. And also, it was founded by the artist. And also, we have Emal in Brussels, which is also French-speaking, and it was founded at the end of the 90s. And, well, these are the institutions that are pioneers that continue to be flexible and to adapt themselves to all the challenges of the sector that we are facing today. And next to it, as I was saying at the beginning of the year 2000, all these financial means allowed to the artists to organize themselves, to get a certain structure, and to get their own spaces, residencies, and so on. For example, Werktank in Louvain. Anouk Fauquier will be presenting a little bit later. This space, Avocton in Brussels, these are very important venues for the digital art in Belgium because it actually creates the space for experiment, for reflection, through residencies, for workshops, for master classes, and so on. And it actually is something that is created for local Belgian artists, but also for international artists. So these dynamics are very important for us, because right now there's more and more pressure that is put on the sector, and the production also is being pressured more and more through these financements that are available, subsidies that are available. We also can see that in this artistic sector, we also have new structures that are present, like the Gallery of Renové, that becomes more and more important for the digital art. They're programming more and more digital art. We also have some more traditional institutions that are getting interested by this and that start integrating digital art in their production. I'm thinking about Arnos 2 that exists starting from 1960s, and they have a very important role in the development of the dance and the music and just arts of stage, and it actually has been it has changed its name to arts of dance, image, and sound. And we're talking here about the practices and disciplines. They are also organizing the festival Artefacts 2013, so I guess that was the year of that festival for the very first time. So this is just to illustrate and to tell you that the digital art, this is something that is still very young, and it actually attracts a lot of attention on behalf of the ministries, and this attention is important. But also we are talking about the digital art and the modern art. And just going back to all the notes that I have taken and prepared. So I actually have a lot of things to say, but I will try to be brief and just to mention that in the year 2000, Brussels was also the European capital, just as Marseille in 2013. And it was actually a very important moment because it allowed us to progress a lot from the artistic point of view. We had a lot of interesting innovations, but we also had a lot of structures that were developed by the artists and created by the artists. And I'm thinking about Constant, Homme, Ladine, Okno, which are mostly in Brussels, but they have a very important place in this media activism and in this critical approach to the digital art itself. They are trying to basically go beyond the comfort zone and push these limits a little bit further. I also am thinking here about all the people that are accompanying us today. Martizan de Solborn-Werk, I'm thinking about her. And she is also an activist in this field right now. And just to finish, Art, Science and Technology in Brussels has started a residency program and program of supportive production several years ago. The art schools and the universities are also doing this, and we also have a new part of the public financement which goes to these projects. That is, and it is actually allocated to some other sectors within the arts, to some other branches within the art. And finally, we have Creative Europe, which is an international network, European network. And it's also very important for the development of all the art. I would like to suggest you to read the text that we have published in this little leaflet that you have right here, and you have it at the entrance as well. And it has been translated into both French and English. So in French, it's actually the digital art in Flandre that goes from the very beginning to the years 70s and so forth. Well, I actually tried to present to you a short summary of all of this, but this is much better presented in this article that I have just cited. Yeah, we can actually see, Sarah and Lisa, that this Belgium art has a lot of similar characteristics with the French art. And starting from the French art and digital creation with the Biennale of Digital Imaginary, we actually see that this is our will to make it visible, but also to allow the development of all of this, and which is why we have this ambition that we have selected for this particular edition of the Biennale in our expos, in the opening ceremony and closing ceremony. We actually have accepted a couple of risks, I believe, and very soon we will be working on the budget that has been implemented here, and I believe that it will be a little bit surprising. But all of this to tell you, and I will also take a couple of minutes from Mathilde and Delphine, and I actually promised her that I will not be running late, but probably I will be having a couple of minutes of delay. So, of course, I would like to thank the team of Normassif, of the Biennale, but also of the two associations. Yes, obviously, I believe, first of all, about Carole Giordano. I have seen her when I arrived, but I don't know whether she is with us right now. Carole, I would like to tell you that you were absolutely needed, and you are irreplaceable for 10 years. During this last 10 years, together with Mathieu right next to me, we were working all together. So, Carole, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. I will try not to cry, but I will really, really miss you. I will not be able to mention here everyone because you can understand we're a team of approximately 25 people, and if I start talking about every single one of them, we will finish approximately at noon. I also would like to thank Sarah Olaya, who actually was able to assume with all this smartness and determination that is part of her characteristics, the coordination of this Biennale. And we actually have already told her many times that we wouldn't be able to organize this Biennale without her. And thank you very much to the production that accepted to participate in this adventure. Thank you to Maboul for his professionalism and his humor. Thank you to Léa Niro, who is the chief of communication. Thanks to you, we were able to have a very important visibility. I think that it's approximately 33 kilos of printed materials that were distributed. Well, I won't be able to mention every single person in their teams, but thanks to all these people, we were able to accomplish this very important work. These are very, very talented teams, very engaged. Colleen de Randro, who is responsible of media and communication, who also was able to participate in the success of this edition. Our other colleagues, Fabienne Fabre, I see Fabienne Fabre right here, coucou. So you actually did this absolutely incredible work on the Digital Up Club, starting from the edition of 2018 and on all the different European projects for 10 years. Fabre 6, this will probably be going back to the last edition of the Chroniques, and I will miss you also, but fortunately you don't live very far from me, so I will be able to meet you. Bertrand Henri Désir, who's right here present as well, who is in charge of the two projects Creative Europe. Yes, indeed, we are the leaders of two European projects, and some of our partners are also present here in this room, and I would like to welcome them and thank them. And also, I would like to thank the European Commission. A very big thank you to the technical team, Philippe Marseillais, Émilie Fouillou, and all their team. Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot to Mathilde. This is also the third edition of the Biennale. And you were able to very professionally work on this professional meetings, professional encounters that we are doing, and Mathieu will probably be going into a little bit more details in a couple of minutes. So thank you very much to all the team for your commitment, for your participation. The continuation of our adventure will pursue with a strengthened will and desire. And it will happen right here in this territory, the territory of the southern region of the metropolis Aix-Marseille, but also with the network, ACNUM network. And we have to remember them and to thank them, because we have a lot of members from their office and from their board that are present with us and that continuously work very hard with us, with all this determination, with all this good mood at the level of the territory, but at the same time at the level of the whole of the France. Mathieu, probably this is also the moment to give us detailed information about all of them. Well, Mathilde will hate us because we are running late. Well, I actually wanted very quickly to give you this very little gift. This is not chocolate, these are just cookies, and these are the cookies that we are giving to the Chronique, and as a little token, as a little sign of our gratitude. So the chocolates and the cakes, these are the determining elements of our partnership. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So for the program of these 2 days, you already know it, so I will not be going into much details, but just to tell you that the professional encounters are organized in the partnership with the 5th season of the Biennale of Culture and Art of the city of Aix-en-Provence, Musée Granet, the Art School of Aix-en-Provence, which is a pioneer of the digital art, and the agency DRM. So these are the partners that I would like to thank. They were organizing these encounters right next to Mathilde. And these are the 2 days. At the beginning of the day, we will be having the round tables dedicated to the AI and also the digital art. And then we will be also talking with our guest speakers. We have launched it with Quebec, and this was launched with Electra, that is happening in Montreal. And we have here 3 professional artists that will be given their pitches this afternoon as well as tomorrow afternoon. And on Saturday, we will be meeting each other at the Friche de Belle de Mai in Marseille, and we will be meeting the network of arts and digital culture that also has a lot of our partners, national and international, and of course, every single evening you will have performances and shows in Aix-en-Provence, Marseille, and Avignon. And just to motivate you even more, on a Sunday we will have this brunch with a performance in Grenier de la Selle by Justine de Force Lavanine, and we will be basically closing with this performance, this professional encounters. And of course, we have the website where you have all the schedule, detailed schedule with all the performances and shows. And as you understand, probably most of them are already sold out. Well, thank you very much. Just before we will give the place to the beginning of this very first roundtable on the NFT. Thank you very much, Mathieu. And I would like to congratulate you for your incredible director work. And your work has been very much appreciated by the professionals, by the audience, as well as by the media. So congrats, Mathieu. Bravo. Thank you to you, Céline. And thank you, Mathilde. Mathilde, well, we are a little bit running late, but Mathilde Norisson-Moncé will be presenting this roundtable that will start shortly. Thank you very much, Mathieu. Thank you very much, Céline, Lisa, and Sarah. We are not really running late. We are just on time, so we will start the roundtables. So the very first roundtable, because during these 2 days, we will be talking in the morning about the NFT. We will be talking about the speculative bubble. We will be talking about opportunities, democratization, de-hierarchization, and things, all the passions and conflicts that are around it. We understand that this is a reality today, which is why it's important for us to discuss all of this. And this is why we decided to organize these roundtables. And the angle that we have chosen was selected quite quickly. We actually wanted to observe the mutation of Web 3.0 and the NFT in the work of artists and in the recognition of their work, which is why we would like to start with this very tangible example, the example of our partner, Musée Granet, and the expo that is organized there. So Delphine Rakhmadou is the consultant in cultural engineering and the curator of the exhibition. So she will be talking with our guests about the artificial intelligence in the creation and the consequences of all of this for the museums as well as the artists. So Delphine, I give you the floor so that you will introduce the guest speakers that you have here. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. I would like to take this chance to say thank you to Mathieu and to Céline and to Delphine. Thank you very much. Well, these professional encounters are also part of a fruit of a lot of different partnerships. We are working with Musée Granet, with the Superior Art School, and we also have Ombeline Rosset, who is the curator of the OBGKT platform, and she will be presenting this platform to us. So we will be talking right now about the expo that is happening at Musée Granet that will last until March 5th. And this is actually the pilot project that we're having here. So it's about the Inheritance Institution. So we will be talking here about Web 3.0 and the NFT, and we will finish on the challenges and the limitations of the artificial intelligence for the modern art. So first of all, I would like to start by questions. Does anyone here know what is a digital wallet? Does anyone have it? So please raise your hand if this is the case. Did someone already buy some NFTs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. Who has more than 10 NFTs? Please raise your hand. Wow, good. So yeah, please, for all the others, do not worry. We will explain to you what is NFT. But first of all, I would like to give the floor to my speakers so that they would be able to introduce themselves. Well, hello. I'm Pamela Grimaud, and I'm the heritage curator at Musée Granet. And I am also the director who is in charge of different collections, and I also know all the expos. And I'm also doing this expo together with Delphine that we have been presenting at the very beginning of this year. Hello, I'm Barbara Sartre, and I'm the director of the Superior School of Art of Aix-en-Provence. And within the framework of this expo, Spercot Cylindre, we are very happy to have 4 young graduated who are participating in this adventure. And I believe that what has been said has a very important place here, and it's also very important that our Superior School of Art is dedicating a lot of time and effort to the digital art. Pierre Pose, I'm an artist, and I'm actually here and my artwork is present at Musée Granet and the Expo Sphère Continent. And I'm also present with my artwork at Friche de Belle de Mai. Hello, I'm Amblin Rosset, and I'm the curator for the Object.com, which is a platform where you can buy NFTs. And Anne-Laure, I don't know whether we have her with us because she was supposed to participate through the video conference, and she is the project director and digital development the department at Ministry of the Culture. Yes, I can hear you. Well, hello. We can actually hear you very well. Well, unfortunately, you cannot see me. Yeah, but we can hear you very well. Probably you would like to introduce yourself briefly. Yes, I actually have raised my hand for the wallet, but you weren't able to see it. So I'm Anne-Laure Janec, and I'm working at the Digital Development Department of the Ministry of Culture, and I'm also in charge of the working group on NFTs. This is the working group that I started in spring of 2022. So I'm leading this group, and I'm co-leading it together with the digital creation department in the digital space, and I'm very, very happy to be present virtually today so that to participate in all of your debates, because for me, this is very important. It's very important to be able to talk about the NFTs in 2023, and hopefully the world of the digital art that you already know very well will accelerate these encounters with the world of cryptocurrency, NFT, and blockchain. Thank you, Anne-Laure. We will go back to the definitions, more technical definitions, a little bit later. So I would like to thank our partners once again. I have already cited them. First of all, this is the Biennale of Aix-en-Provence, which this project is part of, and they are the producer of this expo. And I also would like to remind you that this Biennale, in its DNA, has a lot of projects and innovation, and more than 1/3 of the events is organized in co-production and as part of the expos. So thank you very much. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for the dissemination of this call for project, and you will be able to see the artists that are participating in this expo, and 4 of them are the graduates from the Superior Art School of Aix-en-Provence. So I would like to start talking a little bit about this project. So we know that in this expo we have 2 different dimensions. The first one is the pedagogical dimension. Oh, right now we see Anne-Laure, but we don't see the presentation now. Okay, so we have this pedagogical dimension, as I was saying, and this is the first dimension. And it actually is very well observed in the course of this expo that I would like to invite you to go and discover. And the second dimension is the innovative dimension, because, as I was already saying, the Granet Museum is right now the very first museum in France that has a wallet, thanks to the partnership with the company called Ledger. And they are actually the only to have the 8 NFTs that are invited within the framework of this expo. So we have this 8 projects, and each and every one of this project is part of the NFT creation. So one of the editions is part of the collection, and we will be given more details later about this. And the other edition that goes to the artists, and it actually will start selling starting from tomorrow on Object.com. So the sales will start tomorrow on Object.com. And this is basically the dimension Web 3.0. And we will actually go into more details here so that to see how NFT is perceived as an object of inheritance. So have I forgotten something? No, actually it's all good. So Anne-Laure, I will probably give you the floor first so that you will be able to talk about the definition of the NFT and also give us a couple of words about this very important relationship and the reports, very important reports of the CFLPA and the MICA report that has been published recently. The one of them is talking about whatever is financial and budgetary aspects, and the other one is talking about all the other aspects of the NFT. Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Just before going into the details, I would like to share with you very quickly what we're doing at the Ministry of Culture within the framework of this working group that I have mentioned before. We have identified several very important challenges around NFT. The first one is the technological challenge. And here we are talking about the safety of the NFTs, of these tokens. And there is a very important legal challenge because we actually have to make sure that this technology is compliant with the public rights of the collections, and to see also how we can manipulate cryptocurrency and crypto assets around this social aspect, eco-energy, and also the payment for the artists. These are very important uses, and also it's important to see what are the social uses, how we can diversify the audience around all of these creations, but also to see what are the different challenges related to the economical model, related to the taxes, to the regulations of the platforms, and so on. So these are the topics that we're mentioning very regularly, and we're discussing them regularly whenever we're working in this working group on NFTs. And I also would like to tell you that within the framework of this working group, we are trying to understand what will be the very tangible uses of the projects with NFTs. So please do not hesitate to contact me if you have any questions related to these aspects within the framework of your projects. And also, in the ministry, we don't really have a very determined position about the producers or the content of the artwork. We actually have this logics of support, of financement. And what I would like to share with you is the vision of the working group on NFT that I'm leading, because for us it's very important to free the potential of this innovation, first of all. So we understand that it's quite a new concept for all of us, and we are following a lot of experiments. And for us, it's important to really free this innovation, free this innovative aspect of all of this. So to understand very well, I actually like reminding that whenever we are talking about the NFT, we have to talk, just before even we talk about regulations, uses, and so on, it's important to understand what exactly we are talking about. I don't know whether everyone here present is aware of this, but it's very important to know what NFT is. NFT is a token. This is a crypto token on the blockchain. And if you don't know about the blockchain technology, it's not a problem. What you need to know is that on blockchain is the technology that allows us to exchange value online. So we have the Bitcoins, and the Bitcoins are the very first generation of the tokens, cryptocurrency that is available there. And now we have this non-fungible token, which is an NFT. This is something that is revolutionary in the digital world that we know right now, is that it actually allows to transmit a value. And what you have to understand here and remember is that before, in the digital world that we know today, if you see a picture today online, you will just receive a copy of the picture that I have taken and that I am keeping on my computer. And thanks to blockchain, we were able, and the inventor of the blockchain, Satoshi Nakamoto, and this is a pseudonym, he found the system and this technology that allows us to, like whenever you're sending a token, a Bitcoin, for instance, it actually leaves your wallet and goes into the wallet of the other person, which is why we are talking about digital assets and digital identity. So just imagine what it can bring to the artist. It's not very complicated. It's not very complicated to create a token on the blockchain and to sell directly our artwork online. I believe that this is the main revolutionary point. And also, in the blockchain, we have a lot of individuals who are connected, who are part of the network. And I believe that all of them are making this counterculture of internet and data. And this is also a very interesting opportunity for the artists. And that's what crypto world is being explaining starting from 2021 or even earlier. But I believe that 2021, this is the year of the hype of the NFT, because we have heard speaking about NFT a lot. And I believe that a collector or an artist can talk about it much better than I can. So this is it, just to give this short introduction in terms of definitions of the NFT. So this is the non-fungible the token that is unique. So this is a new style of a token with respect to the cryptocurrency. And what actually makes these tokens very unique and specific is that they are associated to an IT code which is called a smart contract that allows us to execute different transactions whenever a certain number of requirements is fulfilled. Just to give you an example, if let's say a collector would like to give his token that represents an artwork of an artist to another collector, well, the artist who created this token at the very beginning can receive a certain percentage, a royalty that has been coded in the smart contract. So we basically can use the NFTs in order to apply the royalty right, the authorship right. Well, today, this is not exactly what is applied directly, but we can talk about royalties here. So what you need to remember here is that the NFT is the token that is related to a code, and it's executable automatically, and it's a token that is unique, and it's non-fungible, meaning that it's not interchangeable. So, yeah, well, I actually will try to give you an example. Go ahead, Delphine. No, go ahead. We will go back to the examples a little bit later. But probably Pamela, from the point of view of the conservation of the keeping, well, this non-fungible token is related to the blockchain. So what does it suppose? Can you please explain it? Well, it actually supposes a lot of things. Well, what I wanted to tell you that we have the digital arts in our program, in our curricula, and this is not really something new in our expo. But what is very new for us is the acquisition in a certain way, because we have been talking about NFTs. We have seen Luigi Carnaval, P. Gomez, and so on. But how comes that the museum has created some NFTs and bought some NFTs? So for me, actually, the question is formulated another way around. Why not for the museums? And from the moment that we are looking at it from this perspective, we can see that there is this negative vision that has been recently generated by the market of arts, and it actually gives this assimilation to the mission of the museums with the public markets, and it actually also touches on the topic of the speculation. So about this particular actions of the French system that we have right now, it actually gives to the public institutions a certain status and a certain management that is regulated by the code of our patrimoine, of our inheritance. And it actually gives to the public goods a certain character, a character that is determined by these regulations. And this is something that is very binding from all the points of view. And just to give you more concretely, it means that beyond the market, it talks about the cultural goods that are part of the museums in France. They are part of the inventory of these museums. So whenever the artwork is part of the museum in France, this code is basically protecting all the artwork in the French territory. And it actually protects them by not allowing them to be sold or exploited commercially as in sales. So the question that appears now is how can we how can we operate in this environment with these digital technologies, which is why I believe that it's very important to also to make this distinction, which is very important for me, between the collections that I would qualify as commercial and speculative, and also artistic collections that for me represent other challenges and other stakes that are much more related to the missions of museums, that are also determining our inheritance for tomorrow. And I believe that it's a very timely question right now. And this is the question why the Grane Museum did not choose to create and to sell the NFTs. of the type that is appearing in the media a lot, meaning for the products that are part of all the existing artwork like Leo Kouzai and many others that you have probably seen. So a lot of French museums didn't do all of this because of these rights, author rights, that the museums do not always have. And our museum actually decided to go beyond this commercial goal that exists. And especially during the sanitary crisis, it was very important for us to be able to finance our operations and restoration works and so on. We actually decided to support the creation from the collection of the museum, and the artists have this very conceptual way, or probably literal way, of perceiving the concept of a museum, right? Well, it's actually very important to add a certain detail. Well, the goal and the object of this expo was. Oh, I actually would like to let you say this. I actually didn't really want to talk about this because I imagine that most people are already aware of this expo, but it was really important for us to get inspired in a conceptual way from all the collections of the museum to see what each and every artist has created in their practice and in a certain way of preserving their own traditions, of the arts of Musée Granier, which is a museum of Aix-en-Provence. And the title already sends us back to this revolution. I believe that. Would you like me to explain this? Oh, go ahead, go ahead. I believe that you can just do it. Yeah, well, you have found it briefly, and I believe that it's perfectly explaining this. It's this revolution, digital revolution that is operated today by the NFT, and I believe that it actually sends us back to the letter written by Cézanne, that in which he said that we have to treat the nature through the sphere, the cylinder, and cubes, and it actually something. It is actually something where he mentions the cubism, and this was the digital revolution back then, and right now we have this digital revolution right now thanks to NFTs, and thanks to this, the production of the artists and the artwork of the artists is echoing to the collection that we have here. Well, I won't be going into much details for the collection because I believe that he will be talking about this. Well, yeah, we will talk about it later. So the will for us, as Delphine has already said, was to create two NFTs for each and every of the installations, each and every of the artworks that are expressed here. One of the NFTs will go to the Museum of Aix-en-Provence. That will not be sold. It's created to not be sold. So it's a soul-bound token, which is a token which is not saleable, not tradable, and the other token that will go back to the artists themselves, and this will be the fee that they're getting paid, and this is also something that they will be having for their artwork thanks to the expos that will be happening in the museum. So what I wanted to underline here, because going back to all of this story of the regulations that we have, is that all the inventory right now is is actually owned by the city of Aix-en-Provence. And the next stage for us, the next step for us, is to be able to get it into the inventory of the French museums. And this is kind of an announcement that you're making, right? Yes, this indeed is the announcement. I don't really know how it will be done because we are talking about experimenting. And this next step for us will be this, to make them part of the inventory of the France as a whole, so that to give them the status of the national treasure, and there will be this acquisition committee that will gather and decide on stipulate on this question, and this will be for the very first time that this question will be considered in France. So the big premiere, and the ministry obviously will be participating and is already participating in this reflection and in this debate, because we have been already talking about the Museum of France, which is one of the which is also related to the Ministry of Culture, and I believe that here we are also talking about the innovation and the creation of all of these experiences and all this new trends that allowed the ministry to update the regulations and to create new regulations, probably. So for the museum, it's really this connection between the creation and the heritage that we're very much interested in. And so that to create an object of heritage, NFT, must be considered as an artwork, and it actually can be considered as an artwork. We just have to have this legal framework, national framework, but also European legal framework that will allow the NFT to exist with the copyright protection, the protection of all the different rights related to the artists. And I believe that this is an essential point for all of us and an essential right as well. And I hope that the experience will be very interesting here, and the experience of Musée Grani will allow us to build up this new regulation. So probably going back to this link to the creation, for us, it was also very important to have this link to the local creators and to the art school, knowing that Musée Grani, until the mid 20th century, it was very much related to the drawing school in Aix-en-Provence, and the director of the drawing school was also one of the curators of the museum. Oh, and he was also a teacher there? Oh, he had been a student there, first of all. And, well, this link also is very important for us. And, of course, within this principle of democratization, I don't really like this term, democratization of the culture in all the museums, it's important for us to have this new audience, but in the traditional museums as well. Starting from the beginning of this expo, we have opened it on January 6th, and we have approximately 1,300 people in the museum, and I actually believe that they all go to the second floor to see the expo. And this expo will remain open until March 5th. And it's true that this triangular relationship is very important for us because we have this venue that is very representative, the Grani Museum, but we also have the collection and all the artwork that we can show that can be creations, artistic creations, very modern artistic creations that we are showcasing. And of course, the audience that is one of the essential actors of this triangular approach. So thank you very much, Pamela. You have been able to talk about this privileged link, about the privileged link with the art school that we have here. And this is a very important reminder because in our structure, this is something that reminds us this connection to the digital art. Can you please, Anne-Laure, say something else about this? Yes, thank you very much. And I would like to go back to this because I believe that this digital part is very important, and it was important to underline it and to showcase it to the audience as big as possible. And a museum, through its characteristics and its accessibility, is probably the very first door, official door leading us to the art, to the discovery of art. And what I wanted to say is, especially for the young generation, it's also a possibility to conscientize this dimension of the graphic artwork and the artists themselves. And it's probably even more the opportunity for the young artists because this phenomena is organized through this very new space of NFT. And it actually has this character counterculture that is not very much present in the artwork in the museum. So we are basically establishing this chain here through this initiative, which is why I would like to underline it and to underline the positive character of it. I believe that it's very necessary during the training of the artists and also for defense of their copyright. And yeah, in the art school, we believe that we are very much affected by all of this because the history of our school and the relation to the French art is very old and very important. But this history will be also relating now us to the digital world, and it's crucial for us because essentially our school in Aix-en-Provence is a pioneer, as you have already said. Thank you for that. Because starting from the 90s, when the computers started just appearing everywhere, it was still evolving. Many actors from the city, from our school, starting by Jean Biangini, already started training and making sure that the training would become a space where artistic innovations in terms of digital and digital artistic practices would be able to exist. So it was something that was being created, and it had this experimental aspect to it. Louis Beck and Christian Soucaré were the two actors of this movement, and they were working on it from the very beginning. And in 1993, there was this symposium called Art and Cognition, Art and Cognition, was was actually considering this topic. So this is the beginning of this movement. And very quickly, with the incentive of our director Jean-Paul Ponto, we created one of the very first labs of research and creation in the Superior School of Art, which was called Locus Sonus, and it was focused on the sound arts. Sound arts, and I'm taking this in the broadest term, because the expression of sound art, and back then it was just emerging, just being identified for the first time. So Locus Sonus was until 2005, and starting from here, we actually created a lot of different research spaces and a lot of different workshops. So right now we have many workshops around digital arts. We can talk about 3D, mechatronics, hypermedia. We have a young artist right now who just joined us, and she's working in virtual arts and programmed media. So she actually joined us as a teacher, Alicia Estier. So we have this very broad offer in terms of sound video that we are studying there and developing there. So I'm talking here about broad definitions because this is something that is very active within our school. So with all the digital, we have been developing. 5 years ago, we started the development of we call it research studio, but we are talking here about the master students in particular. And in master's studies, we are talking and thinking about the interactive artwork and network of the generative music, video games, virtual worlds, and algorithm writing. So this is the space that is basically very lively in our school. And it makes from our school like a nursery, like a lab, or whatever you would like to use as a term for the artists that are interested in all of this. And this studio is called Art Temps Réel, meaning art in real time, if we translate roughly. And it actually shows us that there is this specificity of the art that is related to time, because art is always evolving, always changing, and always interacting with the present. Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Would you like to probably continue, or probably we can come back to you a little bit later and probably give the floor to Pierre? And this will be a little bit a different topic, because we have been talking about the audience, the new audience that was able to come to Granet Museum through and thanks to this expo. And this is basically one of the essential topics for us, because these are the links that we're creating between modern art and the world of Web 3.0. Because right now we still have this porosity that we were able to notice throughout the expo. So even when we communicate in our expo through Web 3.0, I have already learned that we actually are creating this whole space, and tomorrow we are actually creating it at 8 o'clock in order to be able to target the US audience or American audience, and it's actually something that is important for us. So in this expo, we have some questions that have been asked and highlighted. And Pierre, I believe that you are very well placed here, because you have this double curricula, because you studied the arts, but also the digital sciences. So how exactly do you unite all of them? Well, I actually would like to talk to you from the point of view of my own practice and experience, what I have been able to see. What is very interesting for me is the distinction between culture and art, because sometimes these two concepts cross each other, but sometimes no. And there is this huge cultural phenomena in the NFT that sometimes fulfills all the aesthetic, artistic conditions, but only sometimes. And the problem is that this distinction is not always noticed. And another thing that I would like to attract your attention to is this decentralization that is a little bit as a doctrine. At the basis of the DNA of the blockchain, there is this mass phenomena that we were able to see as with the internet, with peer-to-peer, with the open source, and today we can see that internet is centralized apps, only centralized apps, and everything that we know about the recuperation of data and so on. So for the centralized blockchain, this is something that will become completely dystopian, and I believe that this is the future of it. I don't see how people who make this technology work will be able to fight against the massive institutionalization, even beyond the NFT, at the level of the culture in general. This, when the big finance will come there, and they will come there very strongly, so they will be part of this ecosystem as well. At the same time, all those questions and all the gaps, legal gaps that are existing today, they are leaving us a very important window for the initiatives, artistic initiatives and aesthetic initiatives. And I believe 5 years ago, approximately, or even probably 5 years more, we will be able to experiment as artists with this medium that can definitely become a new medium, and also the technology that can be patented by, but also the technology related to codes. And I have this impression, which is a little bit deceptive right now. And this event here probably makes me lie a little bit, but I believe that there is a little bit lack of curiosity on behalf of the modern art, and I'm part of it. And it can be kind of defined with respect to some things that are happening. It's a little bit like a client that can be a little bit revolted by some things. So it's very interesting to see how these two aspects are basically acting and moving all together. So it's basically something that is disruptive in my own habits, but that's something that is happening. And at the same time, there is this issue you have been talking about ether space. There is this energy at the level of the system of crypto and crypto art, and the methods of demonstration and communication around all of this are very centralized. It's like on Twitter, and Twitter is not very much a social media that is very much pointed towards arts and philosophy. So I believe that this is the biggest problem, is the quality of the attention that is directed at the artwork on behalf of the crypto. And it actually does not allow us to really have this reflective conceptual practice around this medium for now. And I believe that there is something fantastic that is happening with this panel here, is that, in my opinion, a project which is a successful project that will be using NFT or blockchain as a medium should have an echo in both worlds, in the world of art, which is an institutional classic world of art, or probably at the level of the galleries or something like that. And on the other hand, it actually has to have this echo at the level of the blockchain system. And what I was able to notice is that we have very, very good initiatives at the level of the blockchain, but we have absolutely no echo in the art world. Or the opposite, we know something in the world of art, but no one knows about it at the level of the blockchain. Yeah, well, probably you, Ombelina, can tell us a couple of words about this dissemination and this knowledge of the artistic projects. How exactly does it happen in this platform in Web 3.0? Because you are receiving projects that are part of the traditional art. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, indeed. This is something that is very much related to Twitter right now, and that's a problem because this is very centralized indeed. So there is this problem at the level of the attention, as it has been said. So the presentation of the project is done through the threads on Twitter, and people will be looking probably at the very first tweet that is presenting this project quickly, instead of going diving into details, and this is a pity. So you don't really need to write a complicated text, right? Well, people actually, if the title is catchy, if they're interested by the title, they will be clicking on the link and then they will be looking at the description of the piece of art and they will read this description. But the problem is that there is this communication in the very first place, the communication to make sure that people are really aware of the project. This is something that is done internally in the groups of collectors, within the group of collectors. How do they communicate? Well, they actually communicate in the privately, and they have a lot of information that is circulating there, but this is privately. And the public communication is basically done through Twitter. Right now, that's the case. So we are trying to find some other alternatives to it. Thank you. Probably you would like to add something on. Well, this is the discussion that we have had already with you online. How can we develop these different communication channels, transversal communication channels, apart from Twitter? I don't really have any ideas here, but what, according to you, should be done in the world of the modern art? So what would be the actions that should be carried out right now in order to facilitate this exchange and this communication? I know this is a difficult question. Well, in the world of the modern art is kind of complicated because the channels of communication are not at all the same. We also have the language barrier, meaning that if a press release is done in French, it will exclude the rest of the world apart from the people who speak French. Well, of course, a lot of people speak French, but communication is mostly done in English, which is a problem for the artists who don't speak English. The Twitter space is an interesting means of presenting projects because we can give a little bit more details and the format allows us to give more details. For the projects, I believe that some artists started talking about it on YouTube through video or on Twitch, and they are actually trying to talk to a younger population, and it actually allows them to present their projects in a more elaborate way. Yeah, and it actually supposes that you should have a community behind all of this, right? Because it's actually, well, Pierre has already mentioned it, community is fundamental here, right? Because if you don't have a sufficient group of people behind all of this, or behind this Twitter account or something, it will just not be noticed. Yes, indeed. And it actually is very, very focused on communities, and the artists are getting known thanks to the community that they have built beforehand. So they have to build this community of the collectors first, and then they will get known. There was also an emergency of the digital galleries. Well, I don't really know how we would say this, but these are also people who are trying to help the artists to present their artwork, but also to contact the collectors. So I see that this gallery concept is being developed more and more. But probably we can also remind that Object.com is part of the blockchain called Tezos. And this is a French blockchain. And I believe that it has always been a partner of artistic projects, of Basel art and so on. So how can we explain the interest of Tezos for everyone? Can you probably explain us? Well, at the beginning, these were artists who decided to put some NFTs online on the platform that was the very first platform, and it actually existed on Tezos. So they actually selected it for the ecological reasons. This is related to the blockchain. So it was actually a very weak ecological impact, a very small ecological impact. So they started putting out their NFTs on these platforms, and it actually attracted some other artists, but it also attracted some collectors that are interested by art. They also had very small costs for creating these NFTs and for putting them there. And the gas fees were very small as well, because whenever we are putting an NFT out there, there is this gas fee, right? Yes, of course. So these gas fees were of just a couple of cents, which actually allowed all the artists from all the countries to place online their NFTs. So basically, we have this international artistic community, and people started following this movement, and this is how I discovered this community. And Econog, this very first platform, doesn't exist anymore, right? Yes, it doesn't exist anymore, but the NFTs are still present. They still exist, and Object.com at the very beginning allowed you to sell the NFTs. And right now we have, well, it was actually allowing us to have auctions for the NFTs that were available on the platform, but also the artists were able to have their own collections. Thank you. Probably we can also talk a little bit about the artificial intelligence, or probably you would like to have a little bit of a Q&A session before, or would you like for us to keep all the questions for the end of this round table, or probably you don't have any questions. So do you have any questions? Yes, please, raise your hand and the mic will be brought to you.
Merci. Bonjour.
Thank you. Hello. Yes, the question that I would like to ask is that you are talking about NFTs as about a medium. And I believe that this is a very interesting concept between the token and what the token represents. So I didn't understand why this is a medium and not just an automatic something. Can you probably explain this? Thanks for asking this question. I believe that this is a very important question because NFT is a smart contract. Is a smart contract meaning a code that can interact with the blockchain and with some other smart contracts. So yes, indeed, you have a possibility to create art with a code. So either to create, I don't know, probably some process to create pictures with codes, right? That you will be able to use JavaScript or something like that. But you also have this possibility to create scenarios on the blockchain with all these different smart contracts. So it's a little bit like abstract as I'm explaining it, but it can actually get closer to the generative art or to the conceptual art, I would say. And there are some artists who are using the smart contracts as their medium. So there is no even a picture or something in the NFT, right? So there is this evolution. Yes, there are some evolving NFTs. We were able to create this market of the digital drug, and people were able to exchange molecules. And if you merge these molecules, let's say the molecule of the CBD and cannabis, and you will be able to merge them and create a drug. And it was actually a scenario that was created on the blockchain. So this is actually essential also with respect to the acquisition by the museums, because most of the NFTs are a certificate that is pointing to a digital file. And there is another part of the NFT, which is, I would say, an artistic medium. But why does it have to be an NFT that can be this generative thing? We can actually do something else without for it being an NFT. Yes, indeed, it doesn't have to be NFT. But the advantage of the NFT is with respect to the copyrights of the ownership, meaning that you can give this ownership in a very tangible way to someone. And the fact that you are putting it on the blockchain, it actually engraves it forever. Unless when the blockchain disappears completely. But with the huge blockchains as Ethereum, we can say that they will exist in 30, 20 years and so on. So this is a very important means of preservation, conservation of the artwork. Yeah, and that's a very interesting point from which we can also start another thought. I believe that we have a lot of advantages and disadvantages for the NFTs, for the museums. And this is basically one of the biggest advantages, is the certification of authenticity of each and every object that NFT is granting to it. And it actually is something that is essential for the public collection, because it also gives this character, especially with a very copy-prone character that we have right now for the digital art. It actually gives us this possibility to have this control of authenticity. So that's very interesting. I would like also to take the word here. It was Anne-Laure who spoke. So please, I would like to take the floor. Just with respect to this question, I think that it's very important for you to understand that NFT in itself is a digital certificate, is a technology, which is why we are talking about a medium. So this is just to address the question that has been asked by the audience. And I actually have this report of the Superior Council on the copyright, and it actually says that apart from the cases of very rare exceptions, NFT cannot be considered as the artwork. And when the code is generating something that is an artwork, a spiritual artwork or something like that, and just as Pierre has been saying, in general, NFT are always associated to pieces of artwork, digital artwork. So in this case, the artwork is the artwork, not the NFT. And we have some other limited cases when it is considered as the artwork in itself and as a work of the mind, I would say. And I believe that this is the distinction that is very important to keep in mind. But also, the thing is that NFT is a smart contract, and the mix of these two aspects allows us to have in practice this multitude of different uses for buying a cultural object, but also for, let's say, creation of something, because we can probably imagine ticketing in NFTs and a lot of different other possibilities that the blockchain and the NFT offer to all of us. But in general, we believe that whenever we are talking about NFT is something that represents an artwork. Thank you. Thank you. This is something that my question is connected to the previous question. What's your name, Richard? Can you please introduce yourself? I'm Pierre Coric. I'm an artist. The question that I would like to ask, I will probably reformulate it. Before the existence of the NFT, we already had this idea of selling an artwork. And a lot of artists were already selling them, like digitally. Let's say they were given the instructions of creating a picture even before the appearance of the computers. So they were basically given the instructions for the creation of the image and so on. So when we're thinking about NFT as a support for an artwork, for a work of the mind, as you have said, does NFT really represent this? Because if we can sell the unicity of the conceptual artwork, let's say I'm giving to you this sheet of paper, and this sheet of paper has the instruction how to create this artwork for you, and you will be doing it and not someone else, because that's just for you. So that's what I wanted to say. I would like to ask whether NFT does add something up to this unicity of the artwork, to this uniqueness of the artwork. Because probably this can become a code that generates a picture, or the code that can probably dictate the gesture of the hand on the paper, and so on. So what does NFT add up to this uniqueness? Pierre? Ombeline? Anne-Laure? I don't know whether my question was clear. Well, your question is quite broad, which is why I cannot probably give you a very exhaustive answer. But from the practical point of view, you have been talking about the copyrights, the giving copyrights to someone or something. Well, you can basically have this transaction on the USB with this piece of paper that will be presented as a PDF, and I can promise you that this will be one sample out of 5, and it's kind of weird, but this is NFT that will basically validate this act, and you will only have 5 of those because everyone will be able to check this register and to make sure that you promised 5 and you will have only 5. And with respect to the issues related to the market, this is very liquid and this is available to everyone immediately. So you don't have this heavy process where you have to send by traditional mail something to someone. Things are happening immediately here, so that's very important. And the third thing is the tokenization. It means that you can fraction one artwork and to make it accessible to several people. Let's say you can fraction a video in 1,000 pieces, and everyone here will have a small piece of it. This was what happened with Marina Abramovic. So, for her performance, she actually divided her performance. And I believe that these are the examples that are very interesting with this. Just to add up to the answer of Pierre, I would like to also say that NFT is a new way of dealing. And this is something that is new, which is why it's kind of difficult to really apprehend, to really wrap our head around. Because with the blockchain, you really are an owner of an artwork, of an object that is circulating everywhere online. But you don't care about this because you are the only owner of it. So it's basically the trace. And this token is representing something that belongs to someone, and that's a brand new concept. And this is what I wanted to add with respect to what Pierre has already said for this question. I actually believe that it has to be understood that this is not really the file, but the title of ownership. And on France Culture, Albertine Meunier was talking about it. She was saying this is the title of ownership, not really an artwork, not really a file. So this is a title that is related to the artwork, but this is just the title of ownership, the NFT, I mean. So we will go back to the Q&A at the very end, because I would like for us to take a little moment and talk about this technique of the artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence. So what are the challenges, what are the limitations with respect to the creation? Because these are the pieces of software that has been very much promoted in the media recently, with all this access that is here. It was actually done in 2022 especially, so it's very recent. And we have 4 different propositions that are based here on the software of the artificial intelligence. Pierre Ismael. Oh, probably not 4, just 2. Pierre Ismael and Gregory. 3 of them, 3 of the artists are also using the artificial intelligence, and they're part of this expo. So we have very interesting issues and challenges related to the transparency, and Barbara has already mentioned it. So what exactly is the creation, human creation and creation done by a machine? So I probably will give you the floor, Barbara, so that you will be able to develop this point. And then we will study also the challenges and the limitations one by one. Yes, thanks. I believe that if we have to look at the concept of the artificial intelligence and to mobilize it, I believe that, first of all, this is something that sends us back to a certain tradition, and this is something that is kind of random. Starting from the moment when the machine was created, it's random. So it's not really new. It's something that is being renewed, and it's being renewed with the use of the artificial intelligence as a medium. So it's really like we're mobilizing, first of all, or questioning once again this dimension of random something in the artificial intelligence. And I also believe that it gives us this possibility to get rid of the presence of the artist in the artwork, and also to question the status of the artist. So the artists, in a very reflective way, and this is probably something that the NFT is adding up to the with respect to the different and at the opposite of the classical contract is this reflection, actually. And in a very basic way, I also would say that whatever we can find in the NFT from this point of view is also a means of reproducing something, and one of the means, just like the others, probably a means of printing or a means of, well, just reproducing this artwork, one other means. So this is inside the system that is using new technologies, and one of these new technologies is artificial intelligence. Right now, there are a lot of debates around this, but I believe that this is a phenomena of our everyday life, and it's very timely because it's becoming more and more accessible. What I can tell you is that in the art school, well, this is not something new, the use of artificial intelligence. It's just that it was accessible only to geeks, to those who understood very well IT. It was, in a certain way, invisible. But this discussion and exchange with the machines, it exists probably from the moment that machines started existing. And in the art school, the very first thing that we do so that the students would be free is to tell them that they have to demystify their relationship with the digital, because digital is not magic. And first of all, they have to learn how to use it, and it actually passes by the software creation, programming. So all those who are dealing with it today, the phenomena that we can see in the art school with the new generation is that our young artists are no longer using software that is dedicated to a very small community which will be really, really educated on this software, knowing what is artificial intelligence and so on, but they're using the software which is very broadly used. I'm thinking about this student that is developing a very personal and very unique work and is painting. So this is a painter. And there's another phenomenon that is directly related to this, meaning to the software like Dalibre, for example, is that there is this pluridisciplinary approach here. Let's say we have this student who is a painter, and she will be looking at Dali and Dali's painting, and will be producing new pictures by the artificial intelligence, new pictures that will be inspired by the painting of Dali, and she will be creating in a traditional way her own painting coming from all of that. All of these paintings that have been produced by the artificial intelligence, inspired by all of this. So we also have another student who is a next student of ours, Rameno Puissant, and he's part of this expo. And in one of his artwork, he has used artificial intelligence to give the floor to Gilles Deleuze. So he is basically using the voice of Gilles Deleuze, and everyone knows his voice, so that Gilles Deleuze will be able to say things that he has never said. So that to give him a prophetic character, but also to make him talk about the present. So this is one of the uses, the use that we have today, the use of the artificial intelligence. But what I would like to underline here is that it actually participates in the artistic continuity even more than we would believe it. Yes, well, actually, this is something that I wanted to say at the very end, but this is a good moment to say it. Walter Amin was talking about it in the 30s, and he was talking about the photography. Either photography is art or no, and the question was actually, what does photography do to art? And Pierre, well, this discussion about painting and artificial intelligence, this is something that you have been experimenting with. And I would like to tell you that on this installation, and you can see it on the left-hand side of the screen right now, and I would like to thank once again Musée Granet, because they accepted to show the installation of Pierre in the Salle de Donation. And it actually shouldn't be evolving, because Philippe Miguel explained it very clearly. So, Pierre, you were able to do this expo of your installation, and it actually makes a lot of sense. So probably you wanted to say a couple of words about this, about painting, engraving, and IA. Yes, indeed. I have used Unia in order to help me to paint, and it actually was a process back and forth between digital and traditional, because I was tackling the question of the rabbit hole in the painting here. It was interesting for me to explore these methods of the visual communication, because there are some means like that in the crypto world, and it's also interesting to see this matters in the empty place, which actually means that the person has lost lost everything and has nothing else. So it actually gathers two types of individuals, either students who have nothing at all, or crypto millionaires, geeks who are so much into the digital world that they don't pay attention to their surrounding. So I actually asked Unia to generate pictures, and I generated paintings, and we actually did this back and forth here and there, and we had this digital file at the same time the painting, and both of them are exposed in the exhibited in this museum. And well, what can we say else about this? And this is how it was presented. Well, Pamela, would you like to add something? Yes, I agree completely with Barbara. I believe that it's absolutely like that. And what Pierre has just explained, it actually shows us that this subjective character and the gesture of the artist is actually always present, even if we are using the AI. So I don't really see any major difficulty or any contradiction with the creative gesture. Right, the opposite. I would actually say that because we are part of the round table, we probably have to organize a little bit of the debate, and probably we have to add different points of view. So I have some questioning that I'm pondering myself. I'm talking here from the point of view of the history of art. You were talking about this defiance of the young generation facing artificial intelligence, or with respect to artificial intelligence. I think that is especially about the images, the pictures, because we are in the society of overproduction of the images, and the artificial intelligence is contributing also to the production and reproduction and reproduction of images, and it actually adds up to it. So we can wonder whether the use of artificial intelligence is not a form of canceling this gesture, of erasing this gesture. Thank you. Well, for me, my questioning that was brought forward through this exhibition is all these references that are given to us through this software of artificial intelligence. So we're not finally very much overwhelmed by all this software, because we have the software and they have this references online and so on, and this is something that is becoming shorter and shorter, but at the same time we are able, and the artists show it, we are able to master it to a certain extent and to guide it in a certain way, to lead it in a certain way. And we have seen it. You will be seeing this video in the museum, the video of this artist, and we were able to see in this video that what he actually fed into this software. And as a end result, he actually had what the software can produce with all of this. So from the points of references that were fed into this software, the software was able to produce something. They had some novels that were fed there, some paintings, and so on and so forth. So I believe that the limitation is here is not really the artificial intelligence that is superior to us. It's actually funded and based on what we are feeding into it. So I believe that the term of intelligence is really abusive term, because all the things that bring us to the artificial intelligence within the framework of the art are basically having these limitations that we have just mentioned here. So we still have a couple of minutes, so probably I would like for you to ask your questions, and we will answer your questions.
Bonjour. Alors, j'ai plutôt une question par rapport.
Oh, I actually have a question with respect to what has been said previously. I would like to have a little bit more details about the Grane Museum, and also about the inventory of the museum, and about this code of the museums in France, because this is something that was not very clear to me. Can you probably explain it a little bit more? So what's your question? Can you please explicit it? As far as I understand, the definition of the artwork is related to this code of museums in France, right? Yes. Well, this code of museums in France and code of heritage in France does not really define the artwork. This is the code of the copyright that defines what is the artwork, because it actually shows that the artwork, whenever it exists, the copyright exists as well. And in the museum, we are basically creating the museum, and we need certain legal requirements that are giving the museum this ability. Well, I'm not a lawyer, sorry, so probably I'm not really using the right terms, but the Code of the Heritage is here to create the legal framework around the artwork. It does not define the artwork instead. Oh, yeah, thank you. All right, I understand. Because I actually thought that the Code of Museums in France was defining the artwork. Thank you. I would like to ask a question that goes to Pierre and to all the artists that are producing NFTs, because we always hear this promise of this capacity to develop new income for the artists, new income which will be a substantial income. And can we actually confirm it, or to know in which proportion this will be possible? Probably Pierre and some other artists that are present here can share their experience with this to tell us what exactly does it represent in terms of the proportion of the annual income that you have. Thank you. In my case, it's very interesting, but this is exactly the same thing and the same proportion that I have in the real world, meaning that the very first project, NFT project that I had, generally I'm making projects that are very expensive to produce and difficult to sell. And my very first project was very, very expensive for me because this was like a huge plant, I would say, to produce. So it was very representative. And then I cannot really talk about everyone and on behalf of everyone, because there are some people who spent a lot of time marketing their own artwork. But for the artists who are coming from the traditional art world, there is less this community aspect, and even collectors, classic collectors, are always not aware of some IT tools that exist in the digital communities. They will much more have traditional tools. So I don't really know whether it actually answers your question, but for me, this is exactly the same thing in the digital world than in the real world. Well, that's very interesting in terms of data, because the question that I was asking is especially for the visual artists who don't really know the codes of Web 3.0. Would you say, because we always hear that this is very easily accessible, and it's very easy to mint an NFT, and we hear a lot of testimonials that are saying that there is this need of creating communities. So the artist that is a little bit far away and that decides, yeah, I would like to launch my own project here for different reasons. So what would be for the situation for this artist? Is it really accessible? So what are the points to check in order to make sure that that this will work for them? Well, if they're not very interested by the technology or this medium, I would discourage them, because they will lose a lot of time to just try and understand how it all works. Of course, they can be lucky as well, because I know some people who are just getting lucky. And most of the people that I know who made a lot of money there with the artistic NFT, I would say, these are people who are not artists. These are people who would be like, I don't know, an equivalent of the Sunday painter for the digital artists, who have some free time, who have a lot of friends, and so on. And most of these people have anonymous profiles. Do we have any other question? Hello. I would like to ask you for then my question addresses the director of the art school. Do you have any relationship with the Museum of Arles and this chamber that we have for the sound-related arts? Oh, I actually think that we have to ask the director of our lab working with sound, whether they have this connection or not, because the community is very big and very open, and I don't really know everything that they're doing. Well, we actually have this listening chamber in the Musée Réatu, and Michel Rotachard is doing it. Well, yes, I'm actually from Arles as well, but I don't really think that we have had a collaboration with them, and you are absolutely right. This should be exploited. This should be done. We actually have our team of research, and they do know people from Arles as well. All right, I would like to say something else. This is not really a question, but rather an information that I would like to give. The art school in Avignon, very recently, it was this Monday precisely, they created this cinema evening, and they have presented 4 different films that were directed by people who today are very, very famous artists. Armand Farouki, who is the ancestor of Web 3.0, Jimian Prévu, Camille Gros. So these people, are they already part of the inventory of the museums in France? I can't really answer this question. Probably they are. I can imagine that they should be, but we have to go and look at the website of Centre Pompidou, essentially, and I believe that with videos and so on, they should be there. Well, chances are they're there. I believe that in national collections, that's for sure they're there. Yes, because these are like the ancestors of Web 3.0 with these films that are very important. And I believe that these films should be disseminated and shown in every single art school. Well, this Monday it was in the Art School of Avignon, but it also can happen in the Art School of Aix-en-Provence. Yes, indeed, they are actually invited. I believe that it's very much related to the events, to the current events that we're having with the war in Ukraine and so on, because all these images are absolutely extraordinary. And on the other hand, in Avignon as well, we have the Image School in Lyon, and they are working with the Grenier d'Acier Foundation of Nice. And I also wanted to know whether you have a relationship with them, a close relationship, because they're also part of the Chronique, and they're doing also a lot of things. Yes, indeed, we're working a lot with them. And we also have a project, a common project with them, but I will not be doing a spoiler for all of you. Well, for Chronique, that's for sure, they're working with them. We also had some questions over there.
Bonjour.
Hello. Jacques Frénois, I'm part of the Institute of the Modern Art. I believe that there are approximately 12 artists that are present at the Chroniques who are part of our institute, so thank you very much to the organizers of Biennale. So what I wanted is to underline what Pierre has said between the world of the modern art, the world of the NFT, and on the other hand, this is something that we are very much interested in terms of the imaginary and of the fictional as well. Because, for example, we have just launched at the very beginning the production of a film by Livian Seld, thanks to the competition that was organized by the Brussels Federation of Brussels. So thank you very much for your support. For us, this project is very interesting because on one hand, we have this film that will be talking about the virtual influences. And at the same time, this film is also an NFT, and the resolution of the enigma of the movie is in the NFT. So we were talking about this fictional and artistic dimension, but there is also this dimension related to communication for us, because we can definitely showcase this film in different movies, but also in the international festivals like Berlinale and so forth. But probably also in the world of the NFT, we are working, and we have been discussing it with the platform of photography Police Palace to have a space, NFT space for the collectors. I think that there is this idea that comes from the experimenting, and it actually comes from different spaces of experimenting and creation. And there is also this creation of the links between classical objects like a film and some virtual objects like the NFT. And this is something that we are fundamentally interested in. Thank you, Eric. We also had a question over there. Yes, hello. Mathieu Riza. I would like to ask the following question. Don't we have an abuse of words when we're talking about creating NFT, starting from the moment when it actually mixes many things, but not the artwork necessarily? Are we probably using the wrong terms here? Yeah, that's a very good question. I actually would like to say yes and no to answer your question. Because, yes, indeed, it's still a contract. It's still a smart contract. So the NFT is an experimental space in itself, an artistic space. So we actually can have a certain confusion here. But on the other hand, it's not exactly the artwork in itself. So we actually are missing an element here. And then, if we look at the NFT as what it is, meaning multi-factor unity. So we actually have this relationship of every single thing of this genre of uniqueness and the numbers that are given to it. So when we're looking at it as a multifaceted something that is composed of several elements, then we understand that this is an artwork that has a certain shape, a certain form, and this is the possibility of reproducing it that the NFT is granting. I don't know whether I was able to answer your question, but this is the analysis that I can do with this. Well, with respect to the definition of the artwork, I don't know whether you can hear me. This is Anne-Laure speaking. Yes, I actually have a much more legal and digital point of view, technological point of view, I would say here. And my answer is yes. This is not the artwork. NFT is not the artwork. So this is, as you have said, a wrong word that has been used in the definition. And I would like to say that the NFT is an object that belongs to the blockchain, meaning that this is something that is very technological, something digital, a digital object. And then an NFT that is associated to an artistic gesture, to an artwork, it can definitely say that in this situation, indeed, this is an artistic creation, but stricto sensu, a token is a cryptocurrency on a blockchain. That's very clear. I would like to add something here. I hope that in 1 or 2 years we won't be using the term of NFT, which is very ugly, and because like we're not listening to MP3 artists, we're listening to the music, and hopefully with the NFT we will no longer be using this term in 2 to 3 years. Yeah, it's a little bit like we would be exchanging emails and we would say, I will be using my protocol, SMTP protocol, for sending an email online on the internet. So this is a little bit the same thing. Very last question that we will accept because we don't have a lot of time. Yeah, I would like to ask this question especially to Ombelin. About the collectors, we were talking a lot about the artists, the artwork, the supportive actions, but we weren't talking a lot about the collectors. So I wanted to know what are the profiles of these collectors, of these people who are supporting the artistic system? Why are they collecting? Can you please explain us a little bit more the profiles of the collectors? Are these people who have already had collections of artwork? This is actually something that is very interesting. The vast majority of the collectors with whom I am working are essentially people who are discovering NFT thanks to cryptocurrency, and they are discovering art thanks to NFT. These are mostly people who never bought any artwork before that, even though we still have some people who had bought some artwork before that, who were already collecting traditional artwork. And that's what's very interesting about this, because we actually have access to very various and different audience. So for those who were already collectors of artwork, it actually allows them to discover artists from other countries, because I see some collectors who bought some modern art of the artists especially from their country beforehand, and right now they're buying in the whole world from the artists all over the world. But in the vast majority, this is a very young audience who didn't buy any art before or didn't go into any museum before. So I think that this is very interesting because thanks to NFT, they go to the museums and they discovered art. So I believe that this is like a tool of the democratization. Yeah, that's what I was saying beforehand. It actually allows us to have this accessibility, this new accessibility. It actually opens up the door to some new audience who probably doesn't have the approach that is similar to ours, and that's very important. But also in the notion of collection, what we were interested in, and this time is much more Albertine Meunier who was interested by that, is that we have some collections of NFT, but also of artwork, just as the artwork of Albertine, that are including this technology into their physical artwork itself. So this notion of collection already exists, and it's definitely very important for the museums because it's actually something that creates their own identity. And just to conclude, a couple of words. Someone would like to take the floor? Is NFT good? Yes, NFT is good, but just as this gentleman was saying, this is not the final result. This is just a means, artistic means, economic means, maybe also legal means of preservation of an artwork, but it's not the final result that we're interested in. And I believe that all the challenges and the interest of it is not really in the very core of the NFT. I believe that this is just an object that we would like to get used to in order to manage it better and to use it better, which is why the legal framework is very important. But it's really not the final result, the final goal. And hopefully we were able to show it through this exhibition that we have in the Granet Museum, and hopefully you were able to discover it. Probably we were able to show it. Sometimes you can see that there are some traditional elements there, but also these new elements, and this is something that is very important for all of our audience because most of them are experts in the question, but this is not the case for everyone. So for us, NFT is also not really a way of demystify probably, or open up a little bit more. It's really a way for us to open up a little bit more and demystify the art. Yeah, I also would like to say that, to conclude, because I'm expecting for us to be told to stop all the time, is that it's actually a door that is open for the young people to the art and to this system. And I believe that this is also another approach, another angle, a much more pedagogical angle for us to also introduce the museums and to also try and frame in a certain way the history of art and show what is the form of it. So this is probably what I would like to conclude with. Thank you to everyone. Oh, I would like to do a very small announcement in our art school on March 14th. We will have this education day that will be organized by Florian Dété, and he is our philosopher in our school, and we are doing it in collaboration and partnership with Paris Sorbonne on digital art versus post-capitalism. So we will be talking there about digital, and it will be digital with a very politicized, in a very politicized way. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you to all the participants. We will continue with our roundtables tomorrow, and we will have the next roundtable, which is called Artists and Professionals of the Culture. What can we do with the NFT? So this is the follow-up question to what we have started today, and we will be listening to Albertine Meunier and Ismaël Monnier, who are part of the expo in the Granet Museum. And we also have Julie Corvard and Lucie Éléonore Rivron that will participate in this roundtable. And this will be at 10 o'clock tomorrow. And we will meet each other tomorrow. And right now we will meet each other at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to do the pitches by the artists. I wish to all of you to enjoy your meals. Thank you.
Bonjour, bonjour. Les rencontres professionnelles reprennent. Sinon, on va être vraiment à la bourre.
Please go back to your seats. We are going to resume our session. So this afternoon we will be talking about the international market of digital arts, MIAN in French. So this is the format that was imported from our colleagues from Quebec. And we will have many artists who will be doing presentations for 10 minutes each to talk to you about their projects, the most current projects. So we don't really have the Q&A session that is foreseen as such. Nevertheless, please feel free to go and talk to these artists at the end of this day or contact them by email. The very first person to speak will be Jeroen Juntendale, and his art is mostly related to sound and its relation to light, space and materiality. This is translated into development of audiovisual instruments, installations and sound composition. He also is a co-founder of Initiative. It's an artist-run platform specialized in inventing new instruments and presentation formats that engage with the 4 dimensions of image, sound, space and body.
Lire à partir du début. C'est bon, on est bon.
Hello. Yes, hello. Thank you for inviting me, everyone. My name is Jeroen Uitendale. I'm an artist from Brussels. I will just go and do a run-through of a few works I've been making the last years. I started making work 15 years ago already, after my study radio in Brussels. After that, I studied art science. My work is mostly centered around sound, but then sound in relation to other media. Could be a question about visualizing sound, about in relation to space, in relation to media, to materiality. So I develop either installations, compositions, music compositions, electronic instruments, everything sort of related to sound, sound as a sculptural medium, as a sort of physical medium. So the first work I'm showing, what you see now, is Ground. It's a work I started already in 2007 together with Davy de Vree. He's a Dutch artist. And Ground is an electronic instrument in which I'm using graphite as an interface. So, sorry. Graphite is a conductor for electricity. And in this installation, I'm connecting it to self-made electronic analog instruments. I was very much interested in visualizing electronic music, visualizing sound, and drawing was, I think, for me, the most basic way of visualizing something. So basically what we did is we made a lot of different drawings with different shapes, and each shape was kind of connected to a different sound. And with each shape, we had different possibilities of performing or creating sounds. In this case, you see a big, large sheet of paper, but we also played with other forms. Like in this case, we have the sheet of paper, but we also project it on the back so everyone can see what's going on. In this case, this is what we used most, is 2 big sketchbooks. And in a performance, we went from page to page, and each page has a certain sound and a certain performative quality. So we toured with that a lot of times. We collected a lot of sketchbooks with different drawings and performances throughout the years. So in this case also, the materiality, the visualization is very important to me. And also the fact that it's not really clean, that things go wrong, that it's not really something that you know beforehand what's going to happen. So it's, there's always something new coming up when you play it. This installation is called Funkveld or Sparkfield. This is an installation, so not really an instrument. In this installation, I worked with the spark, with electricity, as an instrument in a way. And what I made is actually an installation where I have 5 sculptures made out of a speaker, and on the speaker there is a metal rod. When the speaker is playing sound, the metal rod moves. Around the rod there is metal woven around. And if the rod is moving and the speaker is making sound, then electricity is transmitted through the rod and you get sparks. The sound that's going through the speaker is actually radio waves that are created by the sparks going to the speakers. So it's kind of a self-regulating system in a way. I found sparks really interesting because it's emitting sound and light at the same time. So it's really one unity. So there's no difference between sound and image. It's really one thing. And it's also very materialistic. It's very tangible in a way, yeah? And also very crude, a crude thing. Also, depending on the material what I'm using, sometimes I'm using magnesium or metal, copper. You get different colors and different shapes of sparks. This is another spark field, but in a completely different form. It's actually a table with a lot of different rods, and each rod is controlled individually. And when the table is on, and when it's moving, it's also creating sparks. So with this installation, I try to create a sort of very basic animation with sparks, that you have lines of sparks coming from the end to the middle, trying to create shapes that didn't work completely. It was really basic, but the idea was to create a very primitive animation in a way, in which you also produce image, but also sound at the same time. Yeah. Okay, 5. This is Planescape. It's a collaboration with 3 other artists in which I did the sound. Planescape is an installation where we fill up space with elastics hanged vertically, and we project animated lines on it, so that the lines are diffracted into points, and you create from a 2D image a 3D image. So it's really like an immersive installation where you can live in, you can stay in for as long as you want. We made like a abstract animation that lasts around 40 minutes and is just running all the time. So this was in Stuk in Leuven a few years ago at Artefact Festival. Avlas is an installation, it's more like an instrument, again like ground, in which I'm using a metal plate as a resonator, but also as a reflector of light. And I'm projecting animations, abstract animations, but also passing sound through the plate, and the animations are reflected on the same plate. So if I bend the plate, I touch it, and I move it, then the image is also changed. So also, in this case, you have this relationship between image and sound, and you're manipulating the image and the sound by touching the metal plate and by moving the plate itself. Yeah. Yeah. Well. Okay, this is an installation I'm working at the moment on. It's a speaking mirror. It's an installation for the center of Brussels. It's going to be it's going to be there for at least 10 years or maybe longer. It's actually a mirror that emits sound. In this case, the sound is not made by me. It will be made by several artists and other people. But I thought about the mirror for this installation because it was a very interesting object to reflect, because a mirror in a space, really lets you sort of reflect about yourself and your position in the space itself. In this case, I'm not making any sound or music, it's really the design of a sculpture, of a speaker in a way. Okay. Okay, I have another 2 minutes. This is also an installation I'm working on at the moment. This is a bit more abstract of what I showed before. It's called tabling. Again, it's a performance and an installation which I'm interested in tangibility and the visualization of sound of electronic music. What I'm doing in this installation is I'm passing sound, it could be sine waves, feedback, field recordings through different kinds of objects. And these objects are filtering or altering the sounds. And by moving the objects in the installation, I'm manipulating the sound itself. So to close off, I have a little video of tabling that I can play. It was recorded in Stuk in Leuven. Thank you.
Merci Jeroen.
Thank you very much, Jeroen. And right now, I would like to give the floor to Claire Williams. And her artwork is basically at the crossroads of the craft as well as the technologies. So she basically tries to capture different evolutions of the electromagnetic movements through the magnetosphere movements. She's basically sculptures her electronic components to make visible the electromagnetic movements from the cosmos through our magnetoscope to radio waves that cross our terrestrial environment or the ones emanating from our bodies. It's up to you, Claire.
Okay, here I'm going to introduce to you the telepaths and installation that is supported by the Federation of Alargo Numeric. So this installation, I started from, interrogations on how humans in their state of hypnosis or a comatose status navigate in strange spaces, and you can do parallels of also the state of somnolence of machines like our computers that travel as electromagnetic waves, and trying to imagine how to give a rendition and a materiality of these states of somnolence. And neuroscientists try to explore these questions and provide us with scientific answers, and they create instruments and tools to try and measure based on headsets that measure the electromagnetic activity emanating from our brain, measuring the state of consciousness of awakeness. So the idea really was to how to work with this, and I was interested at some point in reflecting on an installation that could try to capture the materiality of such things. And I worked with the hospital in Liège, where they had a research group and giga consciousness groups, a center where they work on states of consciousness at different levels. And I worked with the department in charge of patients that are in a deep coma state. And I collected the recordings of the for patients who have been in a coma for 16 years or sometimes for 3 months. And based on their EEGs, I tried to get a device that would enable me to reread those frequencies and translate them into light pulses, and mechanical also sounds. And I'll show you a short video, 15 minutes of recordings of the neuronal state of the person, of a person who is in a deep coma. So René Hassel. And so this installation has 45 glass pieces, and I also worked with a school of glass blowing, and I also, scientific tubes, glass tubes, and I collected these 45 pieces that represents one space of the brain, the frontal cortex, for instance. So, and each glass piece has magnetic bobbins, coils, where you will have a mechanical translation of the sound coming through these coils. And just to illustrate how these spectral states can be illustrated. So the machines can emit electromagnetic sounds like our brains, and I got from stories of Vladimir Vernadsky, who imagined the neosphere, a sphere which would be, as in the biosphere, a place where you can imagine all our thoughts in some kind of planetary pot. And all the research around occult issues, and how all of these questions can activate questions that might enable us to understand. So here are the photographs of our curves in the workshop, and trying to understand all the things that are behind all those cables and electronic circuits. And this is a program that we worked on relating those EEGs, the delta waves 05 to 44, very deep coma state, a moment when the body does not respond at all. And the question is, at the University Hospital of Liège, we had Lutech. We had this question of do the bodies respond at all, and we went all the way to the theta waves in a literally trying to get the EEG and translate it into sound or light images. So it's a view of the technical installation. So you have to imagine a table of 2 meters where you have 45 glass pieces that are put in it. And well, I was asked to be quick, so that's it. Thank you.
Merci Claire. La prochaine intervenante est Justine
So
Aymar.
thank you, Claire. And the next one is Justine Aymar, and she is exploring the relationship with existence and technology and the various technologies of image.
La vie organique et l'intelligence artificielle.
Well, by combining different image technologies, she situates her work in a flow combining robotics, neuroscience, organic life, and artificial intelligence. In 2020, she's in residence at the ZKM. At the 2022, she'll be in resident at the Observatoire de l'Espace, a cultural lab for the CNES, and guest artist professor at the Frénois Studio National des Arts Contemporains.
Hello, everyone. Yes, thank you very much for this short intro, and thank you for having given me the time for the presentation. So I'm Justine Aymar, and I'm an artist and a plastical artist as well. I am using a lot of different mediums, but I'm creating forms and shapes that most of the time are at the intersection, at the crossroads of many different disciplines. And I'm applying the artistic and scientific approach, like the technologies of perception, robotics, neuroscience, artificial intelligence, organic life, and so on. And all the installations that I have are originating in the learning between the human and the machine. So this is the idea that we can basically learn from one another, and we can learn from other forms of life. And this is also the question of the emergence of different forms of life, which is quite central in my practice. I'm creating protocols for the creation of each and every of my installation. And I'm working a lot with the labs, scientific labs, to create the tools for measuring and just for my artwork. So I'm basically developing processes that are based on the encephalographic captations and images, these scans in 3D databases that are quite elaborated and so on. So basically, it's a dialogue between the human being and the machine. And this is basically what I'm showing you right now. These are the pics from the exhibitions that I have made, and this is available on my website. I have also done some artworks that are part of the international and national collections, and I'm also very interested in the preservation of the digital art and digital pictures. This is something that is very important for me, and this is something that allowed me to introduce Neurosynchronia, and this is an installation. So I actually basically wanted to show you a selection of my artwork, which is done around the world of neuroscience in collaboration with someone. So what is this dimension that is presented here? So this is a performance that we are presenting at Grenier-Sel. And I decided to talk to you about Neurosynchronia, which is a 3D real-time installation, which is a public order of the National Center of Plastic Arts. Because here I'm asking myself this question: what is the picture? What is the photography? What is the image? So this is the project where I'm very much interested, in which I'm very much interested, and I found it absolutely fascinating to work with the brain and with visual cortex, which is the part that is at the very, which is situated behind in our head. And it's very interesting for me to look at this visual system that is recomposed by the system of our brain, and it allows us to see the world and to perceive the world, this cortex. So I was working with the interface of brain machines that allows us to look at the different waves, and the neural targets become markers that are interpreted later on by the computers that allow us to really evaluate and recreate the interactions. So this is the installation that is neuroreactive, and this is a mnemonic exploration of the way the pictures appear in our mind, which actually recreates the ex imaginatio world, starting from the 3D reality, which is reconfigured for each and every visitor for each unique experience. So it's basically like getting into contact with your own brain through this cinematographic tool, basically by crossing the immaterial world with all those pictures that appears here. And I would like to show you the brief video. So this is the installation that comes from the topographic information in the landscapes of the imaginary world where the human being modified the environment very strongly. So I was working from the places that were very interesting from the point of view of the landscape. And the theme of the Biennale is around night, which is why I wanted to strengthen or underline the research that I was doing around the dream. So actually I have this research which is about what is the dream. Dream is a psychic long absence when we are disconnecting from the real world, and wherever we are physically on the earth, we are basically disappearing. And this is something that is very strange. And this is when these dreams appear, this subconscious manifestation. And this is something that has been used a lot by the neuroscientific world during all the recent years, because they were basically looking at the functions that it gives to our biological cycle. And I have started my research around dreams and tracing of dreams. And right after the lockdown, I have also created some sculptures that are coming from my own dreams. So basically, I took myself as an example, as a pilot project for the research in order to study my own dreams in the research institute, to study what are the different brain waves that appear there and all the signals that my body is emitting throughout the night. And I was able to transcribe all the phases of a dream through the 3D printing, through the sculptures that were materialized here. So basically you can see all this architecture of the dream, of my dreams, that are created through this robotics, through this 3D printing. So basically there is all this choreographed process by the robots to draw all this basically practically archaeological layers that compose these sculptures. It's also a performance on its own, and I have interpreted this work in collaboration with a company, Ricoh, that is developing a very unique treatment of the printed picture, 2.5D, and this is a Japanese company, and they have started this process of treating pictures. So basically we are here between the process of printing of pictures and of 3D, and this is the expo in Ginza around 3 dreams. And you actually have to know that in Japan there is this practice of lucid dreaming, which is very much anchored in their culture. And this is something that is very, very popular there. And the very last project that I wanted to talk to you about is Hyperphantasia. And it actually comes from the origins of the picture. And this is part of the installation that I have developed as an artist throughout during my residence in Knes. And the Phantasia in Greek, this is the word that means a picture and imagination as well as representation, but there's also this dimension of light and apparition. which are part of this term. What I'm interested in this idea of the origin of the picture is to be able to connect, to go and find where the pictures come from, what is this origin of the images. And for me, there are many ways here. So first of all, there is this direction, the picture that appears on the surface of our visual cortex in the brain, but also we have the very first images of humanity. And I was able to work with the conservation project of the cave Chauvet in France. And this is this mythical cave that has been discovered quite recently. And it is much older than the cave Lascaux, which is much more well known. But this cave Chauvet goes back to 34,000 years before Christ. So there is a very important number of engravings and paintings in this cave, and we were able to analyze all of them. And there is this database that I have used here, and I have defined it for the preservation of this cave. And in this process, I have trained the neural network to generate new images here. So there was this new process of work that I did with Jean-Michel Jeunesse, who was the curator of the cave Lascaux and Chauvet, and we basically wanted to look at how we could preserve all of this and how we could create a dialogue around it in order to create an artwork that will make sense with respect to this ecosystem. So we have this narrative line of the machine that is here, and the machine is learning. And in my working process, I actually like to leave some space for the learning process of the machine, for this machine learning, and also to leave some space to the errors, because I think that sometimes this is something that is very moving, very touching. And I have this very big scenario of different images that we can find in the cave. We have imprints of different people and drawings with a piece of coal in the cave Chauvet. And it's always in new configurations that are presented, but there is also the geomorphology of the cave itself that also defines the space for the audience, for the spectator. And I would like to show you a short video once again with respect to this project. And then we also have these shapes that you can see in front of you that are structuring the image, and they are also defining the space of the cave. These are the structures, the sculptures that are printed in 3D that come from the dreams of the astronauts. Because when I was at residency at CNES, I was working with Rachel Debs, and she is the neurologist, she works on the mission Alpha. And I was able to have the access to the data of encephalographic data that was recorded during the sleep time of the astronauts who were on the mission. And it was absolutely fantastic because I actually could have access to the dreams in the space. So we had this database of 23 dreams that were dreamt in the space above our heads. And this was the process of work that I have already elaborated from my own dreams, and I have basically used it in this creation and retranscribed it here with all the encephalographic signals that are in less high resolution than what is possible to do on Earth. But thanks to the technology of miniaturization, electrodes, and different EEG tools, we can also take this technology to the space. So this is a very interesting project because the mission of CNES was only here to validate this tool. So they were extremely happy that an artist was able to use this tool to create something. And without wasting more time, because I only have 1 minute, I would like to talk to you about our performance live stream, which was done in collaboration with Jean de Rosnay, who is present here, that we are representing in Grelier-Sel this Saturday and this Sunday. That is a performance, a live performance that also has sound and image, and we are connecting the audience directly to the system thanks to the electrodes, and we are doing this whole brain activity of the spectator, which is the base of the creation and of the performance itself. It actually becomes so. So this is the project that I would like to invite you to come and discover. So the premiere will happen tomorrow evening in Grelier-Sel. And if you are also very interested in this, on March 14th, we are organizing with the lab Artantech and Stereolux a day that is dedicated to this new experimentation for the neuroscience and science and artists. Thank you very much.
Merci Justine.
Thank you, Justine. So the next speaker is not with us today. It is Pierre Werneck, who is a sound and musical artist, and he designs installations and has audiovisual performances using objects and the use of internet and video. Even though technology is omnipresent in his creations, it is always veiled to give space, and his practice where many found objects find a second life that is influenced by his observations over time and its effect on matters. He's not with us, but he sent us a short video to introduce his current news and give us an update. Visual performance that lets the viewers participate and explores our habits online. The play is structured around the scrolling the feed and a landscape of merchandised flux in which artists, the public, through an app and AI can generate content. This automated and mechanical feed is deconstructed gradually to reveal an auction and invites the participation of the public. The performance shall be structured to push participants to sell their data, and this shall be executed through a handling, and manipulation of prices and the actual or current tactics used to generate some buzz around the product. Information, data, media, photos, and videos supplied by spectators are sent, uploaded on a server, and reorganized into posts and uploaded automatically on computers by artists who are on stage, for example. The answers to the quiz shall be worked through an algorithm generating GPT in order to produce a text followed by what could later be associated to a photo or video that shall be modified by AI. And this is a little bit like a lost in the past.
Welcome to the end product.
So a conceptual trove or treasure. The capitalism, surveillance, and merchandising of data. What is the value of information? And if the user was placed in front of a real decision where he had the real agency in the decisions and understands the stakes, to what amount would he or she value our data? What are the services that are offered for free and that have in effect as much value as non-free. So the public shall be invited to access the site on their phones. For the sellers to sell us their data, interface with the artists, and on stage the artists shall use an interface.
And yeah, so I was fortunate to go to Davidson College, a small liberal arts college.
So here are his recent projects. The partners. The work is supported by Le Conseil des Arts du Canada, the region Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, and the residents, artist residents, were supported by Amel's Portable and Recto Verso, and the contact info on the left.
Okay, and the next speaker is the manager of Vertank, Anouk Fauquier. Vertank is a media art production platform, and their main mission is the production and distribution of art installations that investigate the relationship between technology and perception. Vertank functions as a working tool for the artist and makes its expertise available to artists. They accompany the artists through all phases of the creative process. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for welcoming us here, me, Eline, and my team. Me, Kurt, and Eline, we are basically the responsibles of Vertong. I will continue in English.
A platform for production and distribution of media arts, focusing on both artisanal and analog technologies and the latest knowledge and new media. And this oftentimes means that the result is the merging of those two. And therefore, as you can see, our subtitle is Factory for New and Old Media Art. Werktank was established in 2010, so we're pretty young, and I think that refers to the introduction that Lisa made this morning. The art scene is pretty young in Belgium. So we're established in 2010 by artists Kurt Dazeleer and Yves Spinsemaaie. In Leuven, it's a city 20 minutes drive from Brussels, where we have our offices, our workshop. We also have a residency space and a black box, which we open to artists, open for experiment and production. Now, as the founders of Werktank are artists, this is pretty important for us because we have always had this strong focus on the artist and the artist practice. And we really are creating possibilities for the needs of this art practice. Werktank operates on the intersection of science, technology, and art, and we're looking at all those fields with two eyes, so both a critical eye and a poetic eye. And this look is pretty broad, so we both experiment with, for example, 3D clay printers. We have made productions in Unreal. We researched even how we can make French fries from scratch. And we reflect upon the impact of the evolution of technology on privacy and data. So this all seems quite a stretch, but all those projects are more than welcome within Werktank. The results are often, as you can see here, it's actually one of the latest productions that we made with American-Belgium artist Hassib Ahmed. Oftentimes these productions result in physical objects, installations, performances, and digital creations. So each year, each year, Werktank invites a number of artists who we select through different sources. So we have an open call, or we try to have open calls on a regular basis, but we also prospect or we consult the organizations within our network, or we are open to questions from the artistic field. If there is a need or a question to collaborate. And as you can see here, you see actually also a pretty recent production by Lauriane Jobert, and if I'm not mistaken, she's from Marseille originally, and we had Lauriane with us last year in residency, and this was on her request. So this is kind of the dynamic that we try to establish. Now, when artists come to Werktank or when we set up a collaboration, we try to support them on what I call the 4 pillars, artistic-wise, production, technological support, and financial management support. And this means that we are actually able to support a production literally from A to Z and that we share our knowledge with the artist, but also vice versa. Now, before I'm super proud of our Werktank team. We really try to collaborate together because as a team, we try to establish or to try to realize a lot of projects. Now, fun fact, when I was making this presentation, I asked them, could you perhaps send me a portrait so that I can properly introduce you even if you're not here? So I have the impression that Werktank really sets a new definition of what a portrait basically is, because it's sometimes pretty hard to see who's in the picture. So I will help you. This is Kurt Dazeleer. He's an artist, and maybe you know him because he oftentimes collaborates with French composer Franck Vigroux. And he's one of the co-founders of Werktank. So he has his own practice, which is partially embedded within our structure, and he's our artistic director. Together here with me, I'm sorry, Lane, I picked out this picture, but you sent it to me with your consent. So Lane is our head of production. She's actually the point of contact of the artists that we collaborate with, and she will guide the artists from A to Z through the entire production. This really is Yves Pinsemeijer. He's an artist who is actually presenting here at Chronique Biennale with a new production that we supported, and he's our technical coordinator. Totally invisible, but still there. Enna Hali is our temporal assistant administrative. She is reducing our administrative vortex to the absolute minimum. And she is there to translate and redact. And last but not least, Laureline Sobry, she is our freelance Code 23 lead project. And I will be speaking on the Code project that we're into. It's actually an international project that we are into with several Dutch and German partners, and I will be speaking on that on Saturday. So this is the team that we work with, and we try to realize the productions as to the best we can. So the goal is that through collaboration with Werktank, the artists can make a step or a next step into their practice. That's why we see ourselves as a stepping stone for an artist. And in order to realize this, Werktank does not only offer the possibility of producing, but we also offer different kind of trajectories, because an artist's practice also needs these different kind of trajectories. So, for example, we offer, of course, besides a full production, we offer co-productions through our partners. We have residencies, both in Belgium and abroad. We also try to realize lectures and artist talks through our partners. We organize every year a public art festival, and we share the curatorial position with the artists in our network. So this is really like a very broad selection of trajectories that we think are necessary to offer for an artist's practice to grow further. And what we try to do is also by offering all these trajectories, this also allows us to follow an artist's practice on a longer period of time, so that we are not like, let's say, a one-stop shop for just one production, but that we can follow them and create a long-term relationship with each artist that we collaborate with. I will give you maybe two examples of how this works. I earlier showed you Lauriane Jobert. Lauriane came to us for a period of 6 months. She made a production, and through the partners in our network, we were able to present her work at IMAL, for example, and then now at Kick Festival. So this means that through the network, through the partners that we collaborate with, we can ensure, or we try to ensure at least, that every production that we make will get an output, it will get an audience, it will get a network. Same goes, and I'm happy that Pierre is here with us as well. This artwork by Pierre, which Werktank produced as we continue, is on show here. And we have a pretty long trajectory with Pierre, and I think you did quite all the trajectories that we offer at Werktank. So it started with a residency from which this production came. Then Pierre could go to our partners at Recto Verso in Quebec for another residency. A new project was created there, was presented at Moi Multi. Then also you could have a lecture at the Academy of Leuven to speak on your artistic research. And you were also our curator of our annual Zomertank Public Arts Festival. So this is what we try to do, that it's more than just one production. And once the production is completed, which usually takes like about a year, we also, and this is our second, this is the second part of what we do at Werktank, we do not only produce, but we also distribute, which kind of ensures that everything that is being made within our structure gets an output, and not only an output, not only an audience, but also a network, which we try to establish to make sure that the artists who work with us can, as I said before, have a next step, a next or a broader network where he or she can then further work into. And this we can only establish because we collaborate, because we're open to collaborations. And this is my last slide. So if you're interested in collaborating, we are here and we're happy to hear you. Thank you.
So thank you, Anouk. Now time for us to take a little break, and let's meet again at 3:30 with Felix Lucas Sanchez and Pierre Coric, and we shall connect to Quebec in order to discover the projects of Catherine Melanson and Nelia Labotte. So see you at 3:30.
On va reprendre avec notre prochain intervenant.
So we will start, and the next person will be Félix Lucas Sanchez, and his work is done in collaboration with Damien Jarret and Vincent Rimvrard, and they explore how humans conceive their relationship with technology, and they also look at the development of different technologies and imagination. They are using fiction processes that are between fiction and reality, and they are also looking at the different possible scenarios in the very close future, and they are also confronting all the fears and the expectations about what machines can do.
So thank you for the invitation. So I'm going to read a text and I'm going to introduce the project that we are exhibiting right now, and I'm going to give a broader view of this project. So industrial works are they are realized without fatigue, without loss of concentration, or without no incitation. So controlling of automation gives a synchronic symphony. So what we want to do is, set stage robots in perpetual works. So when human society is confronted with its extinction, our machines are confronted with the utopia with work without end, and the machine overtakes us So machines also replace Sisyphus, and are condemned like Sisyphus to push the rock up the mountain and have it roll back down. So a new installation of this series is a robotic performance with a robot making drawings with thousands of pills. And you can visit this on Friday afternoon or Saturday. The exhibit is free, and I shall be standing by there then. This current version is for collective exhibits and festivals, but for us, the next step for this project is the realization of a broader installation with a bigger project with more than the robot. So this robot installation is just the start of a broader exhibit, and we are currently looking for partners, producers, and diffusers. And we have partnerships and looking for extended partnerships. So let me introduce the complete version of the installation so that we can introduce the topical approach to this exhibit, which is entitled The Automatic Society. We shall have other installations that we have imagined. So the robotic performance of Perpetuity 2 will be presented in March in Madrid at the Teatro del Canal, and it's entitled Machina Organica. I think that's the title. So in the space of the exhibit, a robot is located in the center and makes drawings of abstract drawings with pills, thousands of pills, and it is reproduced in a simplistic way based on the rules of the synaptic work. So each wave is constituted of each of the 4 colors that are presented of the pills. This performance only exists on a very, very long timeline that escapes the visitors. So the robot makes this task and works with or without the public present. And the public, when it is present, perceived a suspended robot, a metallic structure that moves with very precise, almost gracile, very elegant moves, and looks like an animal. And then when the visitors come and look at the surface of the drawing in detail, what they see is they perceive the constitution, the organic constitution made of those 3 colors on a perfect black matrix. So it's an anthropomorphic performance that stages choreography and a series of sculptures are around this robot placed at equal distances, so elements that are placed around the element, and you'll see that at La Friche. And they're distributed over space, making a big circle, busts of sleeping people. And you see that those faces are made of those pills, and these busts are of sleeping people, and busts made of sleeping pills. And the faces are slightly... So the faces are distorted, and these are the sum of gestures and made in the different phases of this of sleep, and modeled. And on the white walls, you find enormous paintings made of electronic paintings made of ecstasy pills with a logo of a different type of car. Cars that are sold for the selling of these drugs, of these pills. So a micro object is turned into a macro, so you perceive the grain and the tridimensional volume in perfect detail. Like a drug in the body, these objects take up space in the outside. Since the beginning of the project, it was important for us to have a space for exhibiting this and several media for to reflect the reflection. The robotic performance had to be extended into other forms of installation, so the public shall have 3 layers of reading and interact with the robot performing at the center of the space. And then so the sleeping bus made of the sleeping pills, and the last narrative reading is of an illegal drug that comes from a counterculture, that comes from a catharsis, automated culture that finds its catharsis through drugs. So now let me tell you about the topic of this exhibit. That shall be called the automatic society. So our point here is that technology has invaded our lives, and that lead to automation, the action of making automatic tasks and the series of operations that are the base of industrial revolutions. We always want to see that as a tool for progress, but then what we find is that not only are human tasks still here, in spite of mechanization and the apparition of automation, but on the contrary, we have to still struggle against alienation through work, and that is more and more repetitive. So the philosopher Bernard Stiegler found that the automatic society based on general and pervasive automation, industrial automation so the whole point is the fear of work that is expressed by this automation. So what we define as a robotic eye aid for workers is actually a device for controlling and streamlining the work of each worker in order to increase productivity, and defining throughout our lives, and all the while having a discourse of progress for humanity, just enslaving workers. So these are not autonomous intelligences, but algorithms that enable the automation, full automation of each of our activities and gestures. And these algorithms must be fed constantly and massively by digital labor that is extremely fragilized, because work is completely divided and split into tiny parts, and for the benefit of the GAFAM. So this is the fantasy of full automation that has been developed from the ages of the early days of Taylorism, and threatens the threat of the replacement of man by machine. So this implantation of machine in all aspects of our lives is actually appears as a deliberate strategy, or a deliberate will. So the project of our exhibit is reflect on the techniques of automation and how the existing discourse from automation that has fed our imaginations and the singular history, or the single history that we're going to present, illustrate the mechanism of alienation. So in automatic society, what we want to do is provide an imagination that shows the robots with algorithm, the licit and illicit drugs, and the industrial environments. And the aim for us is to produce, once again, a narrative that is distorted and broken to pieces through the prism of automation. There.
Merci Félix.
Thank you, Felix. And now I would like for us to welcome Pierre Coric. The work of Pierre Coric is a mix of different practices, technical and technological navigation, software creation, and creation of textile material. And this is part of the ephemeris installations and performances that are revealing the everyday life, which is kind of distorted, and it actually allows us to understand his perception of the world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anouk. So just as she has already explained, this is this is one of the portraits that I'm using here within the context of the collaboration that Anouk has presented previously. Okay, can we start the presentation? How can I do this? Thank you very much for this help with the slides, and thank you very much for this presentation. So, A Semi-Secret Conspiracy of Hidden Science. This is one of the artworks that I'm presenting, and I would like to tell you a little bit more about my practice and what I'm doing. Well, I believe that I would like to say that I'm using the technology that requires a lot of codes and a lot of IT tools, and right here, in order to reveal different phenomena and so on, to modelize and create the patterns and so on, different conceptions, and to make it tangible, to make it material. This is what is very interesting for me, to create objects with which the audience will be able to interact. So I'm taking this example of the telescope, well, meaning the stars, the galaxies, and everything. This is something that exists for years and years, for centuries and centuries, but we did need some time in order to be able to view some of them, to create the telescope and to be able to see some of them. And I believe that here, the science and the technology, they really can have the same approach as a telescope, so we can basically discover some things that up to now we weren't able to see, we weren't able to discover. So sometimes I'm doing exactly the opposite thing, meaning that I'm basically putting some codes in the nature, like a big picture, which is a very colorful picture that is consisting of a lot of codes and things that we cannot really see, all of them. So I would like to start by showing you a project that I started in 2018, which is called AAZZZZZZ, and this is quite a simple mathematical tool, which is a series of books. And we have here all the combinations of all the letters, and it actually starts with AAA and it finishes with ZZZZZZZ. And we actually have all these combinations that appears right here, everything that is commonly possible. And you can see here all these ideas, they appear in zoom here so that you can see what this idea means. So we have different like tool, Tony, Tomb, Tovi, Toon that appear here, Togo. So this is something that appears on the table with some red pencils, and I'm asking people to surround different words, and this is something that basically moves from one to another linguistic context. And the work basically travels from this box that is represented by the table. So the table is what you are able to see here with what is presented there. And the idea is basically to show it this way. And here you can see there is this very tiny book. We have the small book, the middle book, and the very big book. The one is the 2-word letters, the middle one is the 3-word letters, and the biggest ones are the 4-word letters. And this is actually something that we have created in order to be able to transport it easily. And I have different exhibitions actually that we also have for some of them the version for 5 letters, 5-letter words. And this is one of the versions of a very big crossword. And I have used it as a departure point for other performances. For example, this one in Warsaw with Atkayan. She's the artist, and she's basically using all the combinations of the letters of the Polish alphabet from AA to ZZZ, and she's basically is all printed on this ribbon, and this ribbon is in the space, and she was singing these words, and people were basically participating in this analog karaoke. And now I wanted to talk to you about this project because this is something that I have done this summer as we wrap it around those woolen wings. And this is coming from a very simple idea. So basically this is the code that I used in order to make visible something that is absolutely important, which is the DNA, because the code is something that composes every single living being. It composes us. This is the ADN. Oh, I don't know how exactly we can open it in the PDF. Oh, okay. So this is a part of the DNA sequence that I have visualized through the codes that are very easy, because normally DNA is composed by 4 different molecules that are brought together through the code that has the information that creates a living being. And basically I had this idea to create this huge woolen piece. And this is what I have here. And this represents this DNA molecule, and it's alterated through this sort of aquarium that you can see here. And it is stored here in this aquarium and in this part that is covered. And well, this is something that will be eaten by moth during 10 years or 20 years, and this is the idea here, in order to see what will happen with this later on. But this is quite a recent invention of mine, and I'm still looking for a place for a venue that will basically welcome this particular artwork, and I would like to leave it there for some time and to see what happens with this wool and how it will be eaten by the moth over time. It's also very interesting with this artwork to look at different spheres that are not very close together, like the textile and the IT domain, because indeed they are sharing certain aspects and a common history as well. This is something that is related to the collaboration of the generations of scientists and artists, but also craftsmen, who made possible the discovery of the DNA molecule. But also it's interesting to be able to visualize it, and it's something that is very recent in our history. It's a little bit like the telescope, because this is a tool that allows us to see all this information, and it's only very recently that we have the tools that are necessary in order to be able to see it. And I wanted to show you this portrait of Grace Hopper, and he is the scientist who worked on the computer. He is a computer scientist, and one of the anecdotes in his career is like, who is the person who met the very first bug, who found the very first bug. The very first bug, this was the insect that was stuck in the computer on which he was working. It was stuck in the relay of this computer. And this was actually a very interesting anecdote, because this bug became basically a bug, an error that we later on had in the IT. And this is part of the collective history that we have. And the bugs are basically following us for generations and generations. And tissue is the same thing, because our generation has created tissue materials with cotton, with wool, and so on. So we have this history that includes also the lamp, that includes also the moth, and we have all this common history here. And one of the myths came from there, and someone has thought about this computers on which we're working, and probably one of these moths will also think one day that the computers on which we're working is also something edible. And this is another project that I'm working, that I have worked on in Marrakesh in 2018, and it represents some curves that are coming from the left to the right of the screen, and this is the sum of the rain that has fallen during 1 year. So we have several years here, so this is the sum of all the rainfall that was here, and we have 63 years that have been registered in Marrakesh, which is why we have this geometrical data per city. And I was actually wondering how exactly we can show this data that is presented here, and I believe that the more something is present, the less we see it. It's the same thing with rain. It is raining, but we almost never really notice it. And I believe that it's important to look at this data in a tangible way in the time, throughout the time. And this is how I created this and this structure of 1.5 meters approximately, and each of them consists of 12 cylinders, and each cylinder corresponds to a month, and the size of each cylinder corresponds to the rainfall in this particular month. So right now you're seeing the installation that is right now currently being presented in Marrakesh, and I have represented it in a shape of technical drawings, because unfortunately we cannot really produce sculptures right here, which is why it's just shaped as drawings. But right now we are working with the craftsmen of the city in order to create this tower that will be made of wood of 1.58 meters or something like that. And I actually put right next to it this lady who has approximately the same height as this tower. And we actually looked at this 63 years of rainfall in Marrakesh, and we are able to basically do it in size that will be acceptable here. And for us, it's an idea to be able to collect the data that will be similar to this data, and thus to open a dialogue on this topic that is extremely present in the local context of Marrakesh. But we were also able to see that it was also very interesting for Belgium, because we see that the climate changes, and we have had a lot of rain last summer in Belgium. And this way we can basically observe the different effects of the climate change and different issues that arise from here. Well, right here you can see these two pictures. So first of all, it was very interesting to look at, let's say, the date of birth of someone and the place of birth of someone, and then had this line that will reflect all the rain that happened there, starting from the birth of this person. And very quickly, I also wanted to show you the MMM project, Methodical Meaning Machine. That's my new project, and it actually originates in the offer that you were able to see before, or probably you will see this evening. And I actually was looking for the mechanic counters for the artwork by Rosalind, and I am showing here the speed flop display, and this is the display that is used in the airports and in the train stations. And the idea for me here was to create some sort of a clock, a permanent clock from here, and this goes back to the idea of the perpetuity that I have mentioned before, that of eternity. So it's actually presented as a line right now, and I can give you a link so that to explore it if that is what you want. So basically, it actually will show the January 31st, 2023, and the time as well. So you can basically see that in 1 second, the screen on the right will be increasing, and we can transmit the data, the date beforehand, and create it in this logics, and to create like a clock, an eternal clock here. So that's what I wanted to make with this project. And I also have this page that will have all the dates and times that will appear this way. So that's what I wanted to present. That's it for my projects, and I wanted to finish with this one, but that's for now is just a picture. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pierre.
Thank you, Pierre. So now let's go to Quebec now, where, as Matthew said this morning, Mian is imported from Quebec from our honor guest in 2018. So it was really it just makes sense to have Quebec people among us, even though it's remote because of conditions. So the first is Ali Sorensen, who was greatly influenced by musical practice, DJing. So his practice is the art of remix. So without falling into spoofing or repetition. So we want to highlight the intelligence of the originality at an era of prolific. He's a prolific artist with ZKM, Sonic A, the Biennale Internationale d'Art Numérique in Montreal in 2020. Hello. So for me, I had planned for my presentation for an international audience, and it's broadcast on the web. So I had my presentation into English, but I can change and. So I initially intended to do it in English. Je vais maintenant passer à l'anglais pour.
Thank you for inviting me for this panel. So, of course, a 10-minute. Oh, damn. Yeah. All right. So, in 10-minute presentation to summarize my career over the past 25 years is quite a challenge. So, let me jump right in. And so, in essence, I would say that my practice is in contrast with the trend of identity politics. I'm not tapping into a strong sense of belonging to a unique or specific group or community, but rather my focus has been to put forward a fluid identity, one that moves in time and responds to current issues that chronicle the time I'm living in. And so, from 1997, my fascination with fluid identities has mingled with electronic media and the internet to address how online culture changed my perception of identity and how it was possible to become someone else online and even to lose my sense of self. So with this frame of mind, I created this first work entitled Net Persona, which is kind of like a fractal self-portrait. So in the details, we also see my image composing the bigger face. And this installation, this is a still from an animation inside an installation called Eagle Knot, which was also made in 97, The Emperor's New Clothes in 98, and Face Feedback in 1999. These were all made, signed under a different pseudonym. So like Anonymous, Anyone, this is with signed by everybody, and so on. So by the time I moved to London in 1999, I had enough material to organize not a solo show, but a collective exhibition all by myself. And so I organized a group show of all my alter egos entitled Self, Else Self. So else being an anagram of self. But as I said earlier, this approach to fluid identities was not really on trend, not in fashion in the art world. On the contrary, I found an increasing number of exhibitions were focusing on fixed identities and fixed race and nationalities and gender positions. So at the same time, I thought quite strange that artists were increasingly required to show in international exhibitions and speak to audiences around the world. And perhaps this is why I started diverting my attention to not the white cube of the gallery, but the black box of club culture. And I thought this offered a better way to channel my art in a global mix of cultures. So that was what I was interested in. And so after changing my artist name once more to VJ Anyone, I started working alongside DJs to deliver the VJ performances. And eventually I presented my own audio-visual projects, live audiovisual projects in media festivals like Tate Britain, ICEA, This is at the Konzerthaus Museum in Vienna, as well as Opus Vijae. It's a festival that was not so far from this conference. It was organized at La Friche Belle de Mai in Marseille in 2006. And so this VJing experience is actually what led me to call my art remix art, and to apply the same remix method. I eventually transitioned back to the White Cube of art galleries in 2009. And my first artworks in this direction were film remixes called No More Heroes, where I deleted all the footage where I could see or hear the leading actor in a blockbuster movie, and I pasted the remaining pieces together. So as a result, the remixed feature film looked more like a short film, because a 2-hour movie like The Matrix without Keanu Reeves all of a sudden was reduced to a 20-minute edit. So after moving back to Montreal in 2010, I started a doctoral study and drafted a dissertation entitled The Material Condition of Immaterial Art. And this is where I started being very aware of the conceptual implication of my practice. And this is why I think instead of sampling from pop culture and cinema, I started sampling directly from contemporary art to remix the visual signature of established artists, creating remix works like Mapping Buren, Video Pistoletto, and Fontana Mashup to generate a détournement from the iconic works and to express the visual language in a way that was not yet explored by the original artists. And so with Mapping Buren in 2010, I projected the flat pattern of Buren's vertical lines onto volumes and distorted the video image of the occupied space. So those volumes in the back and the video. So this is the same volumes as the preceding slide, but with the video projection on top. And this is another composition, the same in a corner. And with the Video Pistoletto, instead of breaking mirrors like Michelangelo Pistoletto, I broke LCD screens where the liquid crystals in the video display, when I broke them, they splashed through the shattered glass while still remaining partly sensitive to the video signal. This is a screenshot. And with Fontana Mashup in 2018, I lacerated not monochrome canvases, but oil on canvas reproduction of modern art and classical masters, handmade by Chinese copy artisans. And all these breaking and cutting gestures were delivered as performances in front of live audiences. And so my next series involved another form of destruction, but not directly from my own hands, because I addressed the human impact of ecological systems by remixing the iconography of American painter Peter Haley, also hinting at the pixelated landscapes of Minecraft. And the first round of works were this way exhibited in 2020 and 2021 and under the title Panorama of the Anthropocene, to overview different sectors of the global economy, from intensive farming to industrial factories and technologies' planned obsolescence, which all contribute massively to impact our environment. And then a second round of exhibition is now underway called Capitalocene. So from 2022, I expanded a number of works, remixing Peter Haley, but with this new title. And here I pointed to a smaller number of culprits causing the ecological breakdown. So instead of pointing to the whole of humanity with the title Anthropocene, with the title Capitalocene, I pointed to the so-called 1%, to the capitalist class as the new culprits. So these artworks were produced using a wide range of materials, including paper, canvas, video animation, and installations, but also NFTs. And so I was able to distribute these works online in virtual museums, well, under the strict restriction of a curfew and other sanitary measures at the height of the COVID crisis. And so for 2023, if all goes well and no other crisis comes to interrupt my plans, I'll be working on a new series called Zombie Capitalism, to portray capitalism as a kind of an undead system that is blindly walking towards a zombie apocalypse, if you will. And so that's kind of what I'm up to at the moment. And I guess that's what all I've got time for. So thanks very much for listening.
Merci, Oli.
Thank you, Oli. And right now, I would like to give the floor to Catherine Mélenchon. Hopefully she will be online with us, connected, and the time to get connected, I would like to explain to you that the practice of Catherine Mélenchon is interested in the intersection of the natural and the technological, and more recently, she has been exploring the non-human being's agency. She has a master degree in arts of the Centrale Saint-Martin in London, and she has a bachelor's degree in digital media from UQAM in Montreal, Canada. And her work has been exhibited in Canada, in the USA, and in Europe. Do we have Catherine with us online? Great. So I give the floor to Catherine Mélenchon. Hello, everyone. I would have loved to be with you physically present in Marseille, but right now I'm talking to you from Montreal, and I will be presenting you my practice, and more precisely, I will be talking about two important artworks that I have developed recently. I will share my screen with you, and hopefully it will work. All right, so hopefully you can see my screen. I believe that this is the case. Thank you. So yes, my name is Catherine Mélenchon, and I am developing a corpus of artwork, which is a digital artwork, and I am very much interested by the intersection of the natural and the technological, and it's been quite a while, 10 years approximately, that I'm interested in it. Just to talk to you briefly about my journey, I have had a bachelor's degree in digital media, and then in the digital arts, I was able to participate in Electra and to have a lot of experience there, which is why I would like to thank you very much for having offered to me this opportunity to participate here. And also, I have had the Master of Fine Arts in Central St. Martin's in London, and I have also exhibited my works in different venues, modern art venues, and so on. Well, I have also participated there with a lot of different artists that I have met there, and I can just say that my very recent participation was in La Nuova XX in Paris, which was organized by the Welling Center in Brussels, and I have had the prize for one of the artworks there that I will showcase to you a little bit later, and I also have had this prize for the modern art in Canada. And I will be also nominated to this prize this year. And in the Collège Antique here in Montreal, I was also working with them in order to create some public artwork. So what you can see from my practice, what you can see here is that I'm getting as close as possible to what can be the format that I'm using in my practice. So when I was doing my master's degree, I was very much interested in this canography. You can see it basically here. So there is this very marked interest that I have for nature. So it was important for me to explore the genre of the dead nature and to see how exactly this can be aligned to the technological tools. So you can see this group, and we have the interest of this practice that appears through the movement of this movement that reminds us of surrealism, and it actually talks about the fleeting moment with the technology that is present here. So here you have the overall view of this dead nature, nature morte, that is presented. So this is the artwork that is just represented. And right here, this is just a parallel axis, I would say, and this is something that reminds a little bit the photogram, because for me, the scanography is the evolution of the photogram in the black room, in the traditional black room. And whenever I'm doing my scanography in a certain place where there's a lot of light, I am trying to put, I don't know, put something on my head in order to limit this light that will come to my scanography. So now, for my practice, I'm selecting natural specimen. I am also selecting very special places. So very often the dead nature that I am representing will be with relationship to a certain landscape, to a certain place that will be in relation with the specimen that I have selected. And well, this is something that I call the creation of the digital seeds. And then these digital seeds will be planted in the physical or the digital soil. And just to give you a couple of examples, I will show you this, and then I will also show you the dead nature, the nature morte that I will be showing here as a printed something. And this is something that we have created in 2019. And you probably already know that in Quebec, in Canada, we are expressing all of this very strongly. So we have all the four seasons that are expressed very strongly: the spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And because this is very strongly represented, I'm using this technique as well in the nature morte technology in order to remind that the time flies. So here I'm coming a little bit closer. So throughout my collection process, I have had this little slug that came here, and it was part of some plants. It was perched on some plants, and I actually used it in my editorial process because it is moving. It is moving, and it is part of this nature morte that I have here. Right here, there's another example. So whenever I'm talking to you about the digital seeds, I'm digitalizing plants, and I will be planting them, for example, here into the textile that I will manipulate, that I will take photos of, and then I will print this picture on the photographic paper. So there is this idea to replant the plants that I have scanned in some other physical material. So it's like a loop between the digitalization and the meeting of the physical world, and then the return to the digital world once again. So there is always this ongoing loop. So right here you can see this engravement that was done on the ceramics, and it was engraved by Lazare once again. But here the engravement was done on the mirror. So this is a series that we have created, and once again you can see nature morte, but it is silhouetted here, outlined here. So it actually remains here only in this aspect. So what I was interested in here is that we can see the artistic approach here, and it actually explains the title, the distance that separates us from our essence. So the distance that really separates us from our essence, that was our way of treating the nature in this way. So we basically are creating everything starting from here, all the perception and everything. So right here, that's another interaction that I have transformed into a piece of art. This is a nature morte that I have created, and we can see it in another material representation that you can see on the screen right now. Now, I would like quickly to talk to you about two important categories of artwork that I would like to present to you. So the very first one is called The Parliament of the Living, and probably you have read James Bennett. James Bennett is a writer that I'm very much interested in, and he is basically talking about the agency of the living. And right now, my practices are very much interested by the intersection of the natural and the technological. And here, when we're talking about this non-human beings agency, that echoes very much with it. So in this Toward the Parliament of the Living, in this artwork, this is something that I'm presenting at Electra, and we actually had to report it because of COVID, because it was selected for the Electra back then. So what you can see right now on the screen is this little aisle of plants, and we have multiple plants that are present there, and some of them are actually put right here separately. So you can see there are 4 screens here, and in front of each screen there is a connected plant. So here we can see the 3 of the screens that have been presented in Brussels, that exhibition that was going on from November 3rd to December 21st. And here you can see a little bit better the plant that is looking at itself, that it's looking at its representation, ephemeris representation that I will be talking to you about in a while. So I will explain to you how this is created. So it's actually very interesting for me to visit each and every one of this representation of these plants that are connected in order to discover why some plants have sensors. So if we go and look at each and every one of them, we see, let's say right here, the plant that has sensors, that has probes that are measuring its biorhythm. So this is a way to measure how this plant reacts to certain environmental settings, let's say human presence, movements, wind, and things like that. And the plant is very sensitive to all of this. Well, of course, this is not a scientific translation. Nevertheless, this is also a way of showing that each plant has a biorhythm and has its own way of reacting at the elements that are in its environment, because each and every one of us has their own rhythm. And we have some actions and so on, but the plant also is reacting in a more subtle and calm way to all the actions that are carried out around it. And now I'm representing the animation and this plant that is basically moving very, very slowly, barely visible. This is this movement, but we have these changes of rhythm little by little. And as far as the biorhythm changes for the plant and something changes at the level of the plant, the animation will change as well. So this is something that basically makes us think about the control and extraction between wonder and indifference, gestures of preservation and idealization. So it's very important for us to get inspired by these reactions of the plants on different elements, by the way that they are reacting in a calmer way. And we are coming even closer, so I will explain to you briefly how the animations are created. We actually have 3 different probes. We have photogrammetry, professional photogrammetry. We have the most realistic models that are constituted and created through this method. Then we have the amateur photogrammetry, which is done with a free app on my phone, so you can see the models of the pictures that are a little bit grayed out, and the translation is a little bit less reflective and a little bit less true. And finally, we have the 3rd mode of capturing all of this. And what is very interesting for me is to present the 3 of them in the very same universe. And it's actually very interesting to put them all together, but at the same time, I'm putting them all together in order to see the relationship between different plants that we see on each image. So this is something that is that tells a lot to people who have who have enough budget and who are working with these technologies, scanography and photography and so on. And all of this is actually to offer a different hierarchy and a different reflection on our social relations and our organization in the society. Now, I'm also presenting this project that you see right now, and that was presented right before COVID. And in this version, I have explored the relationship of the animation that is right here, showcased. So we were basically trying to avoid for people to be in the closed space. But as you can see, I don't know whether you can distinguish it in the picture. We actually have this red wire that is right here that basically puts a little limitation that can exist between the animated picture and the ground. So the ground around the gallery where the animation was, I basically collected a lot of objects, of plants, I also had some crabs and some squirrels that are part of this nature morte. So all of these objects that I have found, they are basically around the screen that we have here. And in winter, actually what happens here is that with rain and with the integration of the plants, the soil, the pH of the soil will change, and the soil is basically changed here. So once again, we can see here that there is this relationship that shows us the biorhythm of different plants. And the work of art is basically changing, and it's evolving constantly. So now I'm showing you, this is the pH that is changing, the pH of the soil that is being measured in real time. So these are the devices for that. So these are just additional details for this animation project. I was actually suggested to not show the videos in order just to make a presentation, so that to invite you to go and see these animations online, if this is something that interests you. And then another interesting project that I have here is presented right now on the screen, but this will be presented this autumn during this exhibition at the Fondation Gratem. So this is another absolutely magical venue in Montreal. And this is another topic that I'm very much interested in. So we are coming closer to this particular artwork. So once again, we have plants, and the plants, the fern is planted here, and this fern comes from the woodland or sometimes has been imported and is exotic, and they're put in relationship with the fern that is represented on the screen that comes from the nature morte that I was able to reconstitute through the scanography, the ferns that are around the exhibition space. And I actually would like to put them in perspective, to be able to compare them, to see the ferns of the woodlands that we have growing abundantly around the venue, and also the ferns that were planted and that grew up somewhere at home, that are very sensitive to the watering, and that live in their small flower pots, that don't have really this experience of the change of seasons, and they don't have this experience that ferns, wild ferns, do have with the change of season, with leaves dying and then being reborn. So they have this relationship with the nature, which is much more wild, and with respect to those that are presented here on the screen. So right here, I'm showing the ferns, extraordinary ferns that are very high, and they are present in the park that is right around the venue of the exhibition. And here is my representation of the fern that are growing here. So we can basically see in the winter and in spring there is a huge contrast, because the first photo shows summer and the second photo shows winter. So you can see the difference. And right around the venue, I was able to take these photos, and I was able also to measure the pH level of the soil, because fern flowers, they have fern plants, they have their seeds, and the data, the pH data is measured, and then it is sent to the gallery where the exhibition takes place, and you can actually see how it changes over time. So all this data is basically sent, and it appears inside the artwork, and the artwork is basically modified immediately, and it's done in real time. So you can see here this very happy encounter among the ferns, the real ferns, natural ferns that are planted in front of the screen, and the nature morte that I have created on the screen. So I would like also to quickly talk to you about the very last category of my artwork. And so this is the category that is a little bit at the very early stage of all of this, and this is augmented carpeting And here I'm working with a cactus flower, and it actually flourishes once a year somewhere in spring. So you can see this cactus that is right in front of the artwork that has been created for it. And I have created it by doing this iconography of its own flowers and its own branches when it was flourishing. And it actually flourishes for one night only. And sometimes there are many flowers for those who have this experience, sometimes less. So I have found out that this is a plant that represents really very good the ephemeris aspect of our life. And this is a very recurrent term that we can find when we're talking about nature morte and when we're talking about different technologies that are becoming obsolete really quickly. And here I was citing one of the nature morte that was created by Jacquard Numérique. And I'm here, I'm getting closer to this very important point of this artwork, and the interest for me here was that I was experimenting with thermochromic inks. So when you are talking about nature morte, you can see also that they are moving. So this weaving is activated here, and I will explain to you how exactly I do this. But what we can also see is that the flower on the left or probably on the right appears. If it appears on the right in Zoom, I don't know. But for me, it's on the left, and the flower is very yellow. And the moment when we're watching it, it is actually activated. And the other flower has to be activated as well. And this is basically the idea of the metamorphosis, this clock that is constantly ticking, constantly evolving. But once again, I would like to invite you to go and discover this installation, the animation, as well as the video that you have on my website as well. Right here you have the overall view in the format that is called Black Box. And also, I would like to explain to you how the nature morte is activated. So what you can see here on the picture on the right, there is this window, and this window has the probe that measures the level of the light. And throughout the year, I was measuring the degree of light. So either sun was very present, and if the sun was very present, of course the flowers would open in the nature morte, and they will open quite quickly. And when there were some clouds or it was already getting darker, the flowers would be closing. So what you can see at the very bottom of this picture are the wires. So we have the wires that connect different probes and also the Wi-Fi. Through the Wi-Fi, we are sending this data. And we have this view in this more lit frame that allows me to adopt the nature morte and create this particular form of experience. And once again, what I like here is to create this relationship between nature, with which nature morte was created, but also for which this nature morte was created. So the artwork is not only created for the humans, it can also be created as a portrait of the cactus. And I'm showing the cactus its portrait that I have created. And finally, to conclude, I would like to underline the fact that I have presented my artwork together with the artwork, with this iconography that has been done with a manual scanner, and it actually was done when I was in London. So I was scanning flowers and plants outside. So this was the scanner that allowed me to walk outside, because this is something that is battery powered, and it actually is the basis of the evolution. And at the same time, because you're working manually outside, you'll have a lot of different artifacts, digital artifacts that appear here. But this is something that reminds me of the framework that can be present here. And the idea here is that this framework looks like a weaving, and it actually reminds me that the digital everything comes from the technology of the weaving. And little by little we were able to come up with the weaving as a craft, and then little by little from this invention and related to this invention appeared the digital art and everything that is digital. So I believe that it is very interesting to put them into perspective, to show this relationship between this frame that is clearly the frame, like a weaving frame that appears in the digital scanning still now. So now to talk to you about what will happen in the upcoming year. So I will be doing this exhibition in this gallery. I will be also showcasing toward a Parliament of the Living in another gallery, so you will be able to go and see them if you wish. The galleries are written right now on the screen in this slide, so this will be in the January of 2024, and then I will show toward the Parliament of the Living in the Museum of Quebec in September of 2023. And right here you have my contact information, my email address, as well as my Instagram and my website. So it will be a pleasure for me to meet you if this is possible, and I will be delighted to talk to you a little bit more about my work. Thank you very much. I wish to all of you a very good day. Thank you.
Nous allons à présent conclure cette riche journée en compagnie du collectif créé par Anna Heiler et Nicolas Lapointe. Je ne sais pas s'ils sont déjà en ligne. 2 minutes. Du coup, pour les présenter, Anna Heiler et Nicolas Lapointe travaillent à la fois en sculpture et en nouveaux médias. Leur pratique artistique collaborative est basée sur une investigation des environnements web et des mondes associés aux jeux vidéo et aux technologies immersives. Ils ont récemment exposé au Sight and Sound Festival à Eastern Bloc en 2021, à Mutec Montréal également en 2021, à Zoom Out et Sortir de Zoom à Sporobol en 2022. Le duo est basé à Montréal, au Canada.
Bonjour tout le monde, je vous remercie de m'avoir invité à vous parler aujourd'hui. Malheureusement, mon collaborateur Nicolas Lapointe ne peut être présent, mais il m'a permis d'utiliser une réplique virtuelle. En essence, notre pratique est inspirée par les jeux vidéo, par la nature et le technomysticisme. Nous travaillons ensemble depuis 2014 et je commencerai par vous parler de certaines de nos premières collaborations. Alors, cette part d'œuvre s'appelle CEP 1 et 2. C'est pour les matériels de Concrete, Electronics and Plexiglass, ou le béton, les électroniques et le plexiglas, ou l'acrylique. Nous avons trouvé une inspiration commune dans le mouvement minimaliste des années 1960. Nous voulions animer les structures sévères ou brutalistes en utilisant un minimum d'électronique. Alors, pour ces 2 œuvres, ils contenaient des affichages d'ailes. Dans CEP 1, à gauche, avec l'acrylique jaune, la DEL affiche des données trop rapides pour être déchiffrées. En CEP 2, à droite, les formes de glyphes suggèrent la communication entre les morceaux de béton. Voici un aperçu des œuvres que nous avons créées en 2015 et 2018. On a fini nos bacs en 2015 et déménagé à Montréal. Pour les œuvres ici, nous nous intéressons beaucoup à l'espace virtuel et à sa relation avec le monde physique. Nous avons travaillé avec des écrans comme
So we work with screens. We played a lot with the expectations of technology at the same time, and for the lower part, no swim, no fun, no play, which is a reference to a science fiction book, Hyperion. We created bits of plexiglass that move very, very slowly, and it's not even visible. The movement is imperceptible, but it evokes the passing of time, of biological time, and it also plays with our expectations regarding technology. And in 2019, during our master's work, we had 2 residences in Laval, next to Montreal, and one in Girona in Catalonia. And both works talk about waste. Vanguard 1, which is a plexiglass tower, talks about a satellite. Vanguard 1 is the first a sample of spatial debris. And with the other one, Fable d'Or, we thought about the waste produced by tourism. For Vanguard 1, we got the inspiration from brutalist architecture. And so this work offers windows into virtual landscapes that are populated by satellite cyborgs. And for the other one, we created a video handbook that gives a timeline, archaeological timeline, and shows a virtual landscape made of object artifacts and architecture modeled in. And we also have fossilized water bottles and selfies present in the water. So this is a project that is quite recent for the Fonderie d'Allen in Montreal, and that was part of our master's and dissertation work in Concordia, DDTT. It's an application of augmented reality. It's a website, and it is also an installation with a performance. The topic is about relationship with consumption, technology, and anxiety. And in materials, it's a hot dog stand. And in the course of the exhibit, we served actual hot dogs of augmented reality thanks to an app. Participants received a unique prognosis on their smartphone. And when we were not there, they were invited to consult the hot dog that was on the stand. So this shows you the application, the app on the left-hand side. And the websites of DOTD.net invites them to activate the on-site from anywhere around the world, invitation to visit the site. And it also has an archive, and it gives you a list of the fortunes that were made out of those sausages. This is another project with the Galerie Antoine Soloir in Quebec, the DDD, or Digital Distribution, which is DG Grievance Distribution. So we invite participants to buy a virtual space in this digital landscape of a digital graveyard. A distributor gives you a tombstone, acrylic tombstone, that then gives the instructions to lead the participant to his or her own tomb. And then they're invited to write a short epitaph and bury an image, a text, a song, or whatever that would be visible by the visitors of the site. This is an example of an epitaph that we received on the site, which says, "Dear YouTube algorithm that does not know how to differentiate the fiction from the scam, wishing that a human would take over." So now we are working on projects that explore how we can, go deeper into digital. So this is called /Lick, a project inspired by video games, and it is supposed to create contact points between us and digital bodies. And for this project, participants can create an emote, such as emote /smell that would respond in an unexpected and random way. So for this project, we work with Blender and Unreal, a maker of video games editor. And we also wish to explore the limits of empathy toward non-human agents, but also create funny works with a bit of humor, but at the same time address issues that are sometimes a bit ponderous. And we also have films. We're also keen to not hide the technology in our projects. So even if we created our own computers for this project, we let the cables plugged and visible, plugged into a rock. So we sort of play with nature and technology. So the last project that I'm going to present today is Data Letters, and it's a multimedia installation with a narrative video and a sculpture. The sculpture is made up of flips with masks and mirror. There is a system of cooling of the computer that circulates a fluid between the shapes. So the video that you see here in the upper part of the screen follows an ambiguous character that is teleported from the computer to a virtual space. So we tried somehow to play with films such as Matrix or the techno ideas, utopia related ideas. We play with that because we are sort of attracted. There's a attraction repulsion relationship. We are very interested in technology, and we at the same time we immerse that in our art, but we try to stay critical as well. So thank you, and I'm now going to stop the screen sharing. Thanks a lot.
Merci.
Thank you. So let us conclude this day. You can now go visit the exhibits, the Uchronic that are everywhere in Aix-en-Provence, and you'll have the list at the reception desk, and you can also see all the exhibits at the Musée Granet. So this evening, see you at Vasarely Foundation at 7:30. So second body at the Black Pavilion, Pavillon Noir, and let's see you at 9:30 tomorrow for the sequel to our roundtables, artists and what to do with the NFTs. We'll have a break. Well, before the break, we have the international market, and then after that, we shall continue on the same topic.
Donc bonjour à tous, bon matin. Hier, nous avons pu découvrir un projet novateur mis en place par le musée Granet sous le commissariat de Delphine Rachmadou. Ce matin, nous allons poursuivre notre réflexion sur le sujet avec la table ronde animée par Adrien Cornelissen, qui réunit des artistes, des galeristes et des professionnels issus du monde des NFT. La table ronde s'intitule Artistes et pros de la culture, que faire des NFT. Le titre parle de lui-même et loin de renforcer la polarité des débats, les trois intervenants, une intervenante en visio, et malheureusement Albertine Meunier n'a pas pu être de notre aujourd'hui, vont échanger
and they're going to exchange around this very wide question. So they're going to investigate the question of NFTs and how to move the lines and goalposts in creation production. So let me hand over to Adrien Cornelissen, who is an artist and moderator of this roundtable. Thank you, Martine. Can we get the light a bit shaded, a little down, because we're roasting?
Donc on va commencer cette table ronde qu'on a intitulée Artistes et professionnels de la culture, que faire des NFT, une question, je pense, qui est plus que d'actualité depuis 2 ans. On a un abattage médiatique sur cette question.
Because there's been a lot of talk about this in the media for the past 2 years, and the target of this, the goal is for you as professionals of culture and artists. What do you know and what the nuance is, so that you can have a, an
enlightened opinion about this. That's the general framework, and for this we have invited two artists, but unfortunately Albertine Meunier cannot be with us today, but I'm happy to welcome here Ismaël Jouffroy-Changoudis, who is a plastic artist. Ismaël, you are a graduate of INSAS from Belgium, and you are also a graduate of the École du Frénois, a very famous school that has a very big reputation, and you won in 2022 the César of the best short film. So thank you, Ismaël, for being here with us. And then I am now going to introduce Julie Corvée, who is on my left. Julie, hello, and Julie, you are the co-founder of Artpoint, promoting digital art, and you have more than 300 artists that you are promoting in your catalog, and 4,000 offers in your repertoire. And the idea for Artpoint is to propose works beyond the museum experience, because you are offering exhibits or exposure in other places, galleries, outside of museums, even in public places. And you went into NFT a year ago. And now we have Lucie Eleanor Viveron, who is the founder and leader of the NFT Factory, a new place that opened in Paris recently near the Centre Pompidou. Hello, Eleanor. Your mission is very special. It is to let the general public learn about what NFT are and Web.3. I think that you have received a lexicon, a glossary explaining the words, what are NFT. So it's a bit flowery because it's a complex jargon. So do not hesitate when you have words, these new words, to consult, to check in that lexicon. So Leonor, at the NFT Factory, your place is also a gallery that promotes digital art, digital works, and your specialty is that in the course of your work, you were the director of Fauve Paris, and you organized the first physical auction of NFTs in France. So thank you, Lucie. So, I'm here from the NFT Factory, so let me introduce, the roundtable is going to be divided in three parts. The first part, that is really, I'm going to give the introduction, so that's aside. The first part is, are the NFT an industrial revolution, economic and financial revolution? The second part will be the question of social mutations, ecological and artistic mutations. And the third part, we'll try and see how to concretely go into NFTs, how to deal with NFTs or not when you are an artist. So in the first part, I wanted to give an introduction, which we called flop, or let's move on. First, I think that it is important, even if you have a strict knowledge of the definition of NFT, is to redefine what NFTs are. NFT are actually cover three elements, and are the association of three elements. The first one being digital art. Digital art, you can talk about NFT in many different areas, but here it's about digital art and technology in relation to NFT, what we call the certificates of the digital authenticity, what we call via blockchains, and you have many different blockchains. And the third thing is that it's a mutation that is really very special, the direct relationship between the collectors and the artists. And it is the combination of these three elements that we need to keep in focus in this round table. So this is a graph from nonfungible.com, and they publish annual reports, and you can see here the distribution in the market of NFTs, with a major part on the volume and the amounts of of NFTs that are related to collectibles. We're not interested in collectibles. It's all those collectible things, and namely in the milieu of sports. You know, you have NBA cards, you have some big startups that are related to this in sports. We are specifically here focusing on art, and you see that between 2021 and 22, there is a drop in the sales of the total amounts. It's a very sharp drop that you can see between 21 and 22. And the question that was raised by the media is, are NFTs, you know, dropping? Was it just a bubble, a speculation bubble? It's an important question. But when you read between the lines this report, I got some figures that are quite interesting. The period of average ownership, third quarter of 2022, increased by 60%. So that when you're an owner of an NFT, you keep it 63 days. And the second element that I think was important to see is the total financial loss that investors of NFT art find that has dropped by 55%. And the third element between 21 and 22 is the creation of NFTs that has increased by 11% compared to second quarter of 22. So it gives you an idea of the solidity of NFTs in the market of art. And the fourth element is that the volume of exchanges in the art market is 2.5 times more important than at the beginning of 2021. So the conclusion is that the market, which was a very speculative market in 2021, now has turned into a mature market, a market of collectors that is very solid. So this is the conclusion that you can draw from those reports. And we may be thinking that all the people who went in this for speculation purposes have left the market of crypto art, and all the people who have stayed for the structuration of collectibles and you know, funds, their paradigms is more artistically related. So the question of flop or let's move on is, yeah, let's move on, because now it's a new paradigm in the landscape, in the notion of creation of digital art. So this was my introduction. So now let's move on to the first part, which is going to be the focus, the financial revolution. Evolution, financial revolution. So in this regard, I'm going to, of course, hand over it to my guests, because I have spoken a lot now. But the first question is for artists, and I'm going to ask Ismaël to answer first. For artists who had difficulty living, getting an income from their digital creations, is NFT an Eldorado for you? Potentially.
I actually did not start working with the NFTs, so I only knew this field for some 4 years, and I got my very first NFT this morning in the train. I did it for the order that I have for a museum, so I don't really have any experience with this. And one of the reasons that required some patience from me is that I'm mainly working with video, and I have some limitations for presenting this type of artwork with some technical standards that would be correct. And also, I found out that the info was not particularly clear. I'm part of these people who are buying an object or something only after having read all the information that is related to it from A to Z. So for me, it's important to observe first and act second. Nevertheless, I was very interested, and I was observing it with a lot of interest. And I have some artist friends who started this adventure with Web 3.0, and some of them took advantage of this opportunity. I don't know whether they were able to really earn a real income, but I know that they were able to sell and to have some income. So it is something that is very real and very complementary, I would say. Julie, is this pie a little bit bigger, and how is it shared for the artists today? I actually believe that this is a wonderful opportunity for the digital artists, because before the concentration of this technology, we had some wonderful artists who could not sell their artwork just because their artwork is duplicable by nature. So it was not privileged by the collectors. And little by little, technology of the NFT, knowing that, well, what I'm going to say today, I will be talking about NFTs that are connected to the digital art, because for me, NFT, that's a technology, that's a digital certificate of authenticity and ownership that can be related to any asset, either digital or not. And for me, it's important to consider only the digital art here, knowing that it was actually created for the digital, and it actually puts the artist at the very center of it. So when we have artists who create very qualitative work, well, you could probably bring us some precisions, because we can talk about the generative art, but also digital art, music, and all sorts of things. Yes, indeed. Well, the digital medium in the world in which we're evolving right now is omnipresent, which is why the artist is essential, so that to show their representation of the world around them. And the artists tried to use the tools that were available to them at a certain period of time in order to provide their own interpretation. And today, the new technology is basically using this medium, but it also represents a lot of different artists who are exploring other mediums like painting, sculpture, and so many others. So that's just the evolution of the tools that makes the approach evolve. But for the digital art, this is something that was not really recognized in the art market, because first of all, it was not really well known, and on the other hand, it was not very well accepted by the collectors, because it was possible to copy it. So now this is the time for this digital art, because everyone starts noticing it much more, and exhibition centers, venues, and galleries are starting noticing it as well. And there's a lot of artists who told me I wasn't able to be fully an artist because it was impossible for me to sell my artwork. And right now I was able to leave my day job and become a full-time artist because I'm able to do it. And approximately 1 year ago, when we asked the artists about this, a lot of them told me that they were quite doubtful about this, because there's a lot of questions related to technology and so forth. And right now, the majority of the artists have already explored this technology, and they understand that this is a wonderful opportunity for artists. And then, of course, we have to take into account many other things that have to be analyzed, a lot of objections and so on. So we basically have to look at all of this, but we have to think about this opportunity for the artists. Thank you. Lucie Eleonore, how does it work for the artists? How come that the artists can today leave and have this income from their crypto art? Well, I basically agree with what Julie has just said, because yes, obviously NFT are especially related to the digital art, and digital art exists starting from the 60s of the last century. And today, this is a very easy mean for artists to get an income from their artwork. So how does it happen? Well, of course, for the NFT, if it can also participate in the creative process, what we call crypto art today, and this is a little bit different from what we call the digital art today, because this is something that we will just call crypto art, everything that is inspired by the blockchain technology, because there are some crypto artists who weren't really digital artists before this technology appeared. And for these artists, I'm thinking about Amurapak, who is using the very material of NFT and its technology to create some artwork. So it's a little bit something that comes from this digital art, and something that is related to the digital art as well. So the NFT will appear here as a tool for selling and offering for sale a digital artwork. And the role of the intermediary of the art market can be existing here as well. You just have to put your artwork on the blockchain through the NFT. So you have to mint it, meaning to create the NFT. And it actually is the birth certificate as well as the certificate of authenticity of this digital artwork on the blockchain. So would you like me to go into more details? Well, I actually wanted to say that it's probably interesting to clarify what are the platforms of resale of NFTs. And also there is this sort of related to the royalties, the copyright and the resale, because that's a revolution as well in terms of safety, financial safety of an artist, the story of the royalties and resale. Yes, indeed. I will try to not be too technical in my reply, but yes, indeed, there are some platforms that are websites where we can see artwork, and artists can create their NFTs there, meaning put for sale their piece of art. There are some platforms that are very general platforms, like OpenSea or something, so anyone can create an NFT and present their artwork for sale there. And there are also some platforms that are much more curated. For instance, SuperArt, which is the very first platform that presented and offered for sale the art NFTs in 2018. And this is basically the platform that will select artists. And for an artist, being part of SuperArt is like being part of a very famous gallery. Oh, sorry, I'm losing my thoughts. So you were talking about the resale and royalties. Yeah. So what I was talking to you about is really like how we put in sale our artwork, the very first market. And then whenever the artwork is put for sale, the artist can also enter the amount for the royalties on this platform, meaning that this will be an amount that this artist will have every time that this artwork is resold. For instance, I can put a 10%, meaning that every time that my artwork will be resold, I will be getting 10% of its initial price. So this will be a sort of income, but this is also an interest that it represents for the collectors. So the collectors will be able to to buy and resell later on, and this will be something that will allow the artists to get more known. Well, the DGT doesn't want us to tell it and to explain it this time, but this, in these terms, I would say, but it's actually like a perpetual, eternal income where the artist is basically taking advantage of the art market as well and of each resale of their artwork. So that's a big difference with respect to the traditional market. And the blockchain technology allows us to do this. That's very interesting because this is a revolution, but this is a revolution that is being a lot debated right now because there are many platforms we have been talking about, Oribal, but also OpenSea. There are many platforms. And today, the question related to royalties is very much debated there with respect to the system of the fees and so on. So how are you reacting at all of this as an artist, at the question of disappearance of royalties? What does it change for you? Well, I believe that this is a very interesting concept, and I believe that this is one of the most interesting parts here, meaning that we don't really have a certain manual tracking that we have to do. There is this follow-up that is available, and anyway, I haven't really seen too many inquiries related to the follow-up of this purchases and reselling. But we have a certain criminal part of money that is always going somewhere, and we're using blockchain, and blockchain is very specialized in this tracing, in this history that is available. And that works quite well, not only for money, but also for the artwork and any single object. So if we're looking at the NFT, probably NFT is a little bit like a myth here, but it actually comes from this challenges and issues related to video games with all the virtual objects that are also exchanged in the parallel economy. And here I'm thinking about Warcraft, and we can transfer a very important object with a lot of value from one person to another. And we actually had to give my own personal data in order to be able to do this, my own account data. And this was the operation that was done by some intermediary like eBay or someone else. And this was a big issue. And right now the NFT covers all of these intermediary steps. It all disappears, and all those risks disappear as well. That's particularly interesting because we can see that today the artist is basically in this position of total control, and we're basically deleting all of these intermediary steps here. Yes, totally. So whenever you're having your wallet, let's say you have this safety key and you are in charge of your safety key. You have already heard speaking about people who lost their safety keys with cryptocurrency. The cryptocurrency that had a lot of value, and this was a lot of bad luck for this person. So today, this is a big change here because the responsibility is carried out by the artists themselves, at least mostly. So you were talking about the intermediary. So how can we, well, this is an overstatement, but let's say we have a gallery and we have this traditional system in art. So how can we finally find ourselves and our place there? And how can we find also the place for the artists and the digital creation with this new concept of the NFT? Julie? Yes, I believe that the blockchain can basically allow us to get rid of the intermediaries, and it can be very important for a lot of artists who also will have a lot of time to sell their artwork, because this is basically a job to succeed in promoting their work, and I believe that this is a great innovation for a lot of artists. But then, if you want to be in contact with a lot of artists, you understand that some of them always need to have some support, some accompaniment, because this will allow them to have a little bit more time, and probably they can make this choice to work or not with an intermediary person. And for some artists, that's really important because they would like to dedicate themselves to the creation and invest themselves on blockchain and minting their artwork there. They would need some skills, some technical skills, and these are skills that can be acquired, of course, but there's the special vocabulary that is used and so on. And in terms of marketing and communication, there are also some codes that are quite special, so everything has to go through Discord or Twitter. Let's say, just to give you an example, I'm working with some artists who have a lot of community in Instagram, and they are working eternally on some new projects, and these projects are being commissioned and so on, but they don't have any community on Twitter, which is why for them it's really, really difficult to sell their artwork with NFT. So this is a code that is completely different, and this is something, the process that requires a lot of resources and energies. And finally, well, from the point of view of the traditional approach, there is also mediation. There are some artists who need a certain follow-up in order to show all the approach that they have developed in order to create a certain artwork. And this accompaniment will need some time, will require some time. And in order to launch your project on the blockchain, you need all this time. So just as Lucie Eleonore was saying, I believe that the universe of NFT is a perfect example, the same as internet, because we have some advantages and some drawbacks. It's just like in this report of the PLA, they say that approximately 85% or 90% of the artwork that were copies or stolen copies or something like that. So we just know who is the creator, and we know that this artwork was stolen, but we don't have any proof to show that it was stolen and it actually belongs to some other author. So here we actually have this authenticity with the NFTs, and I believe that it actually gives some independence to the artists, but we need to give them the choice to work with the intermediary persons if they want. Yes, that's very interesting what you're saying, because we can have some intermediary persons or not, and we also see it with the auctions, because the auctions, they basically adopted this position related to the NFTs, and I believe that Lucille Eleonore can speak about this. Probably this is because these big stations, selling stations of the artwork, they feel that they are in danger, which is why they would like to also integrate the digital art in there. Do you think that their position should be different from the position that is adopted right now by the galleries? Well, this is actually a very important topic, a very big topic for the traditional intermediary of the market, and I believe that for the auctions, that's a very interesting topic. I have organized the very first auction in France, and I did it in France, and I want to do it ever again. So just to tell you that the auctions are not really endangered by the market, because before NFTs, we just didn't have any digital art that was presented at the auctions. We had a very little market in the galleries, and we didn't have any market in terms of the digital art. So why wouldn't I do this anymore? Because the auctions is characterized by two important things. First of all, this is the second market, essentially. So this is the gallery that is taken in charge the first market, meaning that they do the work, they do this accompaniment of the artists on the long run in order to create something for the collectors. And then the auctions come second. So basically this will be the second market. Something that has been already sold by the collectors will appear at the auctions. So the second market on the blockchain is absolutely transparent, and this is something that happens on the platforms. So there's no interest for the collectors of the NFT and digital art to go and give 30% of purchase fees to a certain organizer of the auctions, knowing that they will be able to do it online. So this is the very first point, this split between the first market and the second market. And the second important point is this characteristic of these important organizations that are organizing the auctions. It's the guarantee of the transparency of the sale, meaning that they have to preserve the confidentiality of the buyer and of the seller. So all the market of the NFT is based on the transparency that is granted by the blockchain with this avatars and pseudonyms that are given there. So we don't have to give our identity, but we have this digital identity that is there, and everything is traceable and everything is very transparent, meaning that we can trace every single transaction that is there. So we know who bought and how much and what. And using the traditional intermediary persons who guarantee this transparency, this would be absolutely impossible. So there are some institutions that are organizing the auctions that are still existing and doing their work, but we also know that Solspace has created a platform for the auctions. They have created something that is similar to SuperArt with curation and with a selection. So they're doing the first market, and finally, they're also assuming the transparency of the transactions. Now, with respect to the galleries, here, once again, the role of the galleries is changing completely, and Julie has already explained it very well. The galleries are no longer here to connect the artists and the collectors. They are here to accompany the artists in everything that will be understanding and apprehension of the technology, management of the community, communication, and so forth. Now, the business model of the new gallery, Neo Gallery, Gallery Web 3.0, is much more complicated because all the transactions will happen on the blockchain. So there are many possibilities here. So either they will do this creation of the NFT by sharing the income. That's possible because we can have automatic royalties and we automatically can share the income between artists and their gallery. And the NFT Factory, as you can see it here, we have a gallery right here. We have approximately 50 screens that are present here. We are trying and testing several models, and we're also testing the model of income sharing. We are also sharing this, testing the system of the renting of the screens, because we would like to try to decentralize the curation and to give a certain part in the curation to the artists, so everyone can rent their own screen in order to showcase their artwork. And we are also creating our own platform for the smart contracts, where the artists will be able to create their own NFTs in order to link the digital sale and the physical exhibition. So this is something that is very new for all of us, so the context and everything. So we are trying things out, and we are thinking about all the artists and the professionals of the art market, and this is very passionate and fascinating, and this is just the beginning.
So just one short remark. With Christie's, you mentioned that we are replaying a system that is known already, but the topic of NFT has appeared with the public with the sale, a record sale of 69 million euros in 2021. Maybe it was a marketing coup, but it was certainly a media, sort of media explosion that put the question of NFTs on the table. It was a physical auctions, a physical sale. And well, I lost my train of thought here, sorry.
maintenant qu'on a vu
it was a first market, not second market. It was completely out of what Christie's is doing, essentially. So it was a magnificent marketing and historical coup, and it is totally out of the scope of a traditional auction house. So bravo Christie's and bravo, kudos to Sotheby's afterward. So we could spend more and more hours on the financial aspects of it and the retribution, financial retribution to artists. But the important thing is that the chessboard is is a moving landscape today, and the goalposts are being shifted. So now the question is, what are the mutations that are generated by NFTs? And in that regard, I have a first question, which is on Web.3. Is somewhere the value of NFTs beyond, somewhere else beyond financial value? So maybe I should ask Ismail first on Web.3, a new vision of culture, and namely the notion of sharing of creation rather than creation of riches or creation of financial wealth. So I think that I can answer, but I'll try not to be too dystopian on this. Is the actual topic really about NFTs, the decentralization rather than creation of wealth? Well, actually, my observation, slowly but surely, is that a lot of processes are being automated, namely creation and the tools for artificial intelligence that are used by many artists that express themselves around the notion of NFT. We can imagine, for instance, for myself, my material-based video, that we wouldn't be happy with just the film that you see, but we would want it to be more to our image, a little bit like when we go to the restaurant. It's not the menu that is imposed to us, but you can compose what you're going to order. So we can imagine a disappearance of the author, and the works of art or the works would be combined, would be in the forefront and combined depending on each person's taste. So this is something that we go towards something very community-based, where we work together, and also we can have a look at it from the very playful point of view, going toward an architecture of narration that is an artistic narration created, and in which we would put the people from that community into play with the winning of objects that could, for instance, I'm thinking of having a film made out of GIF with fragments being made available, and I have a linear vision of the possible assembly, and I would suggest to people that they would assemble it or have the the sequencing being their own, and then we would see the film that has the one that gets the prize, and then we burn that, and we record the film, the souvenirs, the memories of people, the memories that they have of the moment to which they attended, and based on those memories, you have an audio fragment that would be the next thing that you offer, a kind of literary game such as the Oulipo, and so you see the whole artistic potential, which I think is still somewhat very unexplored yet, because a game designer is someone who gives a context, an environment into which people can give their expression. You have rules and some people who are overriding the rules, and you can imagine this type of situation with blockchain. So artistically speaking, you have mutations, and this being in touch with your community is something very interesting also, that is the elimination of intermediaries, no go-betweens. This active part, isn't this something that could be said to be the value of NFTs, or one of the values? Well, actually, the idea is to create exchange and cohesion between the milieu of collectors and artists, and in my opinion, this is somehow a way of
democratizing and embedding in the culture the technology. Technology of NFT is very different from NFTs in a wider sense. So we are going to have new collectors who are going to get interested in this topic because there's less self-censorship than with the traditional art milieu, where you have this impression that you have to be legit to give an opinion on art because art has always been elitist. And with these new topics and new bases, new collectors are entering the playground. And on the side of artists, new artists have also come up. So I'm not necessarily in favor of artists that are exploring this new media just because of the opportunities given by NFT, but just the idea that some old artists who have been toiling for ages and ages, and now they have this possibility because of NFT to emerge. And in Africa, for instance, we have seen younger artists who have been able to come to the light, and you can have the creation of links and relationships and more proximity thanks to technology. So what you have to understand is that today with artists or collectors, whatever, we have access to the creation from the whole world. It's really a global, almost a point of caricature, but you spoke about artists in Africa, about artists from Southeast Asia. We could also mention artists from South America who are more or less made visible. So today, when you are a programmer, so I'm talking to the professionals of culture, when you are the programmer or director or manager of some art space, does this give the opportunity to meet, to touch other artists? Oh, yes, totally. And there is something that is kind of very simple. It's much easier to get some digital art from anywhere than a physical work of art. So having a digital art exhibit is something that is easier in logistical terms. There are other topics related to screens that Julie is very familiar with, but we also have the perspectives, and it is very easy to test more things. So that is really fantastic. And I would also like to bounce back on what was said before, the democratization really that this enables in art. So at the NFT Factory, we have about 2,000 visitors per week, and the majority of them are people who would never have opened the door to a traditional gallery because it democratizes the interest for art. And so we're talking about, going into a gallery, but we have to realize also that some blockchains, I'm thinking of Tezos, for instance, which is invaded by artists who are experimenting and who propose works of art for 1 or 2, 3 euros. You can purchase a work of art, something really, really nice. So this is really a gateway into art collection, which is magic. And I'm going to mention again, relating to the first question, we are investigating the question under the prism of a financial revolution, but with a Tezos, which is a blockchain technology. And let me refer you to Dickenok, which is a sales platform created in Brazil. Very, very interested in the works were sold. So the platform no longer exists for many reasons, but the works were sold for 1 Tezos, 2 Tezos. It still does exist. Several platforms still exist. So there are works that cost 1 Tezos or 2 Tezos. So the equivalent of 100 euros, you can have an extraordinary collection of very beautiful works of art today. So it's generative art, and you can really get your kicks out of it because you can experiment. So this is a magnificent sandbox for collectors. So it is fantastic. You know, we're talking about the rabbit hole. You just fall and you go down and down, down. So one of the purposes of NFT is to get creation to move around. The difference of having a solid, big metal safe where you get that work of art and you lock it in. So now works of art can circulate. So this is really something very interesting in terms of artistic mutation. These are two different things. Before NFT, the problem of digital art was that the files could be reproduced ad infinitum. So what was the point of purchasing it? Because, you know, value is related to unicity. But now it's the opposite. The more a work of art can be distributed, the more it gains in value while remaining unique, because the owner of the NFT detains is the owner of the certificate of ownership. So the value of reproducibility here gives it an extra boost, because the more it is reproduced, the more the value of the original certificate increases. Ismail and Julie, did you witness solidarity, strong solidarity among artists who imitate creators of NFTs? Yes, I think that there is solidarity very strong on Tezos, namely. And this is feedback that I have received well before NFTs have been praised. You'll find communities of artists on generative art, for instance, Generatif, for instance, and also on social networks such as Discord, where you have iterations and experience feedback. So we have solidarity embedded in the relationships, not distrust, and also it is a universe that is quite new, and you have artists who are trying to find their voice or their paths, and even at the NFT Factory, where we have the reference model, where we are testing possibilities, and many things are being tested, because we're just in the burgeoning phase of Web.3. And Ismail, you who have muted this morning, you minted this morning. Did you find solidarity in the community? Well, I would say that artists and developers are having an ongoing discussion on Instagram, Discord, and we're getting information. So I think that this is operational. It works quite smoothly, and the experience that I have had when working on open source. So let me say a few words very shortly on the notion of owning an original. You don't necessarily own the original in NFT when it is the case, for instance, for generative, because the code is stored on a chain. It weighs so little in terms of text that you owning a text file that is not going to be degraded. But for images, videos, of course, it is not an original. And even then, when you turn into physical, it's not necessarily originals. You have, you know, galley proofs sometimes of what you own. So let me just say something about this. Actually, you do not own the file, but the NFT is original and it is unique. Even if you can have several editions for the same NFT, it can be, it is numbered 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, but you do not own the file. You own the certificate, the token. The notion of owning a work of art when it is a degraded JPEG file, for instance, this is the whole stake sake of certification tokenship, it is an important notion, because the experience that you have with the original work of art is something that can be very different of what you own in terms of the NFT itself, the token. So I also wanted to refer to what we spoke about. Several blockchains were evoked, namely Tezos. Blockchain technology is there are namely two main. I wanted to talk about the clean NFTs, and you understood the notion of the carbon footprint of NFTs. And in this regard, Janine Lemercier, an artist, spoke about clean NFT. Let me show that on screen, and then we'll move on with the discussion.
Bonjour, je suis Joanny Lemercier.
Est-ce que vous pouvez passer la vidéo, s'il vous plaît?
Visuel. Et voici ma... Bonjour, je suis Joanny Lemercier.
Hello, I'm Joanny Lemercier. I'm a visual artist, and here is my answer to some of the questions that are asked at this Biennale. When your artistic practice is engaged, namely with ecological problems, why did you engage in NFTs? I got in this quite well, just like that, thanks to the relationship with a friend who was trying to monetize some of his creations, and he advised me to start going into this, seeing the way things are really moving upward, in an attempt to diversify the type of projects that I have. I work with galleries, festivals, public spaces. So for me, this was the opportunity to test something new. Unfortunately, there was very little documentation on the impact of NFTs, and everything was sort of vague, so everybody sort of jumped into Ethereum and NFTs about 2 years ago. So it took a few weeks or a few months before we could understand that the Ethereum blockchain was a disaster. So with many other artists and friends, we decided not to use this blockchain and to go into another blockchain, which is called Tezos, which is a different technology, which is more less energy greedy to create your blockchain. So our response to Ethereum, which is very energy consuming, energy greedy, is to move to another technology which consumes less energy, more environment friendly. So, well, you know, the big silence, because there is no consensus on this question of ecology. And so, Tezos Ethereum, what do you think? Ismail, your thoughts? Don't go into details, but Ethereum is quite simple. Let's move from Bitcoin first. So everything we're talking about now is the sequel to what was discovered by, unearthed by Bitcoin, which is the gathering of inventions that enabled a protocol that enables you to send digital cash without intermediaries, no bankers. No. So the idea of NFTs derived from that. So Bitcoin works under what we call proof of work, that is the calculation computed by machines, the algorithms of cryptography to send emails, used also to send emails. So you have a mathematical computation by machines. to create fungible tokens that can be exchanged as opposed to NFTs. So it consumes quite a bit of energy. So in the media, we hear that it is now Brazil, the equivalent of energy of Sweden. So it's all over the map. But then we had Ethereum, who had other wider, bigger ambitions to enlarge the NFTs from experimentation, even though things were starting. Ethereum also uses the proof of works, but instead of having specialized machines with processors called ASICs. We use graphic cards that can also be used for gaming and have this aspect of being reusable, whereas for Bitcoins, once the ASICs, after the mining difficulty has been made harder every 4 years, the ASICs were less efficient. So with this idea that these machines would be thrown away, this topic is really greenwashed, but let's move to Ethereum. They have switched from one technology to another, so without a disruption, it was a gradual move with updates. So this was a successful trend that proved the solidity of blockchain. And Tezos is a blockchain that worked as proof of stake. So if you compare the energy consumed by Bitcoin and Ethereum on the moment of mining the data, the proof of stake is another protocol that consists in sealing tokens, a sum of money, in order to prove and establish your loyalty to the system, so that you can be a validator of a node and you have a role in the transaction, whether it be a NFT or something else. And for that, you need to store on the Ethereum 50, 30, 32 ethers. That's a lot, so not everybody can do it, but it means that you can prove you are loyal. And if you make mistakes and you do not maintain your network, you have a sanction. Very simple. My experience is that we'll have our short calculations. Everybody can go into these, short calculations, short-sighted calculations for nuclear or cars or whatever. For me, things have to rely on, common sense, and I trust more Bitcoin because Bitcoin has been around for 13 years, and it's not just people who do it with electricity, with dumping their system. We know that on dams, there is a loss of energy for every terawatt generated. There is energy lost. So the idea is to use energy that will not be consumed and enable with the money that is generated, so that you could, for instance, next to a dam where energy is lost, the village that is nearby should be powered with the losses or this invisible shadow. Bitcoin stopped at 1 million, which was not the case of Ethereum. If Bitcoin was based on a thermodynamic value, it's not lost money. It's because it can be recovered somehow. So this is really the technical aspect of NFTs. So there is no consensus on this question because there are many technologies of different blockchains that are being used. So there are different stakes on different blockchains. So just to address the issue and sort of give an answer on the carbon footprint and ecology. The question is difficult. Let it be open because, with Cambridge, Cambridge is so old and passé. We're comparing apples and oranges, so it's not clear. I don't want to say that this is good or bad. I'm not a specialist, just that the answers, the response to this question evolve over time.
Julie, Lucie, Eleonore, can you probably give us your opinion about this? Does it actually go? Is it actually aligned with what has just said? What has just been said? Well, yes, indeed. In order to get probably a little bit deeper into the philosophy of the blockchain, we actually have developed our own platform that is based on the Ethereum blockchain. And this was the decision that we have taken. Well, it actually has taken us several months to come up with this decision because Ethereum had much more proof of credibility, of reliability for the artists, but also back then, Tezos was much greener. And as it evolved, Ethereum started also working with the proof of stake, and it actually has green energy, and it actually greened itself to 99%. So we have our vision of things, and what we're trying to do is to adopt as best we can the new technologies and to use them to do something good, and also to communicate to make aware the big audience of all these issues. And the very important thing for us is, of course, the environmental impact. And we could think that digital artists are not respecting the environment, whereas this is the very central topic for the artists that we are representing here. So what we can say is that, unfortunately, we cannot move against our own time. So we have to try and to use as best we can the new technologies with all the recuperation that is possible. For example, for the screens, we're trying to establish charters for the good use of the screens and things like that. But we actually have to move together with our time, and we have to use these digital mediums that are very evoking for the audience. We have to raise the awareness of the audience, and these are the mediums that allow the artists to live and to get the income from their work. So we basically have to find this balance between the ecological side, the respect of the environment, and also the blockchain that allows the artists to live and to have some income. Even the artists that are very, very committed for the nature, they're also exploiting the blockchain because there is this impact at the level of the society that they're also producing at the level of the culture. So we actually have to find this balance. But I believe that this topic is a very, very broad topic, and we could do a lot of debates here. Yeah, well, we have to understand that we are not specialists here, and even for the specialists, they have to be specialists in a lot of different fields. There are always contradictions, and contradictions are here just with the clothes that we're wearing today, because we have to be aware of the fact that it actually implies something, and it's very difficult when we have this understanding. Lucie Léonard, do you think that is your vision aligned with what we have been saying? Yes, indeed, and I would like to add to what has been said. I agree completely with everything that has been said. Just to look at it from a certain perspective, I would like to invite us to reflect on the energy cost of an exhibition of painting. Let's say just to count the transport and everything that is involved. All of this is not neutral. Every single human activity, every single human operation has a certain energy cost. Now, when we're talking about blockchain and digital, the digital in general, the digital represents right now 4% of the CO2 emissions at the worldwide level, and this will evolve a little bit. And in this 4%, we have much more. Everything that is represented by the supports, the phones, the screens, and so on, and they have a lot of negative impact, much more negative impact than the blockchain, which is kind of marginal here. So we won't really start doing all these calculations that are anyway very complicated to do. But I can go back to the energy solutions that are offered by the digital. And these are also this 4% that can allow to reduce the 74% of the consumption and of the emissions of the CO2. So this is very important. So, of course, we are, let's say, buying some clothes, a jean or something like that. And in terms of the CO2 emissions, the production of this jean is much more important than something that is required for the digital artwork creation. And as I was saying, anyway, we have to deal with all of this. And we also have to notice all the positive impact that the digital artwork can represent. Because let's say today I'm here present on video. And the video conference allows us to really bring down drastically the CO2 emissions that are generated by the transport. This is just one of the examples, and there are many examples like that. And And well, when we are talking also about the metaverse, and that's another topic, that whenever we are acting on metaverse, we can also bring down the CO2 emissions in a very important way. Now, the digital art and the digital in general is basically right now like the sector on we're pointing out with respect to the CO2, but that's unfair. Yeah, I believe that everyone has their own share of responsibility here, and we all have to improve on all the aspects with respect to the ecology. But we also have this second part, which is also very important, with the preservation of the digital art, and it's interesting to see how it actually evolved. But we can also talk about the metaverse, but unfortunately we will have to stop at the second part and go to the third part, which today talks about how exactly can we get down to business and how exactly can we act here for the artists and everyone. Right now, we already have this clear vision on the financial revolution and the mutation of the context. So whenever we are a professional, let's say a gallery, how concretely we will be working on this question related to the NFT. What did you do, Julie? I believe that experimenting is very, very important for us because, as we were saying, the vocabulary is quite complex, but whenever we start playing around and testing it, we understand some things and we understand that some actions are complex, but the others are very easy. So I believe that it's really, we really have to play around, we really have to test it and to discover. And I believe that the management of the community is completely different. It actually takes a lot of time to establish a community on Web 3.0. So I believe that we have to look at everything that is happening abroad as well, because we have many inspiring examples, and in France as well. We have a very beautiful community, Web 3.0. We have a lot of actors that are very inspiring at NFT Factory, where we also have some authorities that are getting more and more interested by this aspect, and that's interesting to notice as well. Also, I believe that there are very important stakes and challenges in terms of intellectual property, and this is very interesting, and I believe that a lot more of transparency is needed here, because I would like to underline that whenever we are an owner of the NFT, we cannot say that we are owning the intellectual property rights. And why am I tackling this topic? Because there's a lot of misunderstanding of this topic, and a lot of collectors believe that they also own the intellectual property rights whenever they own, whereas whenever they own, let's say, a painting of a very important painter, they do not own the intellectual property right. Yeah, well, the intellectual property, this is the property of the support of the artwork. And I believe that we actually have to explain a lot of things, and we have to explore even more all the challenges related to the communication and marketing. We also have to look at the codes of the creation, because all of this evolves as well. And we also have to analyze the intellectual property issue. That's a big list. And for the professionals that are present here, can you give a couple of tips or advice? How concretely can you deal with all of this? Well, in order to deal with all of this concretely, first of all, you have to create a Twitter account. Then you have to create also a profile on Discord, because once again, these two communities have everything happening in there. On Telegram as well. So Twitter, Discord, and Telegram. And I believe that there's also a lot of education, a lot of pedagogical approach to adopt here. You have to have discussions with the actors in there. You have to assist and participate in different conferences. It's very important, and we are actually fighting to get even more conferences and even more speaking there, because we actually need a dedicated place there, and I believe that institutions have to get involved here to have this training part covered here. I believe that we really have to spread the information on this topic and to test all the codes of this particular environment. Thank you, Julie. And at NFT Factory, how do you accompany artists and professionals on these competencies for people who don't really have the skills, don't really have this knowledge related to the NFT? How do you deal with them? Well, basically, this is part of the three main missions that we have here. The very first mission is to give this access to NFT to everyone, meaning demystifying this technology, making it understandable for everyone. So the very first thing is that, of course, we exhibit the artwork that you can see right around me. But at the other hand, it's also very important for us to create theory workshops and training workshops. So for, let's say, 1 hour and a half, we will be explaining the decentralization, blockchain, NFT, different types of NFT, and etc., etc. And then we also organize practical trainings where someone will be helping you to open your wallet and to buy some cryptocurrency. And I think that this is the very first step. We have to start with this by buying an NFT that you will understand what you're doing, and you will also understand how does it feel to be the owner of something digital. Because like it's very difficult. Well, anyway, I don't see this artwork, but I'm an owner of it, so it's kind of an interesting new experience. So you have to understand what it feels like to be the owner of something like that. So the very first advice that I would like to give to all of you is to go there and to create a wallet. You can basically start on Tezos because this is less expensive and easier. So you just download Temple and you create, well, Temple is an add-on for your browser, and this is something that allows you to create the wallet, and the wallet will be something that allows you to interact with the blockchain. So this will be basically your portfolio, the wallet where you will be putting your cryptocurrency, and this will be at the same time a safe box where you will be keeping your NFTs and your cryptocurrencies. So you have to download the Temple, and this will be an add-on to your browser. You create the wallet, and then you just follow all the steps. It's a little bit like downloading an app. So you buy a little bit of cryptocurrency, then you go to object.com, which is a platform on Tezos, or you can also create a MetaMask on Ethereum and go to the platform which is called Darkpoint, or you can also go to the site of NFT Factory for that. So it's important first to create the wallet, to go to the platform and buy your very first NFT. I believe that this is the beginning that you should make. Well, the global advice for all of the professionals is to not remain isolated, because sometimes we just don't have enough skills and knowledge in terms of IT and so on. So it's important to have a certain place where you can exchange and get some experience and get some knowledge from someone else. Places like right here or at NFT Factory, it's important to meet people who have already some practice and some skills on the topic that you're interested in. And I'm here addressing also the cultural professionals in the institutions, cultural institutions. It's really crucial for you to be able to find yourself surrounded by the community of competent people, people with skills of that. And that's exactly what you're organizing at NFT Factory, right? Yes, exactly. And then you don't have to make any false moves. Well, it's a little bit like creating an email account. When it first arrived, it was very complicated, but today we're all used to it. It's exactly the same thing with a wallet. So of course there's a certain entry cost, and it actually is a little bit scary, but then you have to spend some time with it and you have to want to do it. But then the horizons that it opens for you are absolutely endless. Thank you very much. Ismail, would you like to give us a couple of counsels as an artist to all the artists and professionals that are present here? Well, the first advice that I would like to give you is to buy a ledger and not use a wallet as an extension directly, because there are many hacks that are possible. There are very vicious techniques that exist today with phishing and so on. It's a little bit the same as for the emails. So really store your artwork and your cryptocurrency on Ledger. Probably do it for some time with a wallet plugin, but then transition to Ledger, because nothing is safe on the phone or on the computer. So only Ledger will really grant you this safety, and it will only grant you that you can keep your NFTs for over 60 days in your wallet. The second advice that I would like to give you is that it's really important to really create this huge mind map to start, because you need to understand what is it, this protocol, and what are the commitments that you are taking by working with this protocol, and what will be the value of this object in time. Is there this JPEG that I will be buying that is really certified NFT? It does really represent something as it is represented on the blockchain? Is it really stored in the IPFS, which is a decentralized cloud that manages this protocol? So this is exactly the same question that we are basically asking ourselves whenever we are uploading our private data on a drive, cloud, and so on. So we actually need to have our own control here, and that's very interesting to have this control. And I also would say that it's important also to feel once again this responsibility. That's very interesting, to really wonder where things are going and how can I master all of this. And the third advice that I would like to give is that, well, it's not even an advice, I would say. It's just to go back to the fact that I really believe for the video and for the digital photos and for some other supports, the NFT will really allow to have a certain quota that does not exist yet. And I believe that it will be possible, but in order for it to be possible, all the developer platforms have to stop imposing the standards that have no sense, like a limitation on 100 words to upload an artwork or something like that. Because for many people, this is something that is targeting the integrity of the artwork. And it's not really the story of someone who owns or doesn't own, is really the demonstration of all of this. And also, an important challenge is to understand how exactly are we presenting things. Is it on the mobile or is it on a digital screen? That has to be very well done, because right now we have Netgear that creates routers and they are a leader on the market, but we still have a long way to go here, which is why I believe that sometimes we have important problems with the marketing of the Web 3.0, because we believe that things exist already, whereas they don't. And we have to be humble and we have to invite people to experiment here and to talk about future rather than talking about things that don't exist in present. Are you also talking about the experiences of the audience? Because I believe that it will be a very interesting point to tackle when we're talking about NFT. So this is probably the topic that you're working on. Yes, indeed. For us, it was really a mission to promote digital artists and to democratize the access to the art. And yes, indeed, for me, the evangelization around the NFT passed by the dissemination, because a lot of people are basically wondering, why would I collect artwork that will always be staying in the wallet? The wallet is a virtual portfolio, virtual wallet where you place your crypto, where you keep your crypto and your digital art. So for me, the mission is to basically give a lot of visibility and much more value to the artwork, so that the artwork won't be always staying in the wallet, so that it will appear in the market. And this is why I'm interested in these issues related to the intellectual property, because when we are selling something to the collector, the intellectual property stays with the artist, and the artist can basically define a lot of things and have some value coming from it. So for me, this evangelization in front of the grand audience basically passes by the dissemination. So we have to explain all of these notions and create all the connections between the virtual world and the physical world. We have to understand all of this, because NFT can basically tackle any single asset. So this can be goods that have a lot of uses and so on and so forth, but we just have to understand how exactly we can exploit all the different possibilities that are offered by the blockchain. Now, with respect to the museums that are basically also part of all of this, would we tackle the question of the NFT here? And I actually am mentioning here the exhibition that is right now going on in the Museum Granet. So the Q&A probably can be part of this topic. And just to conclude this conference, I would like to have a little Q&A, and I would like to ask a very open question on the collective words. So how exactly can we present these collective words in order to protect artists and creations, instead of leaving a free space, free media space that will be taken by the cultural industries and creative industries that have other stakes in mind than the defense of the artists? So this is the question that I would like to ask the three of you. How can we present it collectively?
So by the professionals of culture and artists. So the DRAC, Direction Régionale de l'Action Culturelle, so for cultural accent. So again, for me, this relates to what I was saying earlier. You have to sensitize, and it goes through pedagogy and democratization, because NFTs are the devil, because there have been a certain number of scandals, of extreme speculations, etc. I'm just thinking that we need to educate the large public on on the virtues of blockchain. It has relevance on many number of topics. Education to art, namely. So many topics can be rethought. The discourse can be shifted. In regard to blockchain, you have to sensitize companies, because we spoke a lot about the Hermes trial, for instance, but I think we need to sensitize young people, because this issue, this topic is going to become pervasive in our daily lives. So I think that youth needs to be educated. I think that you really need to have some program like the national service program called JAPD in France, and young people need to be educated on this. I think you need to have the blockchain driver's license. I am fully in agreement with what you're saying. I think that beyond decentralizing, we need to decenter. So we have to look at the stakes in art, the stakes in the global economy. So I really see a chronology. To understand NFTs, you need to understand Bitcoin. And for that, you have to reshift, rethink things. So get out of France and think about Russia, for instance. If you don't want to stay in the country and you want to go elsewhere, I have friends who are in Germany, for instance, and they were unable to open an account during 3 months because of their passwords. So what can they do? And for that, Bitcoin could be a solution. And if you start understanding that, you start understanding how certain artists can escape censorship with works. Whistleblowers also can have a paper that could be blockchained in a sustainable way, and some vital information can be kept and preserved. So questions like that can be kept and related to safer points. So it also is related to sensitization to these topics and history as well. Lucy and Eleonore, yeah, I do agree. When I explain NFT, I explain Web 1, Web 2, GAFAMs, and Web 3, so that people would understand the concept behind these topics and the notion of intermediation, because otherwise NFTs could be just a matter of money and speculation, but no, it's way beyond that. My place is just across Beaubourg, the Pompidou Center, so demystifying, showing, and explaining that NFT is not the dark web, blockchain is not the dark web, it's a technology that has a lot of applications, and we are just on the on the doorsteps. We're not yet in the big room. So we need to test, try, reflect, explain, show, and above all, I spend a lot of time talking to the media, because I think that there is a major responsibility of the media, who I think maybe because it's easier, or maybe because of a wrongful understanding, they talk about all these scams or everything that's negative or nefarious. But it's like in every area of life, you may have, there are lots of potentialities, there are lots of very, very good aspects and very beneficial. And there are hackers, and there you have the scammers. And I do that all the time, and I do it with pleasure. I think that today you have achieved the feat of not falling into being jargony on something that is quite technical. So I thank you all three for that, because you explained things well, in my opinion at least. And I also would like to thank Chronique for their invitation and the organization of this roundtable, and also the Musée Granet in the framework of the exhibits and experimentation and NFT. And I have, I'd like to get the microphone around. And please ask your questions directly to our guests. So hello, Mathieu Grisard. Thank you for these explanations that I found very clear from many different perspectives, but I still have a question that is quite dark for me. From the point of view of the collector, what's the relevance beyond speculation of owning an NFT? Why is it relevant to own? So I think that collectors, across centuries, collectors have always enjoyed the feeling of being the owner, of ownership. You see, so I at some point visited the several castles where you have major collections, and we tried to understand the logic, the rationale of the collector, and there is also a bit of an ego. So if you take digital art, it is essentially reproducible ad infinitum, but there is one person, a single person, who can have the certificate of authenticity. So it is really the notion of satisfaction for the collector, of knowing that he is the one and only one who owns it. Because outside of the speculation aspect, works of art have this vocation of, being saleable on the second market. But the notion of seeing an artist and seeing that artist's reputation and value increase on the market, for the collector, the pleasure, the relevance of having the work of art increase in value. The more it becomes visible, it mechanically gains value. So the satisfaction of being the owner, and even though it can be diffused ad infinitum. So it is the value, not the pleasure of speculating. Let me add something else. It is also the possibility of being a sponsor and financially supporting the artist and help the artist live, simply live and eat and live and support them. But this can be done outside of NFTs. Well, but for digital art, it's very difficult. For digital artists, they're not going to sell, reproductions or the videos. Why not? Because some do. It's not the work itself. You buy some kind of surrogate for the work, whereas in this case, you buy the actual work of art and you help the artist continue the creation. I am not convinced.
D'autres questions?
Other questions? So maybe we could debate the question of the perception and the experience of the collector, because you have the impression that when you have an NFT on a hard drive, you do not really enjoy the possession. But the places that are going to, circulate the work, such as NFT Factory or ArtPoint, the artists who have a dedicated material as a base for their work, we see extension of the work, and the work is not going to stay in a wallet, but you're going to be able to play with it in your private circle or in your own home. It's like a person who is going to buy a designer handbag. You can find fakes that reproduce very, very closely the actual thing, but when you have the real thing, you know that you have the real thing. But also there is this ego at play with collectors. They know that beyond their sponsorship of the artist, they've always enjoyed this and the relationship. So Albertine Meunier, she's not here with us because her train was cancelled, but she will be here for the roundtable at 5 o'clock at Musée Granet, and that roundtable this afternoon shall be the continuation continuation of this one. She woke up at 5 this morning, so I'd like you to please come and support her this afternoon when she's physically here. And the question of we, the people in this room, how are we going to be able to accompany, beyond the NFT? How is that going to change our relationship to production of digital works of art? How we actors in this environment, in this milieu, how are we going to be able to map and support artists and have an opinion on the aesthetics of NFT? We know NFTs have there are stakes on the aesthetics and the artistic aspect. You can see that with works that have that are sold at millions of euros, whose artistic values can be challenged. How are we going to collaborate on these topics? Can you tell us what's your... I'm the director of the festival Siana, which takes place in Île-de-France in the Paris, greater Paris area. Does someone want to address that? I'd like to react on the question of aesthetics. There is no NFT art. Talking about an NFT art, it's a bit like talking about MP3 music. Aesthetics is, of course, related to the media used, but NFT is a technology to sell, commercialize. It can be photography, generative art, it can be video, it can be, and also you have crypto art. Crypto native artists that are going to explore all of these technologies with the rise of blockchain, or artists such as Back, who really explored the distribution processes, the circulation processes. So what you talked about, these exceptional amounts of millions of euro, they're not there for any aesthetical value. They're there for speculation purposes, and they are not the topic of our roundtable today. We are talking about the aesthetics and how we sponsor production, creation, and as we said all along this roundtable, artists are not going to disappear, intermediaries are not going to be disappear. The role will change in terms of visibility and legal support, and how they are going to help for the demonstration. So things are, we are in a very, very moving landscape, and really we are at an experiment. We need to go experiment. We need to buy NFT, meet the artists. We have some artists here on stage. We really need to get into the nitty-gritty of it. The Thailand French was bleu de chauffe. You need to get your workshop coveralls and get in the grease. So you talked about collective. What's the advice? Well, go to places such as NFT Factory, maybe the cultural venues where you work. Those venues should probably get in touch with places such as NFT Factory so that you raise your skills and share experience. It is a very itchy question, because the notion of NFT, the big explosion of NFTs is something that happened just a few hours before the general lockdown because of COVID. So these are questions that are still open, and these special venues such as NFT Factory or Artwork are places where you could come with your questions. I am Jean-Jacques Gaillet, director of the Access Festival, and I would like to bring fodder to our meal, and namely tell Ismaël, there is a play by Maurice Benayoud in collaboration of Jean-Baptiste Barrière, Tobias Klein, and Mendoza, value for value. And if you test it, if you experiment with this, you are going to, if you go there, you get out with a QR code that is yours. It is minted in the blockchain, and then on a market, on a platform. So if you become a collector, you have a physical object. So it's a tangible response maybe to collectors and what is an NFT and what's the object, the piece. You can use it. You are the co-creator of that piece or that object. So the value of value is the value of values is self-explanatory. The title of that play, which was created in 2016, was never played or staged in Europe, but with partners who are here, the Cube, and we were able to get it on stage and show it to a French public. So my question to Ismaël, who is also working on cinema, what do you think artificial intelligence, because the play in the Musée Granet shows us all those images, pictures from around the globe, and we had the question of copyrights and authorship rights. You showed things, all the global images or images from around the globe. It's the off that is the back picture of what you wanted to say. What is it? Aren't we going to have an image when we go see a play where you had all the channels from the globe? Isn't it a bit like the same thing that all the images from the world and things look alike? So thank you for this question that really gets me into the field of dystopia. The content is reorganized in a statistic and algorithmic way. Netflix is AI. The content is reorganized based on the audience, based on the spectators. One season would stop mid-air, and this is based on statistics and algorithms. So if we speculate within a 5-year time frame, we can imagine a content filmed on demand, and if you're not happy with the ending and you want a happy end, because I've had a terrible day today, so I'd like this actress or this actor because I see them in this film, or like on the internet, a lot of people go into what we call fan fiction. We have created and collaborative creation, and Disney makes the content that is the most popular in TikTok, and the interesting aspect of the collaborative aspect, but this also is the death knell to the author. I have no opinion on that, but what I see is that actually there is some like a tie or a junction or a node between blockchain and AI, going towards something that is like video games, but we no longer call it a video game, an architecture that where cinema maybe should have a reshift its self-paradigm into its relationship with images, pictures that is beyond Godard, where it's a document, and we reflect on this document to to shape our discourse on reality. And I think that there is a field here that needs to be explored. The work that was quoted, it's not a matter of telling stories, because basically it's just a transportation technology where you can carry works and with their authenticity, but you have to think about meta-reflexivity, because it's not just the technique that is questioned, it's the carriage way and how this world evolves in the at the macro level. Here we could have had a proof of attendance. We could have emitted or issued a proof of attendance token that proves that you were here, part of this audience. We talk about tickets for concerts where they are bought and then resold. We focus on the art aspect, but I also want to say that there is traceability on tickets, and you have museums where you have a whole system of ticketing that is, well. So, Adrian, please conclude. We're reaching the end of the question.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that the main goal of this conference was to make us all think together around these three topics. I understand that this is quite a difficult question, whether we would like to get converted to join this movement or not. Well, we are not really trying to promote anything. We understand that it's mandatory for us to go there because this is basically the goal of this round table around all these three topics that we have tackled. If you would like to continue this conversation, well, unfortunately, Lucie Eleonore is only available on video, but the three of us, we are available, so please come and see us. And once again, thank you very much for your presence, and I wish to all of you a very good day and a very good rest of the festival. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Right now, we would like to do a short break, and we will be back right here with the International Market of the Digital Arts, and we will be listening to the presentations of the KIK Festival, the container structure, and C-Lob as well. And we also will hear about the Sinal Festival. So we have some 5 minutes of break, and we will be right back here. And just a small clarification, Albertine Meunier has just came. Unfortunately, we weren't able to have her at this round table, but we will still have a little bit of her insight this afternoon during the conference. Thank you.
On va reprendre.
Please go back to your seats. We will continue our conference. So just to conclude this morning, we will be back to the International Market of Digital Arts, and the very first speaker will be Mario Kudnowski, and he will be talking about the Sinal Festivals. The Sinal Festival is the festival that is dedicated to the art of light and emerging technologies in Prague, and it happens every single year in October. So everyone who is working in the light sphere, they are creating in Prague very beautiful installations, light installations in all the famous places. So this is a very unique artwork in the urban spaces and modern spaces. And the Sinal Festival right now is a very respected platform at the international level, and it has a very good reputation internationally. Thank you so much, Mario. It's up to you.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So, good afternoon, everyone. I will present myself one more time. My name is Mario Kudnowski. I'm currently working as a program manager for Signal Festival, which is based in Prague, Czech Republic. And as we are very short on time, I will just briefly introduce our scope of work, describe our programming and activities that we work with so that you get a better idea. And at the end, I'm going to share my contact, so if you feel like you would like to get in touch, maybe present or create some cooperations for the future, I will be happy to get in touch with you. So, Signal Festival, as we like to call it, is a festival of digital and creative culture. We started approximately exactly 10 years ago as a, let's say, regular festival of light, as you might know it from different countries and cities all over Europe. But over these 10 years, we try to develop approach a little bit differently. We are trying to experiment with the different art forms, different media. We try to have some, let's say, different approach to use of a public space. So I believe that we do not fit this box of a regular light festival anymore, because we really try to bring the concept further every year in a way. Over these 10 years, we have welcomed more than 4 million visitors in the Czech Republic, and we have gradually become the largest cultural event in Czech Republic. Every year the festival takes place in mid-October. It's usually second week in October, and the attendance is usually approximately 500,000 people during four days. As I already mentioned, the main focus is still art installations in a public space, but we also like to work with digital art, conceptual art, motion design, video, AR, and we're basically open to any art forms. The only thing we always have to think about is the scalability of the work, because we need to be able to present it to these large crowds. At the same time, we also try to produce as many new art pieces as possible. So every year we commission several new artworks with Czech and foreign artists. And that's also one of the reasons why we've become also the largest producer of the art in the Czech Republic. When it comes to the programming, as we work with such a large crowd, we always try to have very strong curatorial concept. We try to be educative and to give something to people, as we have this responsibility about the information that we give them and what we share in the public space. So every year we try to work with different topics. In the past it was topics of ecology or political revolution, and for the next year we would like to focus on scientific research, or let's say research in general. Just to give you some idea, I believe that most of you have never been to Signal Festival, so I think it's going to be good to give you some previews, so we can have a look at the after movie from the last edition from 2022, so that you have some overview of kind of the artworks that we work with. So here we go. I hope it's gonna. Nope. Can I have some help, maybe? Okay, I guess we're gonna skip the video, but you're surely finding it on our website or YouTube. But I can at least point out some of the highlights from the last year. One of them was exhibition of Ondřej Zunka. This was the first time that we organized like a proper large-scale indoor exhibition with a major art venue in Prague, which is Kunsthalle. This was a digital immersive exhibition of Ondřej. If you don't know him, I recommend to check him out. He's one of the most successful Czech artists in the field of NFTs. He's mostly focused on digital art, and his work is pretty amazing. The other highlight of the last year was, for example, Refik Anadol, which after a long-term effort from our side, we finally managed to commission a completely new artwork from him, where he used the data about the city of Prague, and he created a completely new digital art piece for us. One of the highlights, in a way, of the last year was also the exhibition from Maxim Velchovsky. As I already mentioned, the responsibility that we share or that we have to the people that come to visit the festival. So this was an installation that tackled the actual situation on Ukraine, where the artist wanted to bring the actual evidence and to fight against disinformation, as there is still many people doubting about what's going on over there. So we literally brought destroyed cars from Ukraine and presented them in the streets of Prague, just like a real evidence that people could touch and see what is actually going on. And we also managed to send this installation also to Finland. It was presented there a couple of weeks ago at festival in Helsinki. The last year, for the first time, we also experimented with the live performance. For the first time, we managed to incorporate performance and live art into the lineup of the festival, which was kind of difficult to have an ongoing performance for four nights in a row, but it was really exciting. So that's also a new medium that we would like to incorporate into the lineup of the festival. We also presented, for example, a research at the Czech Technical University, which was supposed to be, again, some element of education for the visitors. And at this technical university in Czech Republic, they have one of the most advanced research of the robotics. So we try to present more in a depth, in a playful way, what is going on in terms of research. Apart from the festival itself, we are also doing some agency work. We have a small agency besides the festival where we try to rent, let's say, the artworks that we have acquired for the festival over the years. So we are open to rent them or send them to another festivals through the year. We are also working with the private institutions for private jobs, let's say. We have done some artistic projects for Mercedes-Benz, Sony PlayStation, Hyundai, and many more. We also try to have some year-round activities and collaborations in terms of, let's say, some smaller exhibitions, conferences. We try to also create some bigger educational platform for next year. We're preparing a huge conference and workshop for digital art professionals, so hopefully we're going to make that happen. And we also try to work with external curating. The next edition of the festival is going to take place between 12 and 15 of October. The first one is our website where you can see, you have an overview of all the past years, all the exhibitions that we've had. You can have a look at the video that we didn't manage to play today. And the second link leads to our agency site where you can see all of our art installations that are available for rent, all our private projects that we have done. So in case that you would be, for example, interested in renting one of the pieces that we have, you can have a proper look at the website. And for the last page, this is my mail address. Pretty simple, it's mario@signalfestival.com. So if there are any artists that would be interested in bringing their artwork to the festival, feel free to get in touch with me. Currently, we are closing up the lineup for the next edition in October. We would like to have it wrapped up by the end of the February, so this is the best time to get in touch with me in terms of collaboration. So do not hesitate to get in touch, and thank you.
Merci Mario.
Thank you, Mario. And we will continue. And now I would like to give the floor to Anna Bedenko. She will be talking about the structure called Container. She is the exhibition commissioner, and she is also working in the programming of the festival. She has participated in many projects of research as well as publishing. Anna, it's up to you. Thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me well? I'm not used to the microphones. So hi, yes, I'm Anna Bedenko, and thank you for the invitation. I work at Container, Bureau of Contemporary Art Praxis in Zagreb, Croatia, as a curator and project manager. And we are a non-profit NGO founded in 2002. Our main field of interest is progressive contemporary intermedia art on the intersection with science and technology, sound art, and experimental music. And we take a special interest in projects that examine the role and meaning of science and technology in society, as well as body. And other current and relevant phenomena, provocative or intriguing subjects, and those perceived by the society as taboo. Last year, actually, we have marked the 20th anniversary of our organization, and we celebrated with numerous events across the city. So you can see the exhibition of Nelo Akamatsu, a Japanese artist, as well as other performances, concerts, and numerous exhibitions. So that was a big achievement for us to be working that long on the Croatian independent art scene. Apart from the purely curatorial work, Container also commissions and produces artworks, mainly from local or Croatian artists. And in that sense, really tries to support the
the local art scene. You can see some of those productions here that are then exhibited in art festivals like Device Art and even globally in international events. Over the years, we have initiated several successful three triennial festivals, Extravagant Bodies, Device Art, and Touch Me Festival. And Device Art explores basically technological devices, machines, and robotics in contemporary art, while Touch Me is focused on tackling the accelerated development of technologies and all the consequences, and also exploring future speculative scenarios. The first edition was actually in 2005, and that was the first time that bioart was presented in Croatia, so that was a very important field of our activity, and we still work in that area. Extravagant Bodies is a festival of art. This is a photo from the Touch Me Festival, just to show you some examples. And Device Art. And Extravagant Bodies, which started as a festival of art and disability, and a festival actually that deals with the politics of normality, the socially prescribed codes of health, beauty, lifestyle, sexuality, and the marginalization of subjects, topics, or even persons that sort of deviate from that norm. Also just some of our exhibits from the past editions of our festivals. And some other activities. For example, we organize a lot of lectures and educational activities, and also we have a publishing activity, mostly related to our projects and festivals, and our books can be also found on our Facebook page and online, and most of them are still available to purchase. Since 2021, we have organized an experimental sound event, Gibanja, Motions, because sound art and experimental music is also a field that became very intriguing to us, and we have started working increasingly in that area. And some of the artists, so it is basically a non-mainstream festival with a lot of experimental music, multi-channel sound installations, and just a way to sort of create space for new and emerging interdisciplinary artists that mostly deal with music and sound art. You can see some of our past guests there. We are also quite proud that we produced and organized the last Croatian pavilion at the Venice Biennial. This is just, the work is called Untitled, and it didn't really have a fixed location, but it was a set of performances held at various national pavilions. So sort of parasiting on other national pavilions with a contemporary dance performance, being fed information from the algorithm, who was inspired by the most important news from the media at that day. So you can see this was the last prompt following the closing of the biennial and their instructions for their last performance. Yes, also we are a member of the EMAP European Media Art Platform, and we have recently organized a residency with our Japanese colleagues, the Kazokuchi team, and this was our basically our first sort of exploration of NFTs and sorry. And examination of this field of work. Kazokuchi, I wrote the website, so you can check out the work there. And it's a very interesting project.
So we hope to continue with many more residencies. Kazokuchi is basically it is a work of tiny robots that host Kazokuchi families, which are all actually recorded as NFTs, and they can reproduce with one another, thus creating eggs, which are then minted as NFTs. So it's a very interesting project for us, and it was the first time that we did something like that. Also a very big news for us that so far we have mostly exhibited all our festivals and works in external events and didn't have our own space, but currently we are in the process of acquiring a venue, and hopefully we will be able to show you that very soon and host most of our events there. And since I already mentioned that artistic residencies and artwork production and commission is our very important activity, I would like to use this opportunity to invite artists and artistic collectives, as well as other creatives or even people with a scientific background, to apply to a Sea Change open call, which is being launched within this European project, A Sea Change. The deadline is 10 February 2023. And we are actually calling for interesting interdisciplinary projects that are related to the sea, biodiversity, blue economy, even new and progressive touristic practices. So you can find all the information on the project website or on our website. And also, please feel free to reach out if ever you would like to collaborate with Container. We are always open. We work internationally. We're always open to host artists, to invite them. We are constantly on the lookout for new collaborators and partners from different various areas. And yes, or if you just want to learn more about the organization and our activities, and this is a very short time slot that we have here, please feel free to contact us and get in touch. I have put all the information in the beginning. It is all on our website or our social media channels. So I think that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Nous accueillons à présent Marie Duchastel, la directrice du
So
KIC
we're now
Festival.
welcoming Marie Duchastel, who is director of the KIC Festival, Art and Technology. So this is an event that has acquired great reputation in the digital landscape. So the aim is to compare all the cross departmental operations of technology and art. So I have lots of slides, and I don't think that I shall reach the end, and I'm going to try to go fast in my presentation. So thank you for your presentation. I'm the art director for this structure, which is an association and NGO and non-profit. It's called KIC. We call it the KIC Galaxy because we have, it's quite a galaxy with lots of projects. So now the timer is starting, so my countdown is on. So I have just chosen to introduce 4 main projects because we have created a kind of ecosystem in which each projects feed each other. So there is an interconnection, and they are, well, they make up this ecosystem, and whose mission is to explore how the evolution of new technologies, science, and society, how the use of the creative use of these new technologies create new types of cultures, and also the involvement and the changes that causes on society. And through an international festival that takes place every year in Namur, where we have a Fab Lab and track and artistic production, and a venue for permanent exhibits called the Pavilion. So the explanation for these projects is available. We have Namur is located in the francophone part of Belgium in Wallonia. And the festival was born in 2011. We've been around for more than 10 years now, and in the course of the years, we have added several things to the KIC Galaxy, and we create connections between art, technology, science, society, and also, and it is important to focus on that, we don't just do art and culture, we are also very interested in economy and business. We're interested in web, graphic work, and technological work and creative practices. So now this is the 12th iteration from the 26th to the 29th of October in Namur, in many different venues in Namur. So the last edition, which closed a few months ago, we had 25,000 participants, and it spanned 4 days. So it's a topic-based festival, so every year we have one subject. The whole programming is around those themes, and the festival targets two types of audiences: the professionals who come to the conferences, workshops, masterclass, networking, creative village. And we also have an offer for the general public, which is a public of families, parents, children, all age groups. And the main element for the festival, for the professional part, is the conferences, between 40 and 50 speakers from around the world who are going to talk and present their practice, their work, and their critics. We have designers, famous designers such as Stéphane Loulou Joao, a Belgian artist who works with Blender, artists who work on the digital, people who work in fashion, fashion tech, fashion design, in music and technology, people who are critics, such as forensic architecture, or Bellingcat, Kathleen Smoove, who is on the bottom of the image. She works on projects that make sexuality and technology. We also have a creative village, which is part of the business and pro part of the festival, where we have the KIC market, where we have about 40 technology projects, startups that were born through crowdfunding or Fab Labs, and design and make spaces. So everything is saleable, experimentable. So these are more on hardware projects from worldwide. People from all around the world who come with their projects and sell them. So people who have access to the conference, we have an application for networking. And we also have international delegations that come and exhibit at our market. We have workshops, master classes, and the KIC in Town is for the general public, and it's in 20 different venues, a program of exhibits with a map and the numbers, a little bit like here in places, in historical places in Namur, and gardens and public places. A series of installations and a different topic each year. We also have performance in the public space. such as here, and a program targeting children. As I said, a lot of things. And after this, after the creation of the festival, we saw that there was a lot of aura, and we saw that did not necessarily benefit our own local territory and our communities. So that's where TRAC was born, a creative hub and Fab Lab that was born in 2015. It's in collaboration with the collectivities in Namur and the university, and we we fished for European funds to launch the project, and we acquired the building, a very large building where we have a co-working space. So it's a dedicated space where creative companies in the areas of new technologies, in industrial, cultural and creative industries work, architects or developers who make small modules, and they rent offices in the TRAC venue, or they have co-working spaces. So that's managed by our partners for the economic development part, and we are in charge of the technological development. So we do the same things that we do in the framework of the festival. And we have the Fab Lab and the Media Lab, which is like a Fab Lab, but dedicated to immersive experiences with augmented reality, virtual reality, and 360-degree exploration possibilities. So we are going to launch it soon because it was inaugurated on 15th of December. Because we are in Namur and we speak French, we would like to invite you to come and collaborate with us because you are Francophone and we're Francophone. So you are part of the people who have some relevance collaborating with us. And we have a platform of artistic collaboration. We work with artists from Brussels and also on international projects with the support of an organization represented here by Anne, and let me thank her. We also have a call for residences. We have just launched both. One on the topic of ecology. Each time we invite two artists, an international artist, and they have a budget of 5,000 euros of production, and they're welcomed for a residence of 1 month. This is one of the places, the cultural places where they can start producing a project. And the second one is around the topic of astronomy. This is also a cultural venue in partnership with the University of Namur, a project around space exploration. So they have access to the observatory and the community of astrophysics specialist experts. So if you're interested, please send your candidates. So now I only have 1 minute left. The pavilion that we opened 2 years ago, the Belgian pavilion that the city of Namur repurchased and put atop the citadel, a hill that is above the city, and you can access it with a lift. So it's a permanent exhibit venue that we manage throughout the year with a program of exhibits with educational activities and workshops for the youth. And we have a lot of families and a lot of tourists also, because this is one of the highlights of tourism areas in Namur. So it's quite an iconic and emblematic venue, 2,500 square meters, an exhibit that is entitled Humans and Machines. And the special feature of this place is that we can show art-related projects, art, science, and digital, or even technological innovations or scientific. So the lab, we gave a specific aim for this, which we call the augmented human in the medical sector, so that the idea of our exhibits is really to address topics that we could see in science museums, but that you can experience and have a touch and a feel for this. So there is always a playground, what we call the playground, which is a play area, the sandbox next to each exhibit, where you have places that are designed. So a few images from last year, how Biotopa to cohabit with living, our coexistence with the non-human. But we also have a major project of collaboration of Africa, which we call Afrikic. I won't say more about this, but it's both in Namur and in Africa. The details are available.
Merci Marie.
Thank you, Marie.
Notre dernière intervenante
So the last speaker is Cécile Wang. She's going to introduce the C Lab, and she's at the head of the Taiwan Sound Lab. And she has prepared projects and helped develop talents. It is an incubator to international artists and is the place that promotes a rich and inclusive landscape for art. I also have to speak very fast because we have lots of information. And I also have a short film, but I am not sure that I'm going to cover everything. C Lab is located in the center of the city of Taipei, but you can see very well that the site is an old site, dates back to the 1930s. Well, maybe we could send the images. And from the 1930s, it is still a site that is managed by the Japanese government because the Japanese were occupying the space for 50 years. So it is a place that was more devoted to industry. So after the Second World War, it became a military ground, and from 2017, the Ministry of Culture started reflecting on how to transform this into a cultural space. The C Lab is really a process, a design that will merge art, science and technology, technique and society. And always with merging an open mind towards open-mindedness toward the future. And currently, we had three orientations: administration and the organization of the back. The third one is the media technique, and the second one is contemporary art platform. And what we also wanted to do is to collaborate with all the different disciplines in art. And each year, the direction of contemporary art creates exhibits on contemporary art. And that management board has a space for creators where they encourage artists to propose their new creations. And the second direction is Techno in Media, which is a platform created for research on technology and art, where we build this geode, an immersive dome on audiovisual and sound with an amplifonic system. And it's a lab where we can take it everywhere. It's a movable venue. We have presented it in several places, and I hope that in the future there would be a possibility to have it be introduced abroad. We don't have time to talk about the construction technique, but the sound system is what we call ambisonics. And this is really, we select artists with an open call, and we select artists who do some immersive work, and we invite foreign artists. And we can also present living arts, not just visual arts. So the film that I am going to introduce we also we have another lab, the Taiwan Sun Lab, which is a collaboration with IRCAM in Paris. We have an agreement that was signed in 2019. So compared to you, we're still very young, and it is really a collaboration that is focused on mutual visits. With all the co-productions and the guests, we are going to conduct technical research on music and sound, and our mission, you're going to see, I need to go really fast. We also invite Taiwanese artists who try to get familiar with new technologies and new tools that they can use and apply to their music creations and their sound creations. And this is another section yet, which is we have young creators. So two sections. The first section is on the a Taiwanese commission that selects artists, and then we select together with the IRCAM. So in our mission, something important really is the we created the online IRCAM workshop for our collaboration. This is our special audio field, and it's created by IRCAM, and inside you have lots of speakers, and all of this we have to learn new technologies, and we have to help young creators and young composers to get familiar with new fields and new areas of work, new professions, and how they can apply that in their creations. So just really a very, very brief overview to show you the information. 2021, we have a festival which we call Diversonics, focused on contemporary music and also sound art. And we encourage artists who want to really work, and we want cross-disciplinary. So there are several sections, different sections. So we work with the cinema, dance, theater, but also installations for contemporary art and others. This is a co-production with the National Theatre of Taichung. To associate music with dance. And this year, we again restarted mutual visits, and in June we visited the festival, Manifest Festival in Paris. And this also helps us get new visions for our artists. So last year, we had a short musical festival, a small one, and we also worked with all the engineers, French engineers, and this plays specific, it was produced specifically for the National Museum of Taiwan. So it's a new space, and we also have an ambisonic system in this venue with immersive images. This is also a production by a colleague. We invite artists to create new plays or so that the body of the dancer and the light and the images and the sound interact. So the last one is the work of Rafa Bing, because the artists could not present this, but this afternoon we have 5 artists who are going to showcase their own work. The work on the at La Friche in Marseille. So please do go there, because it's a big name in Taiwan, and they have a lot of concepts that they want to introduce. More than 100 artists. So just to show you rapidly the film to give you an impression, but if you do have time, please do experiment on your own or by yourself. So this afternoon, the artists who are present, who are going to present their work, there are 4 pieces, so it would be much better for you to experiment that locally, in situ. So please visit our website and our Facebook page as well. And the co-production with IRCAM, which will be presented in March in Paris, if you have the opportunity and the time to go there. Thank you.
Merci, Cécile.
So thank you, Cécile. So let's meet here at 2 o'clock for the sequel to the Mian Marché International de l'Art Numérique, because we have several artists, including 4 Taiwanese artists, at the end of today. Meanwhile, well, let's take a well-deserved break, and the exhibits are available at the La Friche and in Aix-en-Provence.
Rebonjour, nous allons reprendre.
So hello everyone, we will be resuming our work. So this afternoon we will basically continue our international market of digital arts, and starting from now we will start with the very first speaker. The very first speaker is Clio Krajewska, and she will be talking to us about ICA 2023, and she is specialized in the production and dissemination of visual, digital, and sound art. She organizes and produces projects for events that are major for the international stage, and ICA 2023 is one of these events. So I'm giving her the floor, please. Hello. Hello, and thank you very much for this presentation. Well, of course, most of you know me as a programmer in different venues. However, today I'm here to talk to you about ISEA 2023, and I'm the production director for the ISEA 2023. So right now I will start my presentation. So ISEA, some of you already know very well ISEA, and probably some of you even remember the edition of 2000, and I have also shown right on the screen the flyer of ISEA 2000, and this is the most important event of the digital creation, and this will be the 28th edition this year. So in order to organize ISEA, we had to do the international competition, and this competition was won by Le Cube, who is the executive producer of ISEA this year. So Le Cube has a lot of partners that are working with them, and I will talk about them a little bit later. But in order to create this event, the most important core is the academic symposium and also the symposium of artistic research around a topic. And the topic this year is symbiosis. So we are creating images between the 16th and 21st of May. And around all of this, there's a lot of artistic aspects that will be explored throughout this week. And it will be all prepared in April, and later on in June, these collaborations will continue. So this topic, symbiosis, first of all, it echoes to the environmental questions, but also it echoes to the societal changes, all the mutations that we have of different organizations, and so on and so forth. And ISEA is 70 countries that are represented there. We have over 100 partners. I will go back to them. We have approximately 105,000 applications. And all of those applications have already been received. So right now the call for applications is already closed. We have over 2,000 artists, and we are expecting over 100,000 of audience. So here are the partners. You have already liked Le Cube, and I believe that you will absolutely adore Le Cube Garges. This is something that will start in 4 days next Tuesday in Garges-les-Gonys. So it will be the big change of atmosphere for Le Cube. So you will basically have a huge venue of 8,000 square meters, and this will be the grand opening will be on January 24th, and the official opening will be starting from March 28th. So please do not hesitate to come and see us. So ISEA, of course, the executive producer of ISEA is Le Cube, and they have associated with for the academic and research part, and for the symposiums, they have supervision académique, academic supervision, and also the venue of the symposium, Forum des Images, that you have on the very first line of this slide. And we also have the organization committee that is also a source of pride for us. Now, for the part symposium, this is the first part, and the second part, which is also very important for us, that's the part that is related to the artistic creation. We have the hybrid part, which is very important this year, because we would like to broadcast most of the conferences in streaming, and we are also creating something new here. Well, we are still calling it Metaverse, or sometimes we're calling it the augmented catalog, but we would like to value and valorize all the artistic artworks that are, we would like to showcase them in an immersive environment, but we also would like to have meetings in an agora, central agora, in the atmosphere that will be an immersive atmosphere. So what we did 2 calls for projects. Both of them are already over. So the first one was the call for artistic projects, and we have received approximately 700 or 800 applications, and we have selected 86 artists. So some of them are here present today. We have 100 artworks that we have selected, and we have another call for projects, and this one is much more related to the research, to the talks, speeches, and work in progress, and things like that. And here we have the selection of all of these speakers that we can have there. So the process is a process of selection. So there's an expert committee that is selecting all the speakers. And during the symposium, we will also have a lot of professional days with the ACNUM network that is also very present here. And they were present this morning at the Chronic as well. We also have Focus Industrie Culturelle, the focus of cultural industry with 104 Factory, LINCC and CNC as well. We also have the artistic program with Le Cube, of course, but also with a specific program that is created for ISEA this year with Electra, with Focus Quebec, within the framework of the year of French and Quebec innovation. And there is also the exhibition at Le Cube Garches, and there will be other exhibitions as well, and I will go back to it a little bit later. So now, what I wanted to explain to you is that the call for the artistic project, here are some figures for that. Well, we have this complex structure because we are representing French creation, but also we would like to represent the diversity of countries and the diversity of origins of the artworks. So that's the challenge that we have put in front of us. So here you have pretty much the presence of different countries per geographic area. Well, the figures are shown on the graph. And in the same way, we have this graph right here. Well, of course, this is kind of approximative because we can have multiple artworks that will be pretty much going into several categories at the same time. Well, we have some installations, we have projections, we have performances, live performances. We also have some interactive and games and some other forms that are also present here. Well, I will go very quickly through the examples of the artwork. Well, of course, we have 100 of those, so I will not start describing the artworks to you, but just to tell you that we have very diverse formats that are present. At the same time, we have very diverse mediums that are represented here. And all of this artwork, well, we actually are organizing and doing this huge work right now, the work of matching between all the selected artworks and the venues, the partner venues that we have. So you can see the cultural partners right now on the screen. If you don't see your logo, please do not panic because it's still not too late to add logos and so on. So we still can discuss of the new possibilities of partnerships and so on. So what are the cultural partners that we have here? First of all, we are talking here about the venues that will be welcoming some artwork that is part of the calls for project of our project, but also these are the venues that will be offering label-related events. So if your venue is organizing something between May 8th or even April something and end of June, it's totally possible to organize a collaboration. So either having this label or having a tagging or probably doing something even more deep and involving both parts. So just come and see us. But knowing that we're talking here about the region of Paris, nevertheless, we still have a lot of work that is done by ISEA in the region. And of course, we're doing it in partnership with Maïf. And we are very, very open to collaboration with different venues that are also outside of Paris. Now, I guess this is it for my presentation. I am staying here until Sunday, and it will be my pleasure to talk to you individually. Thank you very much.
So now we are going to listen to Pierre Pose. Pierre is a video and plastic arts and a graduate of the Paris School of. So he was here for the roundtable yesterday morning, and he was revealed to the public in 2016 during an event in Paris. And since then, his work has been the object of a lot of organization of events in France and elsewhere. in Palma de Mallorca and the Biennale of Beijing. So how can we remove that banner on the left-hand side? So I'm going to talk about a play in, especially a piece that was exhibited at the Biennale Chronique, because it's a crossover between the video work of video, and also the installation is contemporary art, and a project on blockchain. And very briefly, the project in my last year of school at Frénois in 2018, I had a project on the memory of water, a theory, a pseudoscientific theory that was debunked in the 90s. And the principle of that theory was that to be able to digitize biology, it's a bit like the principle of homeopathy. So I was interested in having this experience based on the protocol that was used back then. We worked with a CNRS lab with psychotropes in homeopathic doses with mother tinctures. We tried to build with biochemical terms oxytocin, phenylalanine, and hormones that are at work in the love process, the bonding process, based on the principle of the memory of water with very high dilutions and the system of transmissions that are quite esoteric that were used in order to transmit. So we had a first part, which was an experience in a hangar on human guinea pigs, who were going to drink the solution in an electro music party, to have this experience with guinea pigs, quote unquote, what underlies the memory of water. So a kind of dissertation on the vibrations in the human body, the type of vibrations that the human body can perceive, sound and light, and that you are in kind of a boiler room in the middle of an electro, party. So if you have the opportunity to go and experiment that in Marseille. So what I did after that was that for this project, we ordered some substances that we used in the lab. We ordered them on the darknet, because working in a lab with drugs is very, very expensive, because you have to have pure drugs, and the circuits are really expensive. So it was over our budget, and that is why the procurement for us required Bitcoin to buy in the darknet the substances that we needed for our mother tinctures. So when I completed the project, I gave the digital files for these. I put them back in the darknet so that it then can be consulted by just about anybody, because it's in the dark web. So I felt that there was not a bit of there was no hype around that. But the possibilities of what you call a smart contract, the technology that hosts NFTs, I wanted to see the implications of this project in the blockchain. And I collaborated with people who created a wallet, so who are part of this ecosystem. And then we worked with the same lab, the same CNRS lab, who curated molecules for us, quote unquote, and we based an AI that is called AlphaDo. It's Google IA that enables you to visualize molecules on systems of scientific representations. When you have H2O water, how it can be represented. You have many molecules that are at play. So these 13 drugs that can be minted, they can be mined, tokens can be mined with code, so it's generative art actually, and there is a random allocation of molecules, THC, DMT, anything that composes those 13 drugs, and each image, each digital asset is unique and generates the image. And it was the distinction we made yesterday. Is NFT just a pointer toward a physical file that is stored somewhere in a centralized or decentralized, or is it in itself, per se, the medium? It is, well, the code that generates the image is included in the metadata that enable not only the authentication, but also the interaction. Smart contracts interact between themselves. Here, the different molecules that make cannabis, for instance, they are merged, they are related, so to create a blockchain, cannabis on the blockchain. So it's a kind of project at the crossroads between mining, so a kind of didactic experience and aesthetical experience, because it is the extension of this project. And water has a special role because you have many molecules of water, but each time you make a drug, you burn an NFT, burn meaning that you use it and it disappears. So it's a very abundant resource, but it rarefies over time. But because the more people will create drugs, the more the supply of water will be depleted. So for me, I also had, I was interested in playing in this on this ambiguity of the art dealership, the ambiguity that is somewhat funny, because you can play with different factors of how you can perceive and embrace that. So my project for this, was really intended for the communities involved in blockchain, because they have mercantile considerations, merchandising works and digital works of art. But this require them to go and do in-depth work, because if they wanted to go find rare drugs, they had to go investigate the deep molecular compositions. And so symbolically, I was also interested in having a type of representation of molecules and drugs that was some kind of down the rabbit hole process of representation with the systems and the algorithms that exist in the social networks. So, a kind of representation of the reward circuit in the digital, in these digital spheres. And then one thing, so let me introduce the last project that I'm showing at the Musée Granet. This experiment that lasted 2 years with the people who fabricated this project enabled me to meet the crypto communities and really go meander in their universe, often anonymous people with profile photographs that are quite strange. So I was really in this rabbit hole aspect and the solitude of the people behind their screens, with this on and off between digital and the flesh and blood world. The bed, this mattress, a mattress with nothing else in a room, represents the people who have been raked, that is, have been completely dispossessed of everything they had. This is all that remains. And another meme that is Pee-Pee the Frog, a cartoon character that was recuperated by Trump during his campaign. During Trump's campaign, he used this meme. So you have this, games of influences between different communities. The crypto community that reappropriated this meme, representing a sad persona. So with an AI generating images of that mattress and of this cartoon character, what I did was that I recovered these images, take them, give them to the IA, and then the IA would iterate images. And then at some point, so we had this conversation between me and the artificial intelligence, and then we stopped and froze on an image in particular, which was a choice of a painting and a digital image. And the painting is here in the museum, and the digital object is this screen, which is on the floor or lying on a mattress. A reference to crypto communities. Last year there was an event, which is an NFT event in the sphere of cryptocurrencies. And there was a kind of a spoof of an NFT exhibit where things are very deceptive. So what they put was just legs with screens that were not calibrated for the images, for the size of screen. It was a kind of a exhibit in a lobby, in a hallway, with works that were supposed to be masterpieces of crypto art, and it became in itself a meme in itself of this image of a kind of lousy, stuck in the mud exhibit. I think I'm there. Just on time. Thank you, Pierre.
And right now, I would like to give the floor to Nicolas Veranc, who will be talking about Parallel. Parallel relates artistic practices with Web 3.0 technologies. By combining conceptual explorations with bespoke tools, we bring unparalleled art projects to life with sustainable blockchain ecosystems. Parallel develops a series of unique collaborations with contemporary artists, architects, fashion designers, filmmakers, and musicians, cutting down through the noise of the NFT space. This project favors projects with strong identity and impact in the domain of Web 3.0 in the artistic and cultural field. Thank you very much. Let me launch the presentation. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for having invited me. I'm Nicolas Veranc, and we have launched Parallel at the end of 2020. This is the agency that takes care especially of art and blockchain, essentially. But for the digital natives, you have to know that me and my associate and co-founder Alex, we are working for 25 years right now on the new media. So I can tell you that we didn't really create this agency to help the new media artists, but we created it for everyone who comes from the modern art and who would like to get into the blockchain world. So I will explain a little bit later how we had several projects in modern art. So as we were saying, we connect contemporary art practices with Web3 technologies. So NFT exists for a few years now, and we can say that there have been a lot of hype last year, but it actually died out a little bit, and the crypto, we can say today that this is getting more and more stable. So we cannot say that this is the right moment to be launching NFT projects or blockchain projects, but it's still a very good moment to reflect on all of it, because there's a lot of people who don't really understand blockchain or who don't understand it well, and which is why we also have launched a little podcast, the podcast that describes what blockchain really is, because there's a lot of terms there that are not really understandable, like decentralization, wallet, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of different concepts. So if you're not really interested in all of this, and if you're only looking at the media and the information that the media is providing, you never have the right information. So what we can say is emergent today thanks to this hype, thanks to the fact that too many NFTs have been produced, and the modern art is getting interested in it as well. So I think that we actually have to differentiate digital artists that we know and crypto artists. For me, these two notions are different, meaning that crypto artists can be collectives, like something that is collectively created. For example, we have been talking about RRPP, or some people from crypto who just took this different protagonists or heroes, but this is not really art. These are rare peeps or CryptoPunk or some other memes or things like that. So the question is whether this is art or not really art. Well, these are artists, crypto artists, who used blockchain in order to experiment with some things. Some of them did it to earn a lot of money, but some others did it because this was fashionable, and they just wanted to be part of this new movement, of this new ecosystem of cryptocurrency. And a very interesting artwork of a new media artist, Kevin McCoy, with Annual Dash, they have created an artwork that is called Quantum, and this is one of the very first artworks that was minted in the blockchain. It was not the real blockchain back then, it was in 2014, and this was the database, decentralized database, which is a blockchain, but it was called Nencoin back then, and today it does no longer exist because they actually had to take this artwork that was minted on this pre-blockchain and actually mint it once again on another blockchain, like to migrate it. But working in the blockchain and working in a peer-to-peer environment, this is not something that is new. It's just that today it's a little bit more democratized, essentially with the blockchain Ethereum that allowed to develop the NFTs thanks to smart contracts. So this non-fungible, it actually is non-fungible thanks to the blockchain. And then we also have Tezos, which is a French blockchain that does exactly the same thing for proof of stake and not proof of work as for the Bitcoin. So we see that this is something that is on OpenSea. So Pierre Pose right now is on OpenSea. He has just explained that. So the problem is, how exactly can you find here the artwork by Pierre Pose right here in the sea of pictures, I would say. So how exactly today the modern artist or a digital artist can differentiate and can also find the right marketplace? You will see later on, we have collaborated with many different marketplaces that are, how can I say that? Curated marketplaces. So OpenSea is not a curated marketplace, meaning that everyone can create their account and do something on OpenSea. You don't really have a lot of choice, and with the algorithm, sometimes you will be on the top of the list and sometimes you won't be there. But it's really important for you to be in the right position in order to sell your NFTs. So we were talking about the modern art, and I believe that some pictures, some images here are recognizable to you. So there is John Raffman, John Gerard, Abramovich, and Walid Khat. So these are the modern artists who basically started doing their projects in the blockchain. They're all different and the projects are very different. Demonist is one of the most well-known because we were able to choose here whether we are keeping this painting, this small painting of the small dots, or whether we are keeping an NFT. And not a little while ago, the choice was made. So this is called the currency. So basically, he was playing with this idea of the potential of the blockchain. And finally, by saying if we are keeping one, we have to burn the other. And in this topic, and Pierre Pose, I'm sorry, I'm always going back to his presentation because he had this absolutely wonderful examples. Because when he said we are burning our NFTs, well, it actually meant that we were burning them. Except that this artist was actually burning it, like literally burning it in the painting. So he was destroying the NFT. So he was basically playing with this concept, the concepts that are really, really linked to the crypto. Now, in the world of art, and really in the world of art, people started doing a lot of things around crypto and blockchain. And there were several galleries, but not just galleries. We had Peace Galleries Office Impact, and some others, well, the galleries that were already working with a lot of digital art, but that also started dealing with NFTs and creating NFTs. For example, right here, the foundation Luma Foundation is associated to Art Basel, and they started working together with Art Basel in order to create this exhibition that will be dedicated to modern art. So basically, we can see that the modern art is basically getting back this ownership of the blockchain and is understanding what exactly can be done with the blockchain. Well, unfortunately, time is flying too fast. Well, these are some other examples, very interesting examples that I have here. Sarah Friend, Anna Riedler, Simon Denny. For example, Sarah Friend, she bought some digital tools on Amazon and she was destroying them and was selling NFTs in order to be able to buy physical objects on Amazon. So the artists are really, really playing around with technologies just as they do in the art in general or in the modern art. Now, well, I will have to skip a lot of things because I don't have a lot of time. I was speaking about terms of service, and this is the podcast that terms of service. This is a podcast that we have launched a while ago, and you can go there and you can really, really get a lot of information because we're explaining in a very detailed way what exactly blockchain is, because these people have already experienced a lot of things in the blockchain. We have some engineers, but we also have the coders who are writing smart contracts. But at the same time, we're also working with the artists, meaning that we're helping artists to conceptualize projects for the blockchain. One of them is Maxime Berthoud, and he has this project around the Club Sidir. And we will be basically selling this generative clouds in order to help Cedric with his project. We have also collaborated with a lot of fairs, one of them in Brussels, one of them in Luxembourg. So you can see basically the images right here. Oh, do I have another minute? Yes, thanks. Oh, I will try to go a little bit slower. So in the fairs, art fairs, what was important is that we were asked to help to understand. So they asked us, they told us, we don't know what to do with blockchain and with NFT. Can you please help us? And we said, okay, we will help you. We will help you, and this is how we organized a stand. And at the very beginning, we started by explaining what is NFT. And at the very beginning, we had some very classical collectors, and we had to explain absolutely everything. So how to be a dedication place rather than a place of information. This was back in 2022. At the very beginning of the year 2022, and at the end of the year 2022, we did Luxembourg Affair, and people understood a little bit better what was the concept of the blockchain. So there, we were possible to rather have an exhibition where we were able to buy some artwork. So we didn't do a partnership with Ferrofight, which is the marketplace, but a curated marketplace. And we actually had some curators that were participating there with us. And we were definitely selling NFTs. Well, we didn't sell anything for X reasons. But what we also had is that we have offered something. People basically could get an NFT as a gift. And we gave as a gift 400 generative NFTs of an artist, Alexandra Janovic. And so this was our approach. So we're basically proceeding in an educative way. And I believe that this is the general practice right now. And I'm talking to you about the modern arts, because for the crypto universe, we have a lot of crypto natives to who we don't need to explain anything. However, for others, we have to explain everything today. I understand that the evolution will happen, and in some years, the situation will change completely. But for now, this is still it. So I guess I will stop here, because otherwise I will be talking and talking for hours. Thank you very much.
Merci, Nicolas.
Thank you, Nicolas. So now we are going to hand over to Stéphanie Roland. Stéphanie is a visual artist, and she makes films and installations that explore among others, documentaries and imagination and the invisible structures of Western world. And her projects are seen around the world. They have been exhibited at the Louvre Museum, Musée Benaki, etc. So she was exhibited at the 57th Biennale of Venice. Thank you for this presentation. So I was already, so this is a great introduction here. So I have this impression that with this bully pulpit, I'm going to give a political speech, but well, let me introduce myself. I'm Stéphanie Roland. I'm an artist based in Brussels, and my work is at the crossroads of visual arts and the cinema. And I am in this, in-between space. And my special focus is how the Western world creates, with its complex systems, invisible spaces, immaterial entities, negative, not in the sense of negative and bad, but something that is kind of, invisible in the infraspace. And I'm interested in complex systems, and I work with them, and I try to incarnate them in a visual regime of appearance, disappearance, and cross-disciplinary work. The cinema is a very rich tool for that, because the cinema enables the expression of this complexity, how to create in a period of post-truth, where the media, all these conspiracy theories, alternative facts, and all of that, this can be a tool to create new narrations, new narratives, alternative narratives of the post-truth era. So I have explored and ventured into different worlds and explored, namely, phantom or ghost islands. One of the images of the Podesta Island movie, which was produced by Le Fresnoy, and from where I was not long ago. So these ghost islands are islands that have appeared in atlases, in world maps, and they have actually proved to be fictitious islands. And I have worked on this, and I have also worked on and lands on which there is no sovereignty yet, which is quite rare, because lands without a sovereign power in this day and age. And I also worked at the Vasarely Foundation on cemeteries of spacecrafts. Little exists in terms of archives or documents on these. And I also worked on the exploration, Belgian exploration in the Antarctic, and the follies of that exploration. And when I talk about appearance and disappearance, it's a series of processes in the environment of images where you can see things that come up and go and fade away, such as these maps that you can see in the Vasarely Foundation, where you have a reflection of different protocols and experimentations that I conduct, where I do research with alongside physicists and chemists, projects and collaborations. Of course, I do not work on my own. I collaborate with a lot of people, and each time I am on one of these projects, I co-roll a lot of collaborators. But right here now, I would like to share with you on a project that I'm working on. and monographic exhibition, something that was born many years ago during a trip in Argentina and Chile, where I was very touched by their political histories of these countries and how the political opponents during the dictatorships were just thrown in the deserts or lost at sea, and the families have never recovered their bodies. And this is something that I did not want to intervene because that was not part of my history, and I did not want to appropriate that history. And recently I found a more just way of appropriating or approaching this issue. And I have had access recently to a database of Interpol database of people who have disappeared that the families are looking for everywhere around the world. So I worked with these images and I have reflected a lot on how to approach, address, and treat these images in a very respectful way. So I have generic images and the addition and the merging of all these portraits. And I worked with the latency of that artificial intelligence when you know, the latency of the grief of those families that because grieving without a body is something impossible, but yet these families are grieving and grieved. So those images where planets sort of meet and cross each other's path. In parallel, I've also worked I have gotten inspiration from the MIT lab on a lab on light, how to get ghost images using optics and acrylic. And I worked with a Swiss laboratory, and the images are incorporated. You have to experiment that. It's difficult to show because of these lenses. These lenses will reflect the image, but only thanks to the light. But this lens, the image is not on it, but it's experiences around optics. So the image only appears thanks to light, and then it disappears, fades away when the light is gone. So all of these images, you have this ambiguity between materialization and immateriality of this piece around these places, and also this disappearance of places, because more than 50,000 places have disappeared on those databases. The first Google image disappears. So here, for instance, is an image where there are more than 50,000 places where people have disappeared that are incorporated in this image. It's a process that is quite special, an optical process in this glass, which evokes all of these places and potentials for disappearances, and that you can recover thanks to light. So for the moment, this is the project on which I am working, and I see it a little as if it was a film in space, where I would like visitors to activate with, autonomous lamps, that they would be able to activate those glasses and have a kind of a circuit, a longer circuit where people could recreate the scenario and the move in the venue of the exhibit. So I am experimenting in very dark areas using these lenses and see how this story gets created on and in those places of disappearance and disappearances. So this is something at work with curators in France, and probably this is going to be exhibited somewhere in France. France and there. That's one of the things that I'm working on. And also for my current news, I have films that are going to be shown at the Pompidou Center next week, and I also work with Le Louvre Lens. So I don't know, have I been synthetic enough? Am I good here? So if you want to know more, please do not hesitate to talk to me. I'm still here and we can have a chat during this weekend. Thank you, Stephanie.
The next artist is Babu Liao, and he actually comes directly from Taiwan. He's working in the theaters, in museums, and in the VR. He was awarded the Asian Cultural Council Fellowship Award and participated in the residency program in New York City in 2018. He was artist in residence at Ciné International des Arts in Paris in 2019. Since his theater directing debut in 1997, Babu Liao has directed some 30 productions, 2 of which have earned him the award of Taishan Art Award and Annual Top 10 Performing Arts. He has also worked in New York, Berlin, Paris, Copenhagen, Avignon, and Seoul. Would you please come on stage, Babu Liao? So I would like to take advantage of this little break to tell you that there is a wonderful exhibition of virtual reality which is done in partnership with Silab, and it will be in the Friche de la Belle de Mai until Sunday. So please do not hesitate to go to Marseille to see this wonderful exhibition. All right, so probably we will postpone his presentation if he's not here right now. Last call? No, he's not here. Okay, so in this case, Ismaël Geoffroy, are you here? So probably we will just switch, and probably you will do your presentation first. So Ismaël was already with us this morning for the round table, so you already know him a little bit. And he has the diploma of INSAS in Belgium, and he also did the Superior School of Art in Belgium as well, and he was also at Frénois. His films have been selected and awarded in many international festivals. In 2017 it was Ombre Noire, which talks about problems of people who are intolerant to electromagnetic waves, and it actually received an award in Clermont-Ferrand, the Grand Prix, but also the prize for the young creators. And he also was awarded by the Revelation Award of Studio Collector. And in 2022, Malbec received the César of the very best film of the short documentary film. Thank you very much for this intro. So we actually talked about a lot of things that will allow me to go back to the projects that are ongoing for me. First of all, I have this theme about the making of the films, and I'm actually preparing 2 important films that will be finished as films. And these are kind of the territories that are still here to explore. The very first project is about this Fabrique du Faux, the plans to make something false. And in 2019, I was very much interested by deepfake, whatever is deepfake. And it was very interesting for me to understand what it is, the fake, the false, because it's something that we're looking at, but finally this is not what we think is. It's not really changing a lot from Photoshop to other software, but at the level of the politics, we don't really know, let's say, if Putin is dead or not. And me, the topic that interests me is much more centered on the intimate part of our life, and it's interesting to see whether Web3 actually we can operate as avatars so that we can protect our identity that can be stolen constantly by cookies and things like that, and they actually try to legitimize this process. So this is basically the narrative line that I'm interested in. I am interested in this protagonist that is a victim of the deepfake, and most of the time these are not really males. I believe that some did it for to create parody, but most of the time these are women with bodies that have been stolen, with faces that have been stolen, and so on. So I was thinking around all of this, about all of this, and then little by little, what I was finding online was not particularly very elaborate. So I actually found out that the deepfake is something that is much broader than what is present online. And for me, it actually originates in the grand audience, and coming from the intimate aspect to something that is so much stronger is interesting for me. So it's interesting for me to talk here about this victim that was part of this case that was called Gamergate. And this is the case where her ex has published a manifesto saying that she slept with 5 people, and he actually corrupted everything about this girl because he was presenting it as if he were a journalist. And finally, they did a lot of research around it, but it's very difficult to understand what was wrong, what was true, and what was not. And a lot of people started dealing with this information, taking this information and using it somehow. And it was actually a big conflict in 2019. And there was this whole wave of hatred around this young lady. And it actually helped a little bit at the election process of Donald Trump for this conspiracy and everything that was created there. So we can see that at the level of the deepfake, we don't necessarily need to have something very sophisticated, some very sophisticated algorithms or something in order to change the appearance or the voice of someone. We just need to have a manifesto of someone to completely destroy someone's life. So what I'm interested in is this topic that we can come up with when we are looking at the profile of this person. So you can basically see, well, right here in the research page, how many Twitter things are here. Twitter posts are present here about all of this. And there are people who basically created a lot of Wikipedias around this case. And it actually is much worse than Web 3.0 because this is like a rabbit hole. And I'm going to these wikis and I can see that some of them are very, very credible, very sounding very trustworthy. But what is really, really difficult is that there are so many proofs and so much complexity that is there that it's very difficult to understand what is right and what is wrong here, what is the truth and what is not truth. So what is interesting for me is to see in this project to create probably a film, not a film like a movie as we know it, but an essay, and try to make the viewer dive into this confusion, because this is the confusion that I was able to find for all these years when I was doing my research. And what is very interesting for me is to have this sensation of something fake, or this confusion between the whatever is real and whatever is not real, this fictional creation. And this is also the something that exists a lot there. So for now, I'm doing this work that is much more a screenshot-inspired work, and this will be part of my artistic project. And I have this project that is called Watching a Detective, and this is a film. Oh, of course, I didn't find it right away. It's a film. Oh no, probably we don't have it. Oh, it's right here. So this is a film, and an artist was very interested in the Boston storm, and they actually have created a small group, and they did this research. It was quite an organic research with all the images that were published on the network of the marathon, and they tried to understand who could this have been with all the biases that we can have related to people's physical aspect. So this artist was very much interested in how we can detect all of this. And I would like to keep this tool as well and to adopt this approach as well, and to see how this flow of pseudo-truth and half-truth is getting mixed out, and how it allows us to position ourselves. And also I thought that probably it will be very interesting also to make this text part of it. a part of it and to see how exactly I can also add a certain layer of fake over it, probably by regenerating pictures from the text. This is something that is possible to do with the links, and this will be also adding up to this creation of fake that is part of this approach that I have adopted. So this is my first project, and the second project is Mihai Iohannescu, and this is someone who is in Romania, and he was arrested, unfortunately, because he wanted to launch his project Web 3.0, and this was kind of an improved version of Stepan. Stepan, probably somebody knows it already. This is an NFT project, and you had to buy virtual shoes and go and do some footing in order to earn some money. So he basically created something similar, but it was not stopping here because it was to do sports with Apple Watch, and he created this full system of gamification. Like the more sport you will be doing, the more tokens you will earn, and if you sell these tokens, it will basically bring down the costs of your health insurance and so on. Well, this is the legal part of all of this, but this is not the reason why he was arrested. He was arrested because before that he participated in the creation of a virus that is called Gauzy virus, and this is the virus that was very active between 2006 and 2012. And they had 25 million plus accounts that were hacked, and the NASA accounts were hacked among them as well. So for me, what was actually very funny is that I was hacked on the FNAC website, and when I did all of my research, I actually asked a friend from Romania, please give me a name of a hacker who could help me with this. And he actually gave me the name of a hacker who was a very good hacker. And I'm very much interested by this protagonist, this hacker in the cinema, someone who is very elaborated. Like we have this Mr. Robot cliche that is still available. And I think that it's kind of impossible. We can't find something that is a little bit more nuanced. And I discovered this real person, that I was very much interested in. And when he explained to me his position and his beliefs and so on, it was very interesting. And Gauzy virus was a very interesting virus because it was actually something that was built as a legit system. You had this whole system, you had something like really a lot of things to help you to make this crime, and it actually didn't have a lot of difference with the company like Apple or Volvo that is collecting your data. So for me, it's very interesting to create the portrait of this person, and this is what I was trying to do for 3 years. But the problem right now is that he's in prison. So how can you make a movie with someone who is in prison? That's quite complicated, but at the same time, there's a lot of documents and also the transcriptions that I was able to create, and I did these transcriptions throughout my meetings. And I also wanted to probably see at Fabrique whether I will be able to do a photo project. It will basically allow me to have an overview of all this history, a very interesting story of this person, but also the venues and places that we have used for the discussion are also very interesting, because sometimes there are places in the video games, and also you have to look at the geography where these people operated, and Mihai was part of them. It was the non-touristic western side of Romania, and this is this small city of Renicovalchak, which is basically the center of the hacking in Europe. And another paradox about it is that this is a very rural place in the middle of nowhere, and it actually has this incredible capacity to work against the power that is funding the US economy. I believe that it's very interesting to think about this approach and this link between the geography, the geographical position, and this kind of people who wouldn't be aligned with this approach, I would say, and to think it over by offering something that will be a little bit more original than the hacker of Michael Mann. And this is not someone that we have right here in prison, not someone that will be called to stop the virus that is trying to make explode the nuclear station, or a Mr. Robot that is part of the Fight Club. So these are the projects that are ongoing for me, and I would like to present them probably as an exhibition. And my films are quite well noticed in the movie industry, especially with Malbec that received a César. So thank you very much for your attention.
Merci.
Thank you.
So I suggest that we take a break and then come back here at 3:30 with 4 presentations of artist projects that come directly from Taiwan. So see you back here at 3:30. We are going to restart, and for the last speakers of this afternoon, who all 4 of them come from Taiwan, and we're very happy to welcome here our speakers. This is the fruit of collaboration that has been around since 2020, and so we are very happy that they're here today because we've had the pandemic and lockdowns in the way at some point. Babu Liao works in theaters and museums and virtual reality, and he obtained the Asian Cultural Council Fellowship Award and received a residency program in New York City in 2018. He was also at the Cité Internationale des Arts in Paris as an artist, and since his theater directing debut in '97, he's directed some 30 productions, and 3 of his plays were produced in Avignon and have been shown in many cities in France now. And he's been played in New York, Berlin, Paris, Copenhagen, Avignon, and Seoul.
Hello, everyone. I'm Babu Liao.
Bonjour.
Theater director and VR creator based in Taiwan. In the past 20 years, I have produced over 30 theater works. But although my background comes from theater, and I have to admit that I'm not a big fan of digital arts, but I have been trying to break all kinds of boundaries of different art fields and take different media as stage, especially under the pandemic. How artists can take advantage of the new media to get the audience back to theater, especially how to turn the absence into presence, is worth attention and discussion. So, for example, this piece, Corona Villa. This piece was created in 2020 under the pandemic. It's a participatory installation performance, which quarantine hotel is to be found in the museum. The audience have to reserve a room and stay inside for 2.5 hours. They will be asked to wear a voice device, following the voice instructions, and go through the whole process, such as healthy check or sleep therapy, and so on. And in every room, there is a live stream of an artist offering 20 minutes room service to the isolated guests via material sensations such as hearing, touching, smell, and even taste. And next, I'm going to show another piece. It's Artificial Health. It's a theater piece based on the narrative structure of Italian writer Dante's Divine Comedy. The adaptation is about how the Asian migrant workers struggles from hell, purgatory, to heaven. We invited several actors from different Asia countries. However, because of the difficulty of travel due to the pandemic, the actors performed remotely from their home country via internet live streams. But the audience, they gather on site, and they are surrounded by 6 screens constructed on scaffoldings. Along with the shifting of narration, the audience need to turn their viewpoint toward the screens, and the action, I think, is consistent with the non-stopping status of migrant workers. Why we still need theater in 21st century? That is the question I raised in this piece called Mount Olympus in Shiling. Shiling is a place in Taiwan. The show is divided into two parts. The first part happens on stage, and the second part, the performers leave the stage and go on the street. Their mission is to find passengers randomly and persuade them to go back to the theater within limited time. I think it's more like a theater reality show that the audience remained in the auditorium, but they witness the whole performance via broadcasting. I think in this piece, I try to extend and redefine the meaning of on-siteness or liveness of theater performance. And next, I'm going to share how my theater experience is applied in my VR work. Chroma, a direct German piece, is my first VR work, which is inspired by the British film director, Derek Jarman, his life and his last film, Blue. In the 1980s, when Derek Jarman was losing his eyesight and suffered from HIV, he started to create the film Blue, which is about 80 minutes long without any moving images, but only the color blue. I think this piece, following the spiritual and creative footsteps of Blue, it tries to reassociate the colors with gay identities, personal memories, and queer culture. Also, using the narrative form of the VR to reinvent the way of seeing when one gradually losing his eyesight. Although VR is used in this piece, but I'm more concerned about how one can make the best of the technology behind VR to bring the audience back to the site and having a physical immersive experience. Therefore, I try to create the theatrical moment where the VR content, surrounded sound, space, lighting, and image projection are integrated. So when you get into the room, you will see a big white platform is installed in the space as a sick bed. When the audience put on the VR device and lie down, it's more like they are receiving a medical treatment. In this piece, VR is used to recreate the vision of Jarman when he was about to lose his eyesight because of HIV. Also, we use the technology of ambisonic and 3D audio to recreate soundscape. During some of the sessions, the pass-through of the camera, the camera in front of the VR would be turned on for the audience to see the distorted physical space and the light around them. They are also welcome to watch their own body and other viewers on site. And next, I'm going to share my new piece, Father's Videotapes. This piece is selected into Venice Film Festival, the financing market section last year, and will premiere in October this year. The story of this piece is based on a true story from a Taiwanese photographer, Yang. When Yang was a teenager, he accidentally discovered his father's sex tapes of him and another male friend when he once sneaked into his father's room. The story is, of course, about Yang's family's history. However, it also lands on the social and historical situation gay men has been forced under. Father's video tapes is a straightforward narrative that brings the viewers from the real space to the VR and back to the real space again. And the time spans stretched from 1989, 1990 to 2019. I think it's ordered to echo with the history of contemporary Taiwan and also with the LGBT movement in the past 3 decades. So in the first stage of the experience, the viewers will get into the real bedroom, following the sound instructions, touch all the objects, trying to connect the stories behind each of the objects. And instructed by the voice command, the audience will pick up the father's video camera and freely walking around in the physical room. They will also be asked to videotape father's sex toys, magazines, or photos, or some random documents. And the images will be streamed on the monitor. And the second stage, the viewers will be asked to get into the closet, put on the VR goggles, getting to peep at the father's sex tapes, and of course, his long hidden secrets. The second part of this piece was set in 1989, which is Taiwan's martial law was just being lifted, and it was a very conservative period. So I hope to present the atmosphere. So in this piece, I use a lot of mixture of sex and political linguistics, or the mixture of the sound of men murmuring during sex and the singing of military songs. And the audience will see the spectacle through the son's point of view, from very narrow perspective, like from the gap of the closet, or under the bed, or from the ceiling. And the third part takes place in 2019, when Taiwan was passing the same-sex marriage bill. The camera of the VR will be turned on for the audience, and they will see the physical bedroom again. They will receive a phone call and hear the dialogue between the father and the son. And at the same time, the TV is broadcasting the news about passing gay marriage bill. However, the image goes dead suddenly. We are pulled back to reality. I mean, we are not sure if it's the father's illusion of the bright future. And I think as an artist whose background in theater, I will always keep a distance from the technology I use. I mean, I don't embrace VR or technology. Instead, I try to show its possibility and limitation at the same time. Overall, I want to emphasize the general experience of the audience, such as unsightness, bodies, and interactivity. I believe that is the magic makes my piece a charming one. Thank you.
Merci. Notre prochaine intervenante,
Thank you. Our next speaker, Wenqi Su, is a choreographer and an artist with new media. Her work combines new media and the art of she attempts to rethink the possibility of performing arts from the perspective of new media, extending controversy and reflection of contemporary art in the face of impact of digital technology. She's actively interacted and cooperated with local international communities through workshops, seminars, talks, and performances.
Hello, I'm Wenqi Su, dancer, choreographer, and new media artist from Taiwan. Thank you for the invitation of ELAB from Taiwan and Chronic, so I can be here and sharing all my work with you. So these 10 minutes, I will focus on the work that I present here, it's a VR work called Black Hole Museum and Body Browser. Here's the trailer. The long journey of this piece starts from 2016 when I had our residency in CERN. It's the biggest laboratory of scientific laboratory of quantum physics in Europe. And then I had the chances to work there for a few weeks, having a lot of encounter with the brilliant scientists there, and then discuss on the big questions and, of course, a lot of concepts based on the physics. And here's a few people I've met. So during these few weeks, I have a privilege to visit all the scientific centers and have a dialogue with the people who work there. And for example, from here you can see some experimental physicists or who is more focused on the theories. After these residencies, I'm back in Taiwan and had another residencies in National Theater of Taiwan. So I propose, if it's possible, to work between the art and science, literally for me, between dance and physics. So I start to, with my team ELAB, it's a group that I invite artists to join the project, and for example, new media artists, sound artists, or people who build kinetic installations. So within these few years, we try to get between, also find the methodology, how to work between the physics and dance, how we bridge the language during our process. So the piece Unconditional Love and Fact focus on, I'm very curious when the scientists, they said, it doesn't matter what you believe, but the most important is what's the fact. And Infinity Minus One, I work with the mathematician who is interested in the concept of infinity. So it's a very big question and very abstract for most of the artists I work with, but we try to break it down into, for example, the geometry or the perceptions or the dance languages in contemporary dance or in the classical dance, and what does that mean for us. In the wave, in the piece Wave Infinite, it's an installation with a kinetic machinery. And actually, it's the work, first version I worked a few years ago, but with another concept on the future cities. But then after the residence, I did a new version, which I want to illustrate with the same machinery. How can I create with the perspective from the physics or the cosmologist that I met and talked with. In the piece Anthropic Shadow, actually it's just happened before the pandemic happened, and which I found this urge to discuss about the climate change. So I work with the climate scientists and just to discuss how we perceive all this catastrophe that we receive from the news every day, and somehow that there's a few questions is so large to understand, although it has the impact in our everyday life. Another piece I worked during the most difficult time in the pandemic, which I found I encountered the mental state of darkness. So I want to open it up. So with the collaboration with La Prairie and also Art Basel Miami Beach, I set up a big stage in the Miami Beach, and then I dance on the time of sunrise and the sunset, because I want to welcome and I want to give the phrase to the darkness at the same time to the light. And the continuation from this, the dialogue with the cosmologist in CERN, I found a topic, a theme, which is intriguing for me, which is the gravity. So dancer, choreographer, we associate with the force of the gravity to the relationship to the floor. So how our weight interact to the floor, and how, no matter how we move around, we are holding back or by the ground, and we always come back to the ground that we stand on. So, but based on the physics, they talk another theory. So they said you can't really perceive the gravity. For example, if you can easily raise your arms, means the gravity you cannot perceive. But this force is crucial for in the universe. Sometimes they say gravity is violent. Violent in a way it seems it cannot determine in our everyday life, but it's a crucial force to determine the movement and the motion of the planets. So with this theme, I opened up a research project in MPAC in New York. And so the question starts from, what if a person fall into a black hole? So they say time and space is relative. So what does that mean for me who work on the ground, and for me who work in the actual space? So in 3 elements I'm researching on is on the dance, on the light, and the sound. How can I find the gravitational center for each of the elements, and how to create that constant falling, and at the same time you actually feeling you're floating. This comes from the description of the Einstein. He described, if once you fall into the black hole, the time will move so slow that in the end you actually feel time is freezing. And the continuation of the research in MPAC, then 2021, from the invitation of C-Lab, I continue to research in this direction. And this is the small film from our working process.
计划的名称其实刚开始叫身体舞蹈与重力，那它是起源于就是我2016年的时候到瑞士日内瓦的圣柱城，那它是一个国际上最大的物理实验室，量子物理实验室。在这个过程当中，其实就认识到这一位西班牙的天文学家。那他在研究的主题是重力。那当时我们就交换了许多关于对于比如说在物理学上或者在天文学上，他如何诠释重力，他如何解释，或者说他在这个研究方向他的问题是什么。那当时我就作为一个艺术创作者，然后就这舞蹈舞者本身，那我们怎么去处理这个身体跟地板的关系？我们就一起实验了关于舞蹈、声音，还有灯光的一种动态的组合。
And light. This let us uncover a creative vocabulary which we use to interpret gravity. It is basically a mechanical effect that cannot be experienced. How can gravity be expressed through art? This time at C-Lab, we are using the dorm.
大洞这个空间，那这个空间里面它具有
This space has an Ebisonic system.
那当初在美国 Impact 驻村的时候，其实发展出了一
I
个
developed a module
针对一个
which
3D 的构图，
envisions
然后
3D
3D
special
的空间去想象
compositions.
那所以延伸
This
出来就
was
是说，在这
extended
个
to our
3D
3D
的
video.
影像里面，我们就
We
开始
began
了
learning
VR
and
的
applying
就是
VR
进入
technology.
VR 技术的这一个方向跟目标。
动博物馆会诞生的原因，其
The
实就是
Black
在
Hole
于我们要
Museum
试
is
着
an
去处理
effort to explore
VR
and
这个
apply
东西的出
VR
现，我们该
technology.
如何让观众从真实嫁接到，或是说桥接到虚拟的这个过渡？我们要如何去处理这样子的一个
How should we
断
deal
层
with?
去把大洞
We
比喻
have
成
made
是
the
传
dome
统的
an
美术馆
analogy
或是博物馆这样子
for
的
an
空
art
间的时
museum
候
or
呢，
other
那么这
museum.
个重力的超自然现象，
We
就是
try
如
to
同于
present the
博物馆里头的这些展出
supernatural
的作品一
phenomena
样，
like
试
the
着是让
things
观众
when
在
they
戴
put
上
on
头
their
显的时候，
headsets.
渐渐的从
We let them
一个
gradually
如同大洞的这个 cube 的
feel
空间，
gravity
然
force
后
or
渐渐的推
attraction.
进到被大洞里的这个引力或是重力吸进去，然后进到了我们所说的
They
黑洞
then
这个世
encounter
界，
a
我们会
black
看到了
hole.
很多几近
They see
玄
many
幻的
wildly
东西。
unreal
我觉得在
things.
VR 里面，其实它是一个
Uh,
强迫性的
Yujie
资讯
is
接收，而且特
present
别是
here
在
as
我
well.
们这个作品里面，它是用影片形式的播放，没有任何的
And
互
there
动
isn't
性。
any
那在这样的条件
interaction
底下，
under
这个
these
浏览就是
conditions.
由
We
创
have
作者
created
本身
this
去制造
browsing
的这些影像内容，直
and
接
transmit the
送给
visual
观众。
content directly
那
to
所以回
viewers.
到这个叙事的
So I
本身
think
的
that what
结
the
构上呢，
narrative
我觉得
structure of the
它浏览所
experience
要创造的
tries
事
to
情
do
就是说，
is
我们把这些资料
to
切
slice
片之后
information into pieces.
就是用一种很随机的方式去推给观众。
开场的时候，其实大家可以看到
In the
它的
beginning of
空
the
间的构
viewer
成
sees
是
spatial
跟
layout,
整个声响实验室里面的空
which
间
is
是有一点
consists
呼应
with
的，
the
有些柱
overall
状，有些
space,
上下的黑
upper
色
and
的
lower
一个
color and
颜色的面
areas.
积这样。那在设计上面
The
就是尽
overall
量
spatial
空间
design
用
is
得比较
quite gloomy.
暗一些，然后透过一些聚光
They
的
also
灯
rely
光
on
去
lights
把
from
整个
some
头盔
touches,
做
giving
一
a
个漂浮
floating
感的点缀，
sensation.
然后让大家可以
This
在
let people
进场的
quickly
时
feel
候
the
可以
work
很快地感
initial
受到整个
mood
作品的
when they
初步的
begin
氛
the
围。
experience. This is the space we presented in C-Lab. Apart from the layout of the space, the space Wayfield synthesis can project sounds to specific location within the system. The most interesting question has been how to simultaneously take care of each viewer, loudspeakers, distance or location, holistic manner, VR process. We have created a film performance.
我觉得反而它要更细腻，因为在舞台上嘛，然后观众可能会有很多排，所以你所有的动作可能要
So we
投射到剧院最后一排的观众。但是在面对镜头表演、线上表演、VR 这种，我可能前后就是镜头。
at open film, it's more like you are in
环
a
绕式的或是沉浸式的剧场，观众其实是可以用
viewers
很
can
近
see
距
the
离的
lines
方
of
式
your
接近，看
muscles
到你的
and the movement of your breath from a very close distance.
就是这
Apart from the premiere, the VR premiere in C-Lab, in 2022, I also trying to have this VR screening online for the purpose that's how we perceive this VR experience in our everyday digital, which can be through your computer, mobile phone, or even, I don't know, what devices you have. So I have this occasion and grouping a group of curators, also scientists, and in conversations online. It's an online festival. So I also want to break open the format of how to present this VR film. And this is the 5 prototypes I built for this project. Dancing Gravity. And it's still continue, it's still in developing process. And the Black Hole Museum and the body browser is actually from the prototype 2, which focus on the holographic imagery, sound, and dance movement. So hopefully there's an opportunity to work with you if you are also interested in this subject. So the formatting is still very open-end, which can be based on the installation, dance performance, or exhibitions, online platforms, whatever you can name. So the trajectory of this piece is already presented in CILAB 2021 and 2022 Bleed between Taiwan and Australia. This year presented in Chronique, and then it will goes to IRCAM Forum, and then CND in Paris. CND is a Centre National de la Danse in Paris. So I'm opening up of this question, how to work between art and science or dance with physics. And prospects of these 3 years, as I said before, I want to continue to develop and presenting these 5 prototypes, hopefully together with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nous accueillons maintenant l'artiste.
And now we would like to welcome the pluridisciplinary artist Yi Chen, and his practice is exploring questions and issues like human desire, existence, data, environment, politics, economy, and society through the observation and comparison of tangible substance and virtual consciousness. He participated in artist collective Luxury Logico, where he was working on digital art as well.
Bonjour, I'm Chen Yi. I would like to introduce 2 projects that I have been working on in the last year, rating and currently. These 2 projects, I want to discuss in the data in blockchain. Rating explores the definition of value in the blockchain community. Value is the most striking part of cryptocurrency market. It is also the curious topic of the public. I present this project in 4 types of media: virtual exhibition, NFT, VR, and spatial installation. The virtual exhibition is online. It is a real-time generated animation. I want to show a data landscape. I want to show a digital landscape to present the rate fluctuation of cryptocurrencies. The key visual is the sea. The waves are calculated by the real-time Bitcoin price. It shows how drastically the price are rising and falling at the moment. On the surface of the sea are 100 light bars. They correspond to the top 100 cryptocurrencies. The colors show the current price changes. These 100 light bars are minted as NFT. They can be individually presented and collected. This piece is one of them. The light in the center is corresponding to the cryptocurrency XTZ. XTZ is the currency used on the Tezos blockchain. The wave is showing the rise and the fall of the XTZ price in real time. VR version is show the content of the virtual exhibition as a panoramic video. You can watch it in the showcase Focus Taiwan. Value dimension is a spatial installation. It consists of a kinetic device and 10 LED tubes. There is a laser on the kinetic device. It creates a plane of light in a smoky space. This plane will go up and down, which corresponds to the Bitcoin price. So the plane of lights and the virtual sea are synchronized. One is in real, one is virtual. The flickering of lights show how drastically the price change. The work currently it presents the movement of the cryptocurrency transactions. Virtual financial transactions are often driven by events or large transactions. This work transforms real-time transactions into dynamic visuals. I retrieve real-time blockchain transaction data, the data including the wallets and the currency and the amounts. Then I filter out the high value transaction data and convert it into a 3D image. I use one line to show one amount of transaction and give the lines a simulated motive power. It looks like a wind flowing through the space, affecting the array of objects. And then the motion of the objects is mapping to the kinetic installation. Brightness and motion show the value of transaction. When the trading frequently, it like a blowing a gust of winds. I experimented with AR in this work. The audience can use AR interface to watching the interaction between the virtual data and physical installation. Each nodes represent the wallets being traded. I want to present the emotion about the blockchain market community. So I start to produce a performance last year. This performance was created in collaboration with C-Lab, Taiwan Sound Lab, and Wenqi Shu, the previous artist. We finished work in progress performance with 3 parts. In the first part, we use the work value dimension as a stage setting. We perform some ritualistic action to show how the market creates space, how the communities are connected and assembled. In the second part, a performer plays a role of an influencer. We capture his expression with a cell phone. He is promoting cryptocurrency in a live broadcast. He performed marketing in an exaggerated style. This marks the marketing of the market. In the third part, a dancer wears some motion capture sensors. He tried to control a virtual character, like a VTuber. Then the other dancers take the sensor from him. All dancers control the VTuber together. It symbolized a market project expansion. Then they create the illusion of an aesthetic, and in the end, the crowd left and symbolized the collapse of another market project. These three parts of performance show the fluctuation of the marketing in different way. We are still working on this project. The full show will be presented at C-Level Sound Festival this October. I look forward to present it in France in the near future. This is the presentation of my work, Messi.
Merci.
Thank you. And just to conclude these professional encounters, we would like to welcome the artist Yifang Li, who is using the forms of the sculpture, painting, and projection in order to create from its artwork a fantastic narrative object with different means like cartographic and mapping. This is how he works, and this is how what we see in his artwork is not just narrative, but also it has this ambiguous dimension that is acquired through the history of a human being and through the mediums that he has used.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Li Yifan. So I'm an artist based in Taipei, and I basically do animations. I've been developing like several different toolkits in the game engine to reform the process of animation making into a more intuitive way. The work I'm sharing in the clinic is called How Do You Turn This On? The title actually came from the old video game called Age of Empires. When you enter this password, you can get a high technology car to destroy your enemies. I'm going to share a small clip of this video so you have some basic idea of the film looks like. 很生动吧？百老汇骇客任务4年底就要上映了。你还记得当年李默把那个 USB 插在头上，把那个 USB 插在头上，然后I know kung fu。我只简单说一句吧，学习没有捷径，多看多学，学一些带得走的技能。So as you can see, the movie appears to be like a horror film, but it's actually a comedy. In this 15-minute comedy, the main character talks all sort of things like the situation of animation making, the history of animation, and all the conspiracy about animation history. Yes, and I try to explore the situation of technology and human being in a little bit dark humor way. As you can see, the film always has this really strange contorting movement of this character, and the dialogue of the character is always really improvised, very loose. It's actually all the animation was made into a little bit like a puppetry. You can see the film. It's during the filming of the film, I'm playing this guy in a green outfit, and try to control the puppet in real time. So by using the VR controller, I can control the digital puppet into certain posture. And here is another behind the scene. You can see me viewing all the scene in a VR headset. So by using the controller of VR, I can change the pose of the finger or even spawn a cigarette into his hand. So it's like I'm trying to create animation without using any keyframe by using the VR VR equipment. All the animation making process become very improvised. And also the camera movement was shot into a similar way. You can see this is also me in a green outfit, try to film the act in real time. So inspired by the machinima movement in the 90s, I've been experimenting with different approach to intuitively produce animation, primarily by developing my own toolkit in the game engine and Unreal Engine. I've been developing some low-cost motion capture system, low-cost virtual camera and facial expression captures. And all this system combined, I got a very strange puppetry system. And by using this system, I can create an animation in a very intuitive way. The whole process is actually very playful. I usually propose an idea and problem and try to develop a certain tool to solve the problem. And by playing with this tool, more idea and more challenge arise. And in this back and forth, developing, playing, and creating, the work gradually take shapes. So you can see this is me playing with the VR, try to figure out how to control the digital puppy. So actually in the film, how do you turn this on? The content somehow responds to the methods of this production. In the film, the main character constantly talks about how to control digital party and how the digital party, the topology of the animation, how different shape of and characters share the same topology. And he also will discuss about how the modern motion capture library changed the way we create animation, like the famous one, Mixamo, how artists can use certain movement to create their own animation. And he also talks about like how we express ourselves in the digital environment using a certain very limited expression, and combining we can express ourselves in the digital environment. So it will be the end of the presentation. If you are interested in the film, please watch it on YouTube. You can watch it here by the QR code. And any comment will be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is the end of the International Market of Digital Arts for today. For all the projects that have been presented, the 4 projects coming from Taiwan, you can come and see some of them at the Media Lab of Friche de la Belle de Mai until Saturday, and I really advise you to go and discover them. Also, I would like to use this chance to thank all the presenters, all the speakers of these 2 days, and also all the audience that was here. I also would like to thank our partners from Belgium, Stéphanie Bécourt, Sarah Lada, and Lisa Benner, and all those who I don't have the time to mention here, but I'm really thinking a lot about them. And also I would like to thank all of our national and international partners that collaborated with us throughout this Biennale. This is already the end of the day, I understand, but thank you very much to the team of the Capsule Work that is doing all the technical assistance, and to the Chronic team, Sonia, Léa, Juliette, Ludivine, Anouk, Juliette, Ansia, Thomas, and Lucie from the Center Allion in Brussels. And also a big thank you to the team of Biennale, who is working tirelessly so that to grant you a great festival and great exhibition. So if you would like to visit the exhibitions of Biennale, this will last until Sunday in Aix and in La Friche de Belle de Mai. And we also have at 5 p.m. today the conference by Albertine Munier. And then we are meeting at the Friche de la Belle de Mai for the closure event, and it is already sold out, so hopefully you already got your tickets. And tomorrow we also have an event at Sismic in Aix-en-Provence. So for those who would like to take the bus, the meet-up point is right in front of the theater. Thank you very much. I wish to all of you a great day.